Out of Cruel Space, Part 351. The Dauntless. When he was off the clock, he let out a sigh of satisfaction. Everything was caught up. No new fires to put out, and no screaming idiot demanding his attention due to soldier so-and-so refusing her precious granddaughter's advancement because he was on the job and being a professional. He leaves his office with a satisfied smile after putting the rest of the paperwork in order and undoes the top button of his uniform. He can breathe a little more easily, and the first thing he goes for when leaving the room is the coffee machine, even as his secretaries are switching over for the next shift. Granted, the next two shifts are just around to make sure that anything that comes up is properly classified and filed so he can deal with it on his own time. It's considered the easier shift, and its comparable calmness can make up for the terrible hours. More of the stressed paper pushers, intelligence officers, and legal teams use those two shifts as a chance to unwind, as the work is very simple, and it's otherwise just time to yourself with a little direction to keep you mildly busy. A good way to decompress while still feeling useful. He sips at the coffee a little before drinking it wholeheartedly. It's at just the right temperature for gulping, and while it's a little more on the side of the placebo effect, at the moment he can feel the energy return. Thankfully, before the placebo effect can wear off, the coffee will actually hit his system. He makes his way through the ship, and before he's even halfway to the exit, a tiny green form hugs him from around a corner. It's Ambassador Tall, dressed in what most of the galaxy would consider formal work clothes and what humans call a fetish outfit of white lace that's barely legal to be seen in public in. Full day? She asks him. Oh yes. To use a human saying, it's like herding cats. If the cats were also capable of outright space magic and were curious to the point of madness. He says, crouching down to her level, and she kisses him on the cheek. You're going to be okay. These men trust you. Maybe, but I'm more babysitter than commanding officer sometimes. How about your day? Not as stressful, I hope, he asks, and the full-body sigh from Ch.351 lets him know that it indeed was very stressful. He outright picks her up, and she hugs him tight even as he straightens up. She cuddles into his side. That bad? He asks, and she stiffens before relaxing at his scent. Oh yes, I've had to deal with accusations of all sorts. Some relating to you, some of them relating to Bruel, and some because some idiot seems to think that because I'm one of the few Gobe ambassadors that all Gobes must answer to me and therefore be my responsibility. Even if the Gobe in question has never been in a dozen light years of Bruel. Good Lord, I have a hard enough time dealing with my own business. I can scarcely imagine the problems if I was suddenly responsible for every vaguely human-looking bit of nonsense. Yay, she says before taking a deep breath and hugging him even tighter. I needed my big human to hold and squeeze. Well, here I am. I think we should retire somewhere where the couches are plush and the eyes on us are few. Yes, please, Ch.351 says, and he chuckles before heading for his personal chambers. He had initially been heading out to see her or Lady Tcamped. If one of them came to him, then they needed him more than the other way around. A few minutes later, they're both reclined on a large couch in his personal quarters. Of course, he's on the couch and she is on him. Not that he has anything to complain about, soft alien booty in his lap. He hadn't let the crew know he was doing it personally yet, but he had cracked a method of self-rejuvenation that lets him keep his obvious seasoning despite growing younger internally. His occasional gout flare-ups were gone like the ulcers, and the increasing feeling of his joints rusting over had been wiped away. Side effects included increased libido, however. Thankfully, despite clearly feeling his appreciation for her current position, Ch.351 is happy to just cuddle up. Which is good for him, as he's still slowly working through his personal issues and really isn't ready to be a father again until he's absolutely sure his sons are all right. Apparently, being the big responsible anchor that insists on things going all right is more than a little attractive to both Ch.351 and Jacqueline, mostly because both girls could get randomly overworked, and bringing a child into that out of nowhere? Not ready. Not ready at all. Not that either had been comfortable admitting it, as if it were some admittance of weakness, which in many cultures it was. In far too much of the galaxy, women were expected to become part of a family early, and have their first child well before 30. It was a human pace for races that could easily live past a human's lifetime. A holdover from evolution, which meant that there were rumors going around about any politician that didn't have things together, such as Ch.351 or Jacqueline, but now they could easily pass it off as something from him, and with his standard being well known, it went from scandalous to adorable in the public consensus, which was a fair amount of stress off both women and himself, as it would be crass to push him. How did I get this lucky? Ch.351 asks after a while, and he chuckles. What's so funny? I've asked that a few times myself. Karma after dealing with that Linda character? Ch.351 asks, and he involuntarily tenses up a little at the thought of his ex-wife. The reason he's so uncomfortable with earning money through litigation. You tend to be cautious around weapons that have marked you. Let's not bring her up. We're nice and relaxed. He begins and then pauses before looking around. Murphy's Law isn't a real law of physics. Ch.351 chides him with a very amused tone. I've been in the military long enough to know otherwise. He counters and she giggles into his chest. Maybe we should focus more on how you're regaining youthful energy if you've got that much stress in you. It'll knock some worries off the top for both of us. Ch.351 offers standing up and making a point of ensuring that her feet are planted off his thighs. Nothing would kill the possible sexy time than accidentally hurting him. Really? Well, if you insist on... He responds, leaning in just as his communicator goes off. This is his work phone. It only comes up if there's something that needs his immediate attention. Damn you, Murphy. You do make a good case for his existence. Damnable dark god. She curses slightly as she sits down. He flashes her a rueful smile and she waves him on. The job comes first. That's the cost of being in charge. It's always your fault and always your problem. Admiral Cistern here. He answers, all business despite the 3-foot-8-inch bombshell in his lap. Sir, sorry for the interruption, however. We've run up against an issue. A more hostile gathering we were running countermeasures on had already been infiltrated by several police officers setting up a sting, and our right of self-defense is clashing with jurisdiction. The local commissioner is furious and making a huge number of threats. Damn it. He curses before thinking fast. Wait, he has a plan for this. All right, I've actually been ready for something like this. Tell Sir Philip to initiate contingency nighttime? Nighttime, sir? It was something that the Nerd Squad initially theorized, and then with Sir Philip's and my own suggestions they refined it from an idiot argument about their entertainment to a practical contingency. One we will be putting to use here and now. Yes, sir. On it. Jesus. Christ, this man thinks of everything. The second bit is a bit softer, as if he pulled away the communicator to try and think for a moment. You're still on the line, soldier. Sir. Sorry, sir, the soldier says before hanging up properly. Contingency nighttime? Ch.351 asks, and he chuckles. Contingency nighttime. He corrects the phonetically accurate statement with an emphasis that confuses her. The fact that the contingency name is in English instead of galactic trade is not helping the conversation. Well, it's not helping facilitate the conversation, but it is lightly amusing the Admiral. It began as a debate about the antics of a costumed vigilante from popular media. Perhaps the costumed vigilante from popular media. Regardless, it contained many practical elements and was all about how this man with a clear moral code who works outside the law could work with the law. Oh, not what I was expecting. What were you expecting? Not that? I see. Well, the main part of the plan is to make an assessment of the officers, in this case, the commissioner of the spire in question, and informing them of our activities in a manner they can work with without turning against us. Much of it depends on the officer in question. There's a sliding scale to how much they can be brought into the fold with how much we can trust them. If they just follow that, then they should have a good measure of dealing with her. So, it's just a measure on how to trust people when caught in a compromising position. Official policy for more unusual activities. Of course, using one's good judgment is a big part of it, which is probably why it never happened in popular media. What? Well, can you expect good judgment from someone whose reaction to witnessing the death of their parents is to put on animal-themed costumes and start having fistfights with common thugs? he asks, and Nikti starts outright laughing at the thought. Exact lie. Hey, Nikti says after a few minutes just being together. Yes? We didn't get that kiss, she says coyly as she rises up again. That's just unfair, don't you think? Very. He answers, and she leans into him and their lips meet. After the first taste, her eyes flutter as the pheromones quickly hit and she goes for more, quickly wrapping her tongue in his and moaning into the delightful warmth that overtakes her. His strong arms reach around and pull her close, and she coos in delight before going for more kisses. The door opens and there's a soft chuckle as Lady KyleKKen enters. I see that you two are taking a load off, she says softly as she walks in. There's a slight stretch, and soon she's on the couch next to Admiral Cistern and cuddling up against him. I had to deal with 4 different people trying to get me to change the orders of affairs, concurrently, and juggle the conversation to avoid accusations of corruption. Isn't it Proctor Ursabet that deals with the order of affairs? Nikti asks and Jacqueline nods. Indeed, but everyone's forgotten that she's my co-worker and not my direct subordinate. She notes before stretching. If I were to accommodate any of those women, I'd have to call in a favor Ursabet owes me, and no one was offering anything that valuable. So we've all had an interesting day. Admiral Cistern notes as he imagines trying to politely turn down 4 people at the same time and not offend any of them. It doesn't look easy. Oh, that was just the start of it. Thankfully, a few people were more easily dealt with than others, so I was able to spend time with the less troublesome individuals and use them to eat up the minutes that the more obstinate would drag into hours if they could, she says before smiling and grabbing at Admiral Cistern's shoulders. Now come here. I want you good and close. Nikti giggles as Lady KyleKKen tries to cuddle Admiral Cistern in the way she is cuddled by him. Considering the two are much closer in size, it's a little awkward, and she gives up before just cuddling close, leaning over for a kiss. So, anything entertaining since we finished with our council meeting? She asks. I've discovered that there's a group trying to breed in the greatest warriors possible, eyeing up my men. Oh, goodness. There's also the fact that I walked in on several of my soldiers undergoing a formal Aramenta-style duel, but with an anti-element. How does that even work? Nikti asks. She's not surprised he's only speaking at length now. He's told both of them. He hates repeating himself, so he saves the stories for when everyone's around. Well, testing the balance is the Aramenta traditional dueling style, but what is an anti-element? Lady KyleKKen asks. In this case, the element was wind, and they reversed it with a hard vacuum. So there was a space of hard vacuum between 2 men, and they were trying to force it into the other man? Yes. How have your soldiers survived this long? Lady KyleKKen asks in a slightly stunned tone. We're a lot tougher than we look. He answers with no small amount of amusement in his voice. Out of Cruel Space, Part 352. The Dauntless. There is a lot of groaning and annoyance when communicators start going off in the middle of the night. Admiral Cistern is the first up and grabs the devices before passing them around. Admiral Cistern here. Sir, there's been an attack on the main council building. Rings out, and both Nikti and Jacqueline wake up a little more as they receive the same information. Casualties? He asks. Light injuries on some of our soldiers. Our men were fairly far away from the blast and had a few moments to shield themselves with Axiom. If they didn't have the ability, we would be speaking about casualties, however. The concussive and thermal force of the blast was considerable, and most of the building's infrastructure has been compromised. It has been deemed unsafe to enter. I see. Is there anything I can do in the here and now to contain the situation or assist in the recovery? No, sir. However, protocol dictates that you be made aware of a situation like this as soon as reasonably possible. Very good. Keep your eyes and ears open about what's going on. I'm going back to sleep so I can deal with this when rested and when I've had some time to process the situation a little more. He answers. Rest well, sir. Thank you, soldier. He says before hanging up and setting his communicator aside, before addressing Nikti and Jacqueline. Any casualties? The building was nearly empty due to it being at night. We have lost some cleaning and maintenance staff, but that's about it. Why would the building be bombed? Jacqueline asks in a confused and worried tone. All my girls were home for the night. So I can breathe easy. My office was even far from the blast, so little issue for me. Nikti says before tossing her communicator away and flopping back. Some witch wants to stall things out, though, or wants something disrupted or put in or something. You suspect other intentions beyond destruction? If it was all just about blowing things up, we'd know who it was already because they'd be outside the building and laughing. That we don't immediately know who says a lot. It means it was planned. It means it has a purpose. And it's going to happen again if we don't figure those things out. Nikti explains before stretching a little. Do you have experience in these things? Brutal Gobes almost always go through a phase we build things like mad. It's shortly after the climb, the stars just open wide. You don't have to hunt or forage for food, no wars to worry about. You need something to do, and technology is neat so you start to play with it. A lot of girls get their first healing coma after blowing themselves up and being scrapped off the pavement. I'm no exception, Nikti says, so it's experience talking. An accident would have someone trying to fix it, wouldn't it? Jacqueline asks, and Nikti gives her a thumbs up. And a mad bomber would be laughing. So this was deliberate and calculated. Presuming the bomber didn't die. Jacqueline says an Admiral's cistern gently holds her and guides her back down to the pillows. Calm down. We can't do anything now and need clear and well-rested minds to deal with this. So let's get them. He says, and as he speaks, some of the tension leaves her. We could have been in there. The explosion was in the main council chamber. We weren't there, and while there has been some death, it's minimal. Rest so we can better hunt and punish the one responsible. He insists. How can you be so calm? I spent some times as a frontline soldier and saw a few skirmishes before my talents were recognized. A skill any deployed soldier that wants to live develops is to sleep anywhere, anytime, and in any circumstance short of active combat. But I know I'm safe, and I know I need sleep. Do you trust me? He asks, and she lets out a huff even as she cuddles up to him. I'm trusting you to wake up if something needs doing, she says, and he chuckles. Of course, don't you worry, he says as he's cuddled into from both sides. We'll figure things out soon enough. Times 4.5 hours to figure things out. I want names, times, and motivations. Admiral Cistern says, walking into the intelligence division. Pointedly, he has both Lady KyleKKen and Ambassador Tall with him. Sir Philip's eyebrow quirks upwards ever so, and Madame Stepanova's eyes narrow slightly. A great deal of younger humans here, Lady KyleKKen notes. Older than they look. We've been using restorative comas to help us bring some people back to a more easily trained state. Sir Philip says genially as he holds out a datapad. Now, as to your request for names, times, and motivations, as you can see there, we have found that the woman that brought the bomb is a Lopan by the name of Jezebella Sekure, a native to the Meccan Reach, in particular the city station of Yintok. What do they have to do with anything? The Meccan Reach hasn't got anything on the docket, Lady KyleKKen asks curiously. If I may, Sir Philip asks. At Lady KyleKKen's nod, he straightens up a little. Thank you. Now as to Miss Secure, she is a known courier. Not a terrorist, not an insurgent, and not an idiot in spite of her more foolish business decisions. She has a reputation of getting packages exactly where you want them, regardless of locked doors, legal permissions, and other such things. Apparently, her business has long boomed due to people wishing to send privates and affairs to each other, but who else needs a service like? Oh, right. Ambassador Tal begins before remembering where she is. Oh, right is right. The countless secret societies thinking they're being clever. This is centrist. The line of people who are suspects in this case is as long as the census, if not longer. Madame Stepanova offers with a scowl. Anyways, the idiot girl doesn't check her packages and delivers them anywhere at any time. It was only a matter of time until someone tried this with her. Lucky for her, the big dog was very early and was well away by the time the bomb went off. It was probably meant to kill her too. Unfortunately, the girl has gone into hiding in response. A not unreasonable response when she realized just how many people would be upset with her. Since we're only one of many organizations looking for her, our main focus is to keep an eye on the other searchers. Have them do the job for us. Sir Philip finishes. But what are you planning on doing? She's the delivery girl, a rube that was intended to die in the attack. Since our enemy wants her dead, we'll be keeping her alive instead. We don't know their plan or intention, so the best we can do is match their moves one after another, destroying what they would protect and protecting what they would destroy. Of course, seeing what they would destroy or protect will tell us more about them and let us better understand how to oppose and defeat them, Admiral Cistern says as he considers. Not to mention Miss Secure is our only real lead. Computer files can be hacked, scrubbed, modified, and any number of things. But if we can get her talking, then we can get a lot more done, Admiral. Madame Stepanova states rather than asks. Pointedly, many of the younger officers clear a wide path between her and him, as if getting out of the line of fire. While it's a good thing that you've gotten humanity some allies, why are they here? Because I trust my intelligence officers to at least not be a living contradiction and know what to and what not to say and show. Call it the optimism of the brass, if you like. Admiral Cistern returns with a narrowing of his own eyes at the old woman. Madame Stepanova holds the look for a time before slowly cracking a slight smile. Fine, I'll accept it. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not, so long as you follow orders. Admiral Cistern's voice has a dangerous tone that has both Lady KyleKKen and Ambassador Tal leaning back a bit. Sir. Yes, sir, she says before turning away to hound some unfortunate officers into helping her with her latest bit of work. Sir Philip offers a salute before also turning to his work, and Admiral Cistern nods. That appears to be all we can have at the moment. We have the person, and according to this, it took place at 2:14 a.m. this morning. At least, that's when the bomb went off. Miss Secure delivered her package at precisely 2 a.m., and from information we have about the order, she was told to get it there at 2:15 on the dot. So, the main chamber wasn't the target, but another part of the building. Lady KyleKKen notes as her mind whirls. If it had gone off in another area, the casualties would have been much higher. What's the route she took to get in? Admiral Cistern simply hands her the device before crouching down to help Ambassador Tal climb onto his back, and they both watch over Lady KyleKKen's shoulder to see her go through and narrow down the route. That goes by the Hall of Records. Several staff rooms and numerous offices, mostly from the Meccan Reach. Was this an attack against them, or a coincidence? False flags too, ma'am. If things seem too obvious, it's because they are. At least that's what Sir Philip's taught me. A chirpy young voice says, and Admiral Cistern has to resist rolling his eyes at the sight of Private Stream. At this rate, Herbert's pseudonyms and false identities will be earning their own paychecks and tripling the man's income. Are you an actual child or just youthened into one? Lady KyleKKen asks after looking him up and down and being completely unable to make a judgment. Ma'am, yes ma'am, is the entirely accurate and unhelpful answer, Private Stream. Admiral Cistern states, it's a state of mind, ma'am. You're as young or as old as you feel. You're being awfully free with information in the intelligence division. Ambassador Tal notes somewhat wryly. But here's the fun part. You don't know anything of real use from this, do you? You know that we've been using healing comas, like the rest of the entire galaxy that isn't all but swimming in null or rejecting things on personal or religious grounds. You know that some are choosing to remain older, others younger, and that one is going by the name Private Stream. You know that we're watching other organizations to try and figure things out because with only so many people in our organization, we're perpetually short-staffed, which could be assumed safely at any time. And you know that we have access to the publicly available blueprints and legally acquired recordings. You know we wish to talk to the person who delivered the bomb, and that we know when it went off. None of these things compromise our security, and to be frank is just white noise to distract anyone trying to pry our secrets out. Aha! So you admit you have secrets. Ambassador Tal teases. Of course I have secrets. I have secrets. You have secrets. Your mother, God rest her soul, has secrets. Everyone has secrets. It's just a question whether those secrets are at all useful to anyone that things get interesting. Excuse me, sir. While this is an excellent lesson, we do have a great deal of data to sort through, and the less distraction we have for our more junior members, the easier this will be on all of us. Sir Philip notes and Admiral's sister nods before gently guiding out Lady KyleKKen, who's still sorting through the data on the pad. So that's what we know. Hopefully it's enough to help get things rolling. Admiral's sister notes as he continues to guide Lady KyleKKen through the ship, and Ambassador Tal is just content to be riding piggyback. Yes, this is a great deal of information, but it goes to and stops at Miss Secure. And there are a lot of places someone can hide on Centris, especially lower down. Ambassador Tal notes, if she literally went to ground, then there's almost no chance of finding her. Perhaps there are ways of finding all sorts of beings, but it takes a great deal of work and numerous boots on the ground to figure things out. A thinking mind moves in patterns. In fact, all minds work in patterns. Figure those out and you can track everything and anything down. It sounds like you know what you're doing. I've overseen attempts to track down insurgents and terrorists a few times. This will go in similar ways, I assume. The biggest obstacle is corrupt police officers or compromised agencies. People are not as good at hiding as they assume. And so long as you don't have some idiot standing between you and them, then it's not very hard to find someone, although it can be time-consuming. So it's just a matter of time until we have the information? Lady KyleKKen asks. Yes, but it could be a lot of time. There are so many places to hide and ways to hide that we're only going to get her when she makes a mistake, but she will make a mistake. They always do. Out of Cruel Space, Part 353. The Dauntless. She wasn't entirely sure what to make of what she was told. It was very, very clear that it wasn't the totality of the Undaunted's efforts, just the public side. All right, girls, I need to know enough to tell the people to calm down. What hit our council building, and where is our temporary headquarters? Lady KyleKKen demands into her communicator as she locates her errant secretaries and organizers. We don't know yet. Ma'am, we're still investigating. Jin Herfool of a Lyrock secretary states, the woman is dedicated to her work but has no initiative to getting most things done. Have you spoken to any of the team's forensic or otherwise? Lady KyleKKen asks, and as her assistant shakes her head, she must resist sighing. All right, just get the revised schedule to me when it's prepared. I need to talk to some people. As she moves away from her secretary, she's spotted. Because of course she's spotted, even at her rumbled worst, she's resplendent and regal compared to the rest of the galaxy. Ethereally white feathers with a glimmering sheen, a flawless physique denoting balance between innocence and maturity so that all may look to her for guidance. She was the very cutting edge of fashion in her currently backless gown and a scintillating pattern of near-hypnotic beauty naturally being hinted at in her lovely long tail. You would have to be blind not to see her. Lady KyleKKen. Lady KyleKKen. A woman shouts running up to her, followed by a camera drone. What's your opinion on last night's attack? Dear girl, perhaps you should mind your manners and make a proper appointment. Irregardless of the attack, we are still extremely busy and we have yet to descend into savagery. But the building is compromised. Everything's been thrown off balance and it's all the more important that we don't pick over things like vermin fighting over scraps. Unless, of course, you'd prefer to be as vermin fighting over scraps. Then curb your excitement, child. I understand that this may seem like the most astonishing thing in your life, but it's only just begun. I'm 48, the reporter protests. I'm certain, now if you'll excuse me. I have adult things to do. Very important, she says before turning and making a point of walking away. Where were you when the explosion occurred, and can you confirm or deny the maniac is still at large? The girl shouts after her, and as much as Lady KyleKKen would like to tell her she had her husband snuggled into her plumage, it's really none of the girls, or the galaxy's, business. There is a gaggle of very cross-security personnel arguing with what look like day laborers and contract workers. She is, of course, noticed as she approaches, and they quiet down a fair deal. What has happened to my lovely council building? A bomb went off. One of the guards states, and is treated to a withering look from a thoroughly unimpressed Lady KyleKKen. I'm aware a bomb was planted at 2 in the morning by a courier who was scheduled to deliver it at 2:15 on the dot. The bomb then went off at 2:14, And the courier, now, fearing for her life with that very near brush to death, has gone into hiding, and a woman hunt has begun across Centris for the silly Lopin. Those are the basics which I already possess. I need more before even more respected. Journalists begin asking me questions. The main blast was dead center in the chamber, compromising the many load-bearing walls surrounding them. We're at the top of a spire, so the force needed to destabilize a structure is markedly less than what's needed on the lower levels. The whole building is at risk. How much we're not sure, as we're still giving it a slow sweep with scanning drones, and what's been found with that sweep. We may need to tear down the entire building and rebuild. The damage starts low and has compromised the base structure. We can keep it temporarily stable with Axiom to safely remove everything. But that won't last long, and if we don't have an adept nearby, then we shouldn't even be near it. In fact, we should probably give the building another 5 or 10 meters distance. If it collapses, it's going to kick up some dust. And I'm saying we need to actually examine the crime scene to get a better look at that blast. What we've seen is not consistent with a typical plasma or axiom-based bomb. This is different and weird, and if you do that, then you are going to kill not only yourself, but whatever poor bitch you trick into following you. That building is a death trap, a good-looking one, as the blast barely even chipped the outer wall's paint. But use your ears. Listen. Hear that slight grinding sound just under the wind? The building is dead, and we're just waiting for the corpse to fall over. And with how much in the way of precious metals, reinforced glass and chrome went into its construction, anyone in the building, when it goes down, is dying with it. Yes, but we do need to look inside it. Is there enough time to get specialized drones in there? Perhaps controlled by a skilled synthetic observer and analyst? Lady Tickenped asks. Well, that's a huge generalization of all synths. But no. We need a munitions expert in there to see what kind of bomb this is. This went off in a way it shouldn't have. Its energy readings were so low the package was assumed inert until it suddenly went off in a conflagration. The package was maybe the size of a normal woman's torso and was not adversely affected by being in a courier's bag and having gone through a space distorted by Axiom. It was powerful, undetectable, robust, and easily transported. We need to know what we're dealing with so we can stop these things from going off in the middle of a council session and killing a room full of representatives. An excellent point as well. However, we cannot be seen at cross purposes. What has happened will have the people nervous and uncertain. We need a unified front, understand? Lady Tickenped says to them, and receives a dirty look from the security officer. Is there something you'd like to say to me? The officer raises an eyebrow before looking back to the building, then back to her. The only people with a comprehensive knowledge of explosives that our sensors are not built to detect are the humans with their chemical monstrosities. You do recall that nearly every scrap of human knowledge was pried off of them less than a week into their stay here, correct? It has been half a year since then, time enough for the information to be sorted through and any weapon designs or chemical formulas to be mimicked with ease, if not outright refined on. Lady Tickenpeb notes, and the security officer smirks. So quick to defend them, or perhaps him. We are professionals working in professional environment. Act as such. Lady Tickenped snaps at her, and she holds up her hands in mock surrender. Don't think that there are no consequences to your foul insinuations. To even think that I, the Speaker of the Council, I wasn't implying anything, ma'am, just stating that the only known experts of explosives that fit the criteria are humans. And what, pray tell, would my husband or his forces have to gain from such an action? Lady Tickenped asks. Could be anything. It depends what was on the list of upcoming affairs. Maybe they just didn't want to keep dealing with Lady Ariafor. I don't know how the mind of a human works. I assume you take a man, meaning no sense of responsibility or consequence, and then make it go completely insane from lack of axiom. I mean, I even heard that their minds are some kind of mess built on top of itself, like a stack of sheer madness. Is that what you believe? Well, clearly you're as ignorant as you're incompetent to think such things about the humans. Have you been outright avoiding them for some reason? Lady Tickenped asks. So you know how it works? Spend some time with a human for pity's sake. They throw people out of their ship and only allow a few of their members out at a time. If that doesn't say up to something, then nothing does. The security officer replies. Of course they're being cautious. Their first contact was a pirate raid that arrived before any amount of ambassadorial outreach. Yes, but enough of idiot speculation. What is known? Unknown type of bomb that tripped no sensors or warnings until it actually went off, and from what we know it was at its location early, meaning the blast was not where it was intended to be. It wasn't supposed to be dead center in the building. It was meant to be on the edges, where the damage would be openly visible to the public, which means we can frustrate the bomb maker by rolling with this and making it seem like a complete non-issue. Excuse me, I need to speak with the budgetary committee, she says before walking away. A chemical explosive? How odd. How very, very odd. That is something the humans have the most knowledge about. But it's not knowledge they've been able to hoard. Any fool with even a passing knowledge of chemistry and lab safety could likely make a fair amount. The species is unfortunately rather primitive due to their lack of axiom at home. It takes her only a few minutes to find the budgetary committee and quickly speaks to them. She needs numbers for how much the new building will cost to spin this properly and then tells them to deny that this was unplanned in any way. The plan is simple. Deny that anything is unusual. This was an unfortunate early detonation of leveling charges. The old building was centuries of age and overdue for an upgrade. The tragic deaths were unfortunate, and compensations will be paid to their families, but they will need to push forward now, as although the building was soon to be condemned, it is well and truly condemned now. A simple accident. Tragic, but nothing to be concerned about and nothing to panic about. Perhaps it will even have Miss Secure come out of hiding sooner. That is if she isn't tracked down. She doesn't really believe that the Undaunted aren't hunting her, but from what they said, they're probably going to use the other hunters to smoke out the woman and get her first. She then pulls out her communicator and sends out an all call to all relevant offices for her plan. Appearances are important, and right now they need to be strong, in control, and obviously unfazed. Plan set. Time to get to work. She is the face of the council, the voice of galactic power. It is her that all women look to when they need direction. She has sidestepped queens and empresses. She has moved past petty bureaucrats and war ladies. Some may claim her power is small, but her words can kill. Today, her words grind the machinations of an unknown woman to dust. A tragic accident. Nothing more. She says once she's had all the press rounded up for her briefing. One of the demolition charges malfunctioned before the building could even be properly evacuated, let alone emptied of its proper files and documentation. It's sad when the mistakes that define us cause so much pain and loss, but as with all mistakes we make, as we live our lives, we must learn from it. We will be forced to adjust our plans for the new council building somewhat. It's considerably more difficult to place charges in a dangerous location, and of course our hearts go out to the families of the departed. But the galaxy waits for no woman, and I think we can all agree that there are too many delays, as is without dwelling on moments like this. But what about the rumors of this being a terrorist attack? You just said it yourself, young lady. Rumors. Lady Tickenped dismisses before smiling. This is easily milkable. Why, there was a rather hilarious rumor shortly after I took office, where it said I dyed my feathers. In spite of the fact that my entire family has matching plumage, and really, can you even imagine a sheen this lovely from a simple dye? And the allegations of a hunt for a mad bomber? Where did those come from? I don't know, darling. This is the first I've heard of it. Perhaps you should check with your sources again? Meet them in place that doesn't have the more recreational uses of mind-altering substances. I find that helps for getting straight answers, but you cannot deny that there is malevolent intention at work. I can, and I will. Not everything is some conspiracy to make one's life worse. Dear goodness, girl, could you even imagine what kind of spoiled brat would result from such a mindset? Never their fault and always someone else? I shudder to think about dealing with such a wretch. Accidents happen. People make mistakes. Neither of these things are crimes in any system, and thank goodness for that. Otherwise, we would all be criminals. Out of Cruel Space, Part 354. The Dauntless. She walked up to the humorless, emotionless guards and presented the data slate that has the official documentation. When Lady KyleKKen outright told her to work with a human demolition specialist and had called her husband to arrange it, she had been uncertain and nervous. It was her personal opinion on the humans that made this uncomfortable. She's then waved in, and the data slate is handed back. She moves past the two emotionless beings and pauses as she hears a struggle and sees one of the guards grabbing at what appears to be empty air. There's a smile on his face as he exerts himself against what she can sense as a KyleKKen, the invisible subspecies, and then gets a good grip before spinning to build momentum and hurling the woman away. Both of them are still utterly without emotion as they share a laugh and slap their hands together in seeming celebration and then go back to their duties. A scuffle and a shared companionship, and there's nothing. Nothing at all. It's as empty as a holo show, just images on the screen, but real and in reach. They're hollow. Is there a problem, ma'am? One of them asks, and she shakes her head. Just head down the hallway. The specialist will be waiting for you in chamber 27A. The guardsman says to her, and she nods before backing away, and then turning, not to run, but to get some distance between the two of them at least. She quickly finds chamber 27A and enters to find another human there. Short, curly hair, and if not for the sheer lack of axiom presence and sheer muscles outlined by his shirt, she would swear she was looking at a normal Tret. In a somewhat bare sitting room with a few wall consoles, this one is out of uniform for some reason. Ah, good, you must be Officer Linda Score. I'm Specialist Cenk Barnabas, Demolitions and Sabotage. I've also been earning accreditation as a forensic inspector in my off time. He says, holding out a hand to her. There's a smile on his face, but it's only as real as a picture on a wall. Flat, false, hollow. I see, she says, stepping around his hand and ignoring the scent in the air that's warring with her caution, the slight, heady feeling and the uncomfortable warmth that flows through her. If she was dealing with anything other than some kind of walking corpse, it would be heady and beautiful. But with the nothingness in front of her, it's terrifying. Her instincts at war with each other. Right. Anyways, I was told that a chemical explosive is suspected in the blast that damaged the council building. I'm one of the better qualified people for helping you out, and seeing as how I had no other duties beyond basic boots on the ground guard detail, I was freed up to help you. May I see the readouts and scans of the damaged area? She hands the data pad to him and he gives her an odd look. She seeks out to try and find something, anything in the axiom, and there's at most a slight waver in the natural flows near his left shoulder. That's it. That's all. He lives, but the life of the universe isn't part of him. Even machines have the spark. He browses through it, making a few noises of curiosity as he looks through and glancing up at her now and again before stopping entirely and looking her straight in the eyes. You're on the edge of panic. The hell is going on? As he turns, the distortion turns with him, and that's all that the axiom shifts. He's completely separate from it. She backs away a step, fumbling for the holy circles hanging around her neck. Perhaps it will ward him back? Do you need a minute? He asks as she thumbs at the necklace to make it very physically apparent. How are you alive? She blurts out, and he blinks in confusion before sighing. Oh, you're one of those types. Hang on a second. This doesn't come natural to me. He says before leaning back and closing his eyes. It's like a plasma cannon unleashing a spray of purest heat and fire. Hunger, lust, anger, exasperation, curiosity, concern, resignation, frustration, doubt, hope, despair, joy, hate. There are murderous impulses and damn near chains of an iron will nearly physically manifesting in the axiom around him. He's gone from emptiness into a rapturous storm of emotions bleeding into the axiom. A living storm of self and will, then it's gone and he's empty again. She gapes at him in shock. Are you even sane? How can you feel so much at once? How can you feel so little? This is my normal, and it's a good thing that humans don't automatically hook into the axiom. Otherwise, that confusing mess would be on display for everyone to see. How? Are you just not in control of your mind? No, I'm not. The human brain is built different. It's not all one big piece. Without axiom to help in evolution, You build brains up slowly into more and more sophisticated things, always keeping the traits it had as a lesser mind. Cenk explains before turning and then running a guiding finger along the side of his head. The further back in the brain you go, the more simple it becomes, but the more important the functions. Reasoned thought and higher learning is at the front, but the back controls heartbeat and digestion. Oh, that's weird, she says, and he shrugs. We come from a weird part of the galaxy. Unfortunately, due to the way our brains work, when we put our emotions into the axiom to let you see what we feel, then everything, and I do mean everything, goes out with it. Even the most primitive and basic things that we actively ignore and do not let control our day-to-day, so that anger, lust, hunger, and all the rest. The animal brain under the thinking one. Its main concerns are staying alive, staying in control, protecting the tribe, and reproducing, which can be really confusing to other beings, he says before shrugging. What's the distortion around your left shoulder? A concealed axiom brand. It's effectively armor and little else. It protects against most conventional weapons and the ways people get around it, except kinetic, mostly because kinetic defenses shield both ways most of the time. He explains before jerking his neck to the side a bit in a way that causes popping, snapping sounds. Anyways, now that we've cleared the air, are you willing to work with me a bit more? Yes. Sorry, it's just a lot of people out here rely almost entirely on axiom to sense things. That humans don't is confusing and probably pretty scary. Yes, good. Because our courier passed by a chemical scanner at one point. This is a chemical explosive and one both powerful and fairly easy to make, especially with axiom tech. We call it Semtex. Very reliable and easily made. It's pretty much stable until a blasting cap is introduced. So this is the warning for human explosives? She asks, looking at the chemical readout. Exactly. Our explosives are a result of chemical reactions. This one is an older style of explosive that fell out of style because it's very popular with political dissidents and terrorist attacks. How appropriate, indeed. Semtex is what we call a plastic explosive. We have solid explosives, we have liquid explosives, but a plastic is a malleable solid that can be easily molded into a variety of shapes. This one is also known for having a higher thermal tolerance, being stable at higher temperatures, and it can still detonate underwater. Its main use has been in demolitions and mining, but as I said before, it's lost a lot of popularity due to criminal actions. Anything else? This is definitely someone that copied our notes on explosives without understanding them and not someone who figured it out on their own. See this part of the chemical readout? We call that DMDNB. It has nothing to do with stabilizing the compound, adding to its explosive force, or anything like that. It's a legal requirement back on Earth as a response to terrorist use. It makes it easier to find in case of a bomb threat. So by leaving it in, they've told us a little about themselves. They do not have education in chemical sciences, as they would have looked through the compound list and noticed that all that DMDNB does is make it stink. So it can be found without chemical scanners. Not that it will help much. Chemical scanners are very easy to find and purchase. Even handheld versions can be bought and sold as novelty toys. Yes, but they lose effectiveness over a distance. Still, knowing about this stuff will make it much easier to manage and find. Hopefully, a lot of lives can easily be lost when some lunatic plays with Semtex. Anything else about it? Reddish to reddish-orange in coloration. It requires a blasting cap, as I said. Remove the cap to disable the explosive, but that's more an emergency thing to do. It's generally unwise to mess with live munitions. He says as he taps out a few things and brings out his communicator to transfer some information. There's something businesslike to him now. Now that she knows he's not lying in wait, but sparing her from the storm that is his passions, he seems more, so much more now. So how powerful is this compound? How much do you think was used? She asks to distract herself from the growing warmth and to keep on track. I'm not sure. I don't know how much of the package was casing, but I don't think more than a few kilograms were used. Semtex is powerful stuff, not to be toyed with. One of its most infamous uses was when 340 grams was used to kill hundreds of people by destroying a commercial air vehicle. This package is fairly large and the damage is fairly widespread. You just need 100 grams to completely gut and destroy an air car? So we had a lot. Relatively, a few kilograms is a lot of boom, but not a lot of mass. This building is at the top of a spire. How much damage was done to the base? To the spire itself. He asks her, and she takes the data pad and goes to the relevant area. Ah, little to no damage to the spire base, but the load-bearing walls surrounding the main chamber are all under suspicion. Those were some of the most reinforced, right? And the blast was off target. It was apparently supposed to go off while in the midst of transportation into the building. Dabian. So the target was along the outer edges, or just outside the chamber. The building is a lot of glass and spires going up with nearly flying buttress-style crystals. Damn it. I need to grab an architect to really understand what kind of damage was aimed for. But we can assume the charge was not meant to go off dead center, where some of the most reinforced parts of the building were, not to mention the very large open area of the council chamber. She reminds him, and he nods, which would have bled off the majority of the energy in empty air. The fact that it still compromised the building's structural integrity means the Semtex was well made, or possibly pre-existing sabotage. What? Well, who's to say? This is a lot of boom. But the building is a stable piece of work for all its fancy adornments. Most of it just trashed the main chamber and sent a shockwave down the halls. It would have caused some damage to the building, but would it be enough to render the building unsafe? That chamber has some of the most powerful supports in the building to both give it a large open area and support the fancy roof above it. The roof hasn't collapsed. There's no outward sign of damage, but that room is near gutted. His face visibly contorts and his eyes narrow as he seems consumed in thought. It's more like watching a drama than dealing with a person, but what if the bomb was to hide something? Something in the building is compromising to someone, and since it went off in the wrong chamber, it might still be in there. That's getting off track. I needed your help to identify the explosive and any details about it. You've given me those. It's Semtex, a human-invented explosive known for its reliability, but it's been modified to make it more easily tracked, which means the formula was either copied without thinking or it came all the way from Earth. She says, and Schenk looked shocked before thinking, "You think it may have come from the Dauntless? You're the only publicly known users of such weapons, meaning the prime suspect if anything goes slightly wrong. It would be beyond stupid to use our own explosives to do something like this. Much more reasonable to use a plasma weapon. It's my job to try and see what's going on. Not to play favorites or nice. Thank you for your time, Mr. Barnabas," she says before leaving the room, turning back towards the exit and heading out. She needs to bring what she's learned to the rest of the investigation team and away from this man before the growing heat makes her jump onto him. She needs to hire a prostitute or something. She's clearly not been late enough if she's falling this fast after meeting a possible suspect, no less. She can admit it's not likely. But the nearby gaggle of explosive experts have to be considered when something explodes. It's just common sense. You can't rule out a suspect out of hand. You have to be thorough, you have to be smart. Out of Cruel Space, Part 355. The Dauntless. The main supports of the building are compromised, and the entire structure is a death trap. Only drones are permitted into the building to avoid possible fatalities, and the damage is below where the blast wave struck. An entire floor below where the blast wave struck. It's like the structural damage wasn't so much caused as exposed by the destruction, which just makes things more complicated and more frustrating. The deeper structural scans have exposed a long straight fault through each of the supports that would have gone overlooked if the entire thing shattered at once, or more likely, if one side had suddenly collapsed, it would have dragged down the entire central structure. However, this sabotage is registering as pre-existing and uses a combination of both the weight of the structure pushing down and the outer gilding and decorations on the wall had disguised it for an unknown length of time. How many council meetings had happened where this giant death trap been hanging over everyone's head? Who had done this and why? This wouldn't have happened at the basic construction as a building this important is scanned and rescanned during initial construction. A hand falls on Linda's shoulder and she jumps in shock. She had been so absorbed by her work, she hadn't even noticed Officer Larice approaching. Your shift ended 2 hours ago. If you didn't have a guest, we wouldn't have noticed you working yourself to death. Log out and get some rest. Officer Larice tells her, and Linda rises up, first with a sigh and then with a groan as it feels like her knees have rusted solid. Clearly she's been at her desk far too long. Who's here? She asks as she rolls her shoulders and finds there's an uncomfortable stiffness there too. A man, Larice says in a teasing tone, and Linda pauses. A man? Why would a man come to see her? What? Who? Some cutie off the Dauntless? I didn't know you were getting cuddly with those humans. I thought they freaked you out with their lack of axiom presence. They do. It's horrifying. And somehow worse when they do have a presence, because they don't show you just what they're feeling. They show you more than you ever want to know. Part of him was wondering if I was edible. Well, I suppose, if the man is willing to. Not the fun way, Larice. He had cannibalistic impulses. Really? Really. It was scary. He was judging me as a threat and a mate and a meal at the same time. Well, don't you start that council nonsense about every race being special and unique in their own way. A race that has to actively suppress the desire to kill and eat their fellows, forcibly mate with them or simply murdering them, concurrently, is a race we need a healthy distance from. An urge is very different from an action. Not to mention those three are so deeply buried I'm not even aware of them anymore. Specialist Barnabas says from the entrance of the room, and she nearly recoils at the sight of him. The longer she has to process that maelstrom that's just barely hidden within him, the worse he appears. What are you doing here? She hisses, taking a step away, and Larice gives her an odd look with clear confusion tinting her presence. He's on loan to us from the Undaunted. His accreditation and forensic investigation are at a level where he won't be an active hindrance, and he's a specialist in chemical explosives, such as the one used in the case. Which also means he's a suspect in the case. There are not a great many chemical explosive experts or specialists. He shouldn't be here. I'm under orders from Admiral Cistern to assist in the investigation. I and the rest of the Undaunted have been cleared by your commanding officer in that the stores on the Dauntless have been audited, and the chemical manufacturing plants and laboratories are not missing any of the ingredients required to manufacture the explosives in question. Specialist Barnabas says, and tosses a data chit to her. She pulls at it with axiom as it soars through the air, and is then cut off by Larice as she goes to plug it in. You are done for the day. Come tomorrow, you're going to be working with this man. And if I don't want to? She asks, thinking back to that utter maelstrom of madness she had seen roiling off of him. There were deep, intrinsic desires to hurt things in there. She didn't like that at all. Then another officer will. What? But what? Don't play stupid human. You and your kind are all. She trails off as Larice is beginning to boil with frustration and disappointment. I frighten you, Specialist Barnabas says. You would frighten anyone with sense, she replies. There is a bit of a saying back home. Barnabas states blandly, words are words and deeds are deeds, meaning? She asks, wondering why a banal statement of the obvious is important in any conversation. Meaning I can have every murderous impulse that ever existed. I can then describe in sadistic and deeply personal detail how I'm going to act on them. But unless I actually act on them, I haven't actually done anything wrong. Something disturbing? Maybe. Wrong? No. The laws of my people and the laws of Centris, and this is universal to every spire. They persecute based on what has been done, not what might have been. I have not done anything, although I might have done a great many things. She takes a deep breath to steady herself and notices something. The heat is not there. Has he turned his pheromones off somehow? You are not giving off pheromones? She asks, and he sighs before tapping his cheek. You do have eyes, use them. He chides her as he pokes at the strange sheen across his skin. This is uncomfortable, but it blocks out all pheromones. It is, however, unhealthy for very long periods, but it erases the only trace you humans give. She realizes with a small level of dawning horror. If only the ears and eyes can be used to track them, then they're as good as invisible to a huge portion of the galaxy. There are entire religions based around blindfolding oneself and using axiom to guide your way. Linda even believed in it, in the flow of life. Mostly. It's not flawless. Too much exertion on my part will wear through it in time. Higher temperatures and humidity levels also reduces its effective lifespan. Barnabas says, and Linda gives Larise a pleading look. Just go home, Linda. He's working with us on the case now. No. Linda says resolutely, and Barnabas raises an eyebrow. What it means, she doesn't know. No, I won't let anyone else suffer his presence. Surely without the pheromones, you're not under his snare, right? Look at him. He's dangerous. His body is a molded weapon. He's an expert on dangerous explosives, and he's been designed to ensnare the thoughts of women while keeping his own hidden. She protests hard, and his face furrows. Does that mean he's angry? It might mean he's angry. People furrow their faces when they're angry, but not always. And look at you. Lust incarnate to inflame a man's senses and ensnare their mind, wielding magics that allow you to predict the future and drink deep in the thoughts of others. A trick you're so used to using that you find it unnatural when another's thoughts are beyond your grasp, no less. We're both dealing with something out of damn fantasy while trying to sort the facts, so if you could please be a professional about this, I would be appreciative. She's what? But that? She focuses on the last bit. It made the most sense. Will you be reciprocal in that? She asks, and he raises his eyebrow again. What does that even mean? It's a quizzical eyebrow. Reciprocal in what? Professionalism. If I keep things professional, will you? Whether you're professional or not, I will be. So no, it won't be reciprocal. It will be unconditional. He states sternly, and she can feel her face pulling in surprise. He rolls his eyes, and she can remember that being a thing in holodramas, but it's still confusing. Excuse me a minute, Linda, I need to talk with him a moment. Larise says, and with a gesture of her head, Barnabas follows her out, and they close the door to the room. Linda is amused by this attempt and focuses axiom into her ears. The hell is wrong with that woman? Barnabas hisses. Too low for normal hearing, but Linda gets it cleanly. I get that there's a sliding scale for how much someone uses axiom over their other senses, but it should go from 80 to 20 or something, not 10,000 to 100. She is one of our best investigators and interrogators. She can tell if someone is lying from across a room. Great dandy. She's hyper-paranoid of me when she can't sense me, and damn near pants-shittingly terrified when she can. The only reason she didn't run screaming last time is that she was clearly in some kind of shock. Is this normal? She follows the flow of life, a spiritual way about focusing your perspective, all in the axiom. Larise answers, and there's the sound of flesh meeting flesh. Did he just slap her? That is. Barnabas says before Linda storms out of the room and pauses to see his hand is to his own forehead, and Larise is unharmed. He just stares at her, looking like one of the fake things from a holovid, and sighs. Do I have to work with her? He asks. There's something in his tone. It usually means pleading. I'm not going to let you terrify anyone else, Linda vows. Go home, Linda. You're done for the day. No, so long as he's here. So am I. Work 8-hour days, lady, and that's without overtime or extra effort, he says plainly. You're 2 hours overtime, and I've got 2 hours before finishing up, maybe more. Her response is to pull in at the local axiom to push away her exhaustion and revivify her body. It feels odd and unnatural, but it is necessary and needed. I will not allow you anywhere in the station without me. Linda, you are so out of bounds that I'm half tempted to have you straight up arrested. Will that help solve the case or sort out the mess that occurred in the council building? No? Then let's just work on it. Now, I've done some searching and stumbled on a few leads. If you're willing to come with me, we can start dealing with things, and we can hopefully narrow down who or what we're going after. What? Do you think that some rogue virus or a spirit from beyond might be responsible? This galaxy is insane enough to have it happen. You look like you just had a 6-hour nap and a gallon of coffee, so I'd say you're fit to go. No more than 2 hours. She's put in a lot of overtime as in, and having her regularly going for more than twice a standard workday is too much to go unnoticed by personnel resources. I'll have her back in an hour at most. We have a few nearby chemical producers that give out the compounds that we found in the bomb. Are you certain? All it does, it make things smell, meaning it's in low demand considering how chemically sensitive most of the galaxy is. Not a lot of places make it, and they're all special orders. Unfortunately, they blew me off as an undaunted soldier. But an undaunted soldier and an investigator sent from the council? They won't be able to say no. These chemicals aren't overly complicated. They could be made by almost anyone, perhaps, but DMDNB is something designed to smell and dissipate as vapor. Much easier to simply order some in. Not to mention there are many races that would find it unpleasant to manufacture and work with. Not to mention it has little, if any, practical use outside of being a chemical marker. It's not going to see a lot of sale or production, which narrows the search pool considerably. I suppose it does. Let me grab my coat. She stops as she finally gets really good look at Barnabas. Whatever he's slathered himself in looks almost solid on his skin, as if he were covered in wax. Is something wrong? How much longer is that stuff going to last? Several hours, hopefully before that I can wash this gunk off, however. It's rather uncomfortable, he admits, and she nods. Very well, but we're taking my vehicle. I don't know what kind of chemical-propelled madness you brought here. Off-the-market refurbished hover vehicle. I see. She says, doubting he would have something so practical. The strange oddity to him wouldn't allow something so normal, right? Right? Out of Cruel Space, Part 356. The Dauntless. Going directly to the manufacturer and getting the list of all customers that made purchases of the compound was the easy part, which then revealed the hard part. The list was nearly 5,000 women long, and that was just in the last 2 weeks. Apparently, the product had been selling well, and many chemicals that the humans made use of were popular products. In that light, it was a minor miracle that half of Centris wasn't rubble at this point. She turned back to glare at Specialist Barnabas. The man was useless. He wasn't even facing the receptionist who had gotten the information and was looking outside. Is this how he investigates? She had to check multiple times that he was still there and hadn't just faded into nothingness or popped out of existence like a bad dream. There's a slight humming sound, and she looks at him sharply. Act casual. I beg your pardon? She asks him, and he does not move. I said, act casual. We're being watched. He states, and she resists, sighing in exasperation. The secretary seems to be taking him seriously if her sudden nervous aura is any indication, but for pity's sake. Yes, it's called security cameras. They're in each corner of the room. Not that. He answers before taking in a deep and somewhat loud breath. I've spotted the same woman passing in front of the building 8 times now. That is cause for concern. Once or twice is explainable by someone being lost or perhaps exercising in public. But 8 times? You were watching for trouble? I make you uncomfortable and you're better suited to dealing with things officially. So I stepped out of your way and took watch. He answers. We have an Alfar acting suspicious. Tan skin, long pale hair with a silver sheen. White shawl with armored pauldrons overtop some kind of armored bodysuit, green and white. He states, and she follows his gaze. He does not see the woman. If she holds true to her patterns, she'll be coming around the corner any minute now. It takes a few moments, enough that she almost scolds him for the false alarm, and then the woman in question shows up. The description is spot on. She watches as the woman passes by, clearly looking into the building, and then passes by. She's not as subtle as she thinks she is, Barnabas notes. This was supposed to be the easy part. Linda mutters to herself, and he holds up his communicator. I took a few pictures of her after the 4th time she showed up. He says, and she nods. Send them to mine. I'll run them through an algorithm, and we'll hopefully get her name out of it. She says, and he fiddles with his device for a few moments. As she grabs the data chip the receptionist was kind enough to give them and starts moving. She looks back to see that he's keeping pace, just 2 steps behind in fact, but is as silent as he is scentless and axiomless. Some small part of her wonders if this is what it's like for lesser and lower things to be stalked like prey. For simple beasts to know that their senses are failing them and they're a single decision away from death. Or perhaps not. Lesser beings are not known for their awareness. So she was merely pacing of out sight. I thought her route was longer. He notes and she senses outwards with Axiom. The woman is easily found and she's very clearly focused on them. But whatever her reason, it's irrelevant in the here and now of the fact she's doing it. Clearly not. She answers the living void next to her. Keep cool. Just pretend we're a pair of trets with official business. Kind of hard when you're a big shock of nothing to the Axiom. She says as she walks up to her vehicle. With this done, they have enough to start processing, and he'll have all the excuse needed to leave and not come back until the next day. I'm actively repressing my presence to not draw attention to myself. He answers, opening the passenger's side door and slipping in. And the waxy substance covering your entire body? She asks him, and he smirks. Skin condition, very embarrassing. Please drop the subject. He replies before looking pointedly to the vehicle parked in front of them. She's following us. If you're so concerned, then why haven't you done anything? She asks, feeling outwards and finding the woman with ease. She's actively suppressing her presence and is hard to keep track of. Following people over a short period of time isn't illegal, just creepy. I need a clear indication of hostility or malice to actually do more than observe and take note. He answers, and yes, it's a reasonable and rational code of conduct, minimizing potential damage and giving the benefit of the doubt. That it came from him makes her want to deny it, however. She pulls on the Axiom to push back on the exhaustion creeping in. She needs a meal, a nap, and a few hours to herself to clear her head. Something's up. Barnabas states before she even activates the vehicle. She sighs in frustration. What? What is above us? Not literally up. I mean, something is wrong. Something doesn't fit. There's a pattern I'm not consciously able to see, but some part of me can. I need more details, she says. Goosebumps on the back of my neck, a sinking feeling in my gut, an inexplicable sensation of dread and doom, a general feeling of danger. I can't narrow it further. So you think something is about to go wrong, but you can't specify. How very useful. She notes as she starts up the vehicle and he shifts. She looks at him to see him fidgeting, grabbing onto the seat and the door as if things are about to explode. He grows increasingly agitated, looking around as if under direct threat even as they lift off the spire. Calm down, but, he replies. Even if we're in danger, a pair of supposed threats can slip away from almost anything. If the man is visibly panicking, it's another matter entirely. You think there's danger? Stop drawing attention to yourself and potentially bringing normal people into the line of fire. She tells him, and he goes still, instantly getting control of himself and setting himself into a singular position, one primed to a blast of movement. There's only a wavering in the car's axiom field to warn them before the front of the vehicle shreds itself just before a turn. In a single moment, the world dissolves into a blur of movement, as Barnabas crudely pulls in an enormous amount of axiom and focuses it into something in his blood that spreads it instantly into his nerves and muscles. The sheer roiling emotions around him are screaming of danger and suggesting to flee, to fight, to plan, to hide, to do thousands of different things at once. But above all else, there is a single overriding command. Move! He pulls her safely out of her seat as he opens the door, leaps out the side of the car, and then pulls her into an embrace, even as they're careening through the air. His aim is good, and they splash down into an ornamental pool, terrifying the harmless fish and causing an enormous splash. He hits the bottom, but the water has bled off so much momentum that he merely pushes off it, and they surface gasping for breath. He pushes her out of the water, and then climbs up himself, just as her car slams into the side of a building that's thankfully reinforced enough that it doesn't cause anything more than some surface damage and gives everyone enough time to scatter before the ruined hulk can land. Are you all right? He asks her, and she turns. His instincts are aligning among protection and retaliation. Running isn't even on the list as she can see his eyes dart around for threats, as his aura bays for blood and vengeance. There is a focus now, centered on her with a will to protect and preserve. It's nearly as horrifying as the sheer hunger for violence boiling off of him. They both barely dodge death, and he's furious about the attack. That's an apex, all right. That is a completely apex reaction. She can't help but notice that the layer of pheromone blocker has been stripped away by the sheer force of the water, and his face is pale even as his eyes go bloodshot. He takes a few deep breaths, and his entire presence seems to go from hyperfocus to a chaotic storm, and the axiom bleeds away, concealing it. "We need to get to cover," he tells her, and she nods dumbly, any thought of exhaustion on the long day fading as they rush into the entrance of a building to conceal themselves somewhat from attack. "Did you call for help? Already? When did he find time to do that?" "It's been 10 seconds at most since her car was completely ruined." "Yay, I have an emergency button on my communicator. I held it down for a few seconds. We have reinforcements inbound," he says as he keeps a watch out. Then he guides her a little deeper into the natural shadows of the entrance and makes himself a barrier between the outside world and her. "What are you doing?" "You may be an officer of the council, but I'm a soldier of the undaunted. My duty is to protect, with my life if needs be. Let me do my job, but I've got the body armor, I've got the training." He answers her protest even as he looks out. He scans and rescans the area. Linda sighs before closing her eyes and sensing hard. There is sheer panic and confusion in the area. What pain there is seems mostly concentrated on sprained ankles or on those who tripped to evacuate in a hurry. She goes deeper. The marking on Barnabas' shoulder grabs at her attention, but she moves past it. A great deal of the axiom flow from her car has bled away, and it's being reduced to inert metal and plastics. "I didn't sense the bomb," she realizes. "Pardon?" he asks, turning to look her in the eyes. His eyebrow is up. "The bomb used no axiom at all," she says, and the other goes up to join it for a moment before furrowing hard. "We'll need to run tests on it, but if the bomb wasn't axiom-based, it may very well have been more plastic explosives, which means our bomber is aware of our investigation and just tried to kill us," he says before turning away to start his vigil again. "I need to call my... Her vision wavers, and she pulls at the surrounding axiom to bolster herself. Her communicator slips from her fingers, and she staggers for a moment before righting herself. "You're beyond exhausted. We need to get you to safety so you can get some rest." "No," she answers, pulling so hard at the surrounding axiom that it actually kicks up a wind. She fortifies herself without shifting her body. She's overdue for rest and a meal, and the axiom just isn't enough. It needs something to work with, or far more axiom than is acceptable to pull on. Either pull in enough or not any at all. You're wasting your time and energy otherwise. He scolds her. "Don't tell me how to use axiom. You lived your life without it. I may not have lived with axiom, but I know a thing or 50 about pushing too hard. Either way, it needs commitment. Half-assing it will just get you hurt. Do it or not. Don't go halfway." "What?" "Do or do not. There is no try," he says before sighing. "Don't tell anyone that I used that quote, by the way. If you're just trying to confuse and exasperate me, then you're succeeding with aplomb." I'll take it. Our ride's here," he says, even as an armored vehicle descends from above. "Come on, medics. Food and sleep await. You're tired. Adrenaline crash." "What?" "My body makes natural combat drugs. But when they wear off, there's a huge blast of exhaustion," he answers before stepping out and waving down the APC. It lands mere meters away and opens up. Several soldiers jump out, and he offers a salute. "Good to see you, Commander. I hope you don't mind if Officer Score and myself have a sit-down behind some nice, safe armor." "Get inside, soldier," the commanding officer tells him, and he gratefully walks into the APC before turning around. "Come on, officer. I know you don't like us, but we're on your side, please," Specialist Barnabas says, holding out his hand to her, and she just stares at him. Out of Cruel Space, Part 357. The Dauntless. Her vision wavers moments after sliding into the cushioned seat. The danger, the excitement, the sheer distraction as she tried to feed on the local axiom. The fact that Barnabas has the gall to sit right next to her. She takes a moment to rest her eyes as the door closes and puts a large amount of ablative armor and a working shield generator between her and whatever madness is outside. There may be madness inside with the humans here, but there's a little less, she thinks. She closes her eyes to try and sort out her mind. Specialist Barnabas says something, but she doesn't make it out. She'll get clarity in just a moment. She's in her apartment, naked for some reason, as a pair of hands reach around a prominent stomach, and she can feel strong arms around her. The hands start reaching downwards to... She sits up in shock with a blush on her face. She's in a small room with taupe walls and a few small pieces of paper stuck to things. On the nightstand next to her is her communicator on top of a folded bundle of fresh clothing she does not recognize. There is a message on her communicator as she rises up from the bed and she checks it. It's a message from Specialist Barnabas asking that she message him when she's up and about. She glances around the small room again. The bits of paper are legible from a standing height. Bathroom, exit, lights, control panel under this wall panel. Very basic things, as if she were a child in need of help. She goes to the exit and opens the door, then immediately flinches back when she sees that there's a guard just outside. She closes it by reflex, having not been actually ready to deal with anyone in this state. "Is everything all right, miss?" the human on the other side of the door asks. "Yes, I just wasn't expecting you there." She lies and there's no response. Has he left? Is he planning something? Is there... She takes a deep breath and calms herself. If they wanted to hurt her, she wouldn't be waking up in a small guest room, unharmed, and with a set of new clothing. Although on the thought of clothing, she feels grimy and distinctly unclean. She checks the bathroom, and there's a few more indicators, ones that are almost insulting for how they seem to be judging her as an idiot. She knows what a toilet is. It's a fairly universal idea to use a seat with waterworks to flush away the filth. The shower is equally universal. Water is a cleansing substance, although she makes a point of examining the soaps in the shower area. They're cheap, but perfectly normal store-bought brands. No human chemicals here. One possible worry pushed aside, she checks the room all over for possible cameras. None. She then checks the sleeping chamber and finds none. Apparently, these humans like their privacy when sleeping or bathing. A shockingly reasonable attitude. Her clothes are rumpled, and although she can't really smell anything she wants out of them. They had landed in an open-topped aquarium. After all, the fish do their business in there. Sure, it broke their fall and saved their lives, but it was filthy. The hot water pouring over her and the feeling of soap carrying away all of yesterday's problems is heavenly. She only resists singing in the shower by humming happily as she gets herself clean. The towel supplied in the room is huge, fluffy, and spotless. Soon enough, she's opening a package of off-the-shelf, adjusting bras and fitting herself with one. The clothes they got her seem to be second-hand but thoroughly washed, with a slight scent of something, likely washed twice. Once in whatever hell chemicals humans use, and then a more reasonable tumble through a few cleaning cycles to clean off what they used to clean it in the first place. For all their faults as a race, a people that go to total war with filth and dirt can't be all bad. A reddish shirt, big, thick, and with a hood and a clear pouch pocket on the front. It's the oddest piece, as it's a little tight around the chest but baggy everywhere else. She assumes some smaller race used it as more of a walking blanket than anything, and it was grabbed because it perfectly offset her naturally green hair. The pants they got her are tight but not uncomfortable, but very warm and flexible, and there's a skirt in gray and blue to give her some more coverings. Her shoes aren't far away, and there's a bag for her clothing, which she gratefully uses. She then taps at her communicator to check through it, again, now that she's feeling like a tread again, and not some crude hologram of one. If she can get a meal in, she'd be set. Her identity search came back several hours ago, likely not even a half hour after falling asleep. A Takra, not an Alfar. Vera Arlitos, she's been questioned and was apparently openly scouting a potential mate. Great. So that girl was just a distraction that the human noticed, and we have no idea who put the bomb in my car. Just great. She sits down on the bed and considers. The Takra was just a distraction and useless information. What is known? Both the council and now the investigation team into the event in question have been attacked with non-axiom-based explosives. These explosives have been made likely from a chemical printer, a very common, very old, and very widespread technology. Their suspect list is 5,000 articles long, and many people no doubt are curious about human technology, so a great number of them will be hobbyists and those with more curious bends as well as some degree of scientific knowledge. Before calling Barnabas, she checks the rest of her messages. She gets today off, because apparently it's standard procedure when someone's been actively dodging death outside of a war zone to give them time off. The fact that the message states that Barnabas isn't going to get his day off and will be teamed up with someone else has her send an emphatic hell no, which means she has just given up a day of paid leave she could have used to listen to music and read on her favorite chair. She'll make the human pay for it in some way. That done, she finally cues up a talk with Barnabas, and the sound of his communicator buzzing rings in her ear for a moment. Wah! Comes a slow, low, exhausted voice from the other side. I'm up and about. We have more work to do, she says, and there are several short and punchy words she does not recognize, followed by a frustrated groan. She's actually smiling by the time she hears him finish waking up. All right, what's the timetable? I can be there in 5 if you really need me, but if you give me an extra 10, I can show up clean as well. Take your time, she says pleasantly. There's the sound of him clearing his throat of something and a swallowing noise. There should be an R&R room not far from you. The guard outside your room will have directions. I'll be with you shortly, Barnabas says, and the call ends. So I have to talk with more humans. Great, she says, more teasing than actually annoyed. Ma'am? The soldier asks as she opens the door again. Which way to the nearest R&R room? She asks, and he indicates to his left. 5 doors down on your right. Snacks, entertainment, soft seats and such, he says, and she nods before heading off that way. Blank nothingness of a being aside, there was good manners and businesslike attitude. Now that she's had more time to sleep, rest and consider. Not to mention actually seeing how they react to sudden danger and such. It's not a lot easier, but she finds them considerably more understandable and reasonable. The room is full of plush chairs, several view screens all over, and vending machines. The machines have blatant warnings on them that they're stocked with human food and will not be safe for anything else to eat. Several buttons even have warnings for caniders and advise them to consult a biologist before trying these things. With that encouraging note, she sits down and outright sinks in a chair. There's a lever to the side, and pulling it has the entire thing unfold into what can be best described as a makeshift bed. That's a wonderful invention, and she lets out a sigh of satisfaction. In seeming no time, the door opens, and Barnabas walks in wearing his casual clothing and stops to stare at her. What? She asks, annoyed already that she can't tell what's going through his head, especially as it clearly involves her. Why are you wearing my shirt? Where did you even get that? He demands, and she freezes. Baggy everywhere but the breasts? Of course it's a man's shirt. Why didn't she think of that? But why is it his? His deep groan and stepping backwards out of the room to look around is suspicious as all hell. Excuse me a minute. And just like that, he's gone. She has no idea what to make of this sudden shift to the situation, but is already considering putting her clean body into dirty clothing makes her shiver in disgust. There's a sudden banging sound, shouting in a foreign language even as she rises up, the chair folding back up into its proper position as she does so, and a few moments later, Barnabas has returned with a fellow solider in a struggling headlock as he shrugs off multiple punches to the gut. Miss Score, my associate has something to... Barnabas' words are cut off as his opponent finally gets a good shot in and starts to wiggle away, only to be tackled around the midsection. They roll together with Barnabas ending up on the bottom, and the other man starts to run, only to slam onto his face as Barnabas grabs his foot and drags him back in, dodging and deflecting kicks the whole time. You fucking tried to mess with me? I'll fucking... The other man slips out of his boot and races away. Barnabas simply throws it after him and stomps back into the R&R room with an angry look on his face. He then walks up to Linda and pushes up on her hanging jaw as she has had a very hard time processing what the hell she was seeing. He quickly goes to one of the vending machine and gets a can of fluid with jagged green lettering on the side and drinks it down in a hurry. What the hell was that all about? She finally asks as he finishes. A woman wearing a man's clothes is an implication of an intimate relationship. Lines get blurry along family lines, and that lending clothing around is fairly common. But generally, if a woman is wearing an unrelated man's clothing, it's a sign they've been up to something that necessitates her having fresh clothing, but only having his available. What conclusions does that draw? Her mind goes back to her dream for a moment, and she can feel her cheeks burn. Yes, exactly. Just keep the stupid shirt. It's too tight around the breasts. I'll never wear it. She replies and he sighs. Fine. When you're done with it, just bring it back to me, and we'll not mention this again. He says as he heads to another vending machine and gets out a pastry. He all but inhales it. Now, from what I understand, you've refused to take a day off and will be dealing with me for the entirety of the joint investigation. We've got a couple hours before we're officially on the clock. If you want to ask questions not pertaining to the case, now is the time. What happened to my car? Totaled. The basic frame is mostly in one piece but heavily compromised. Fixing it will cost more than just buying another second-hand. We'll be using mine. I don't want to be driven around in some explosion-powered madness. I already told you that it's a refurbished air car. The only things about it you won't find anywhere else on Centris are the reinforcements to the frame and the hidden weapon caches on it. Also the fact that I'm not going to be getting into any kind of car without giving it a bomb check for a very, very long time. All right, first off, I want to... No. You acted just like an apex on protection orders regardless of your thoughts. How are you humans working? I mean, what are the different types? Why is your rank specialist? We're a mobile military base with army and branching out in a lot of ways. I'm a specialist because I'm very good with explosives, but there are special squads being made. Titan Squad, the Silent, the Ninjas, the Nerd Squad. There are more. But I'm becoming part of the professionals, a group of people who are focusing on getting advanced education up to a galactic standard. In my case, forensic investigations. Make sense? And how far into your education are you? Just 6 months, I've managed to pass a few early tests and have been approved for basic field work. I'm at a level where I won't be a hindrance on the field. But going out myself is still a few years away, and a few more tests away provided you pass them. She prods and he chuckles. Exactly now. He's cut off by a gurgling sound. I need to eat. We have food available that's safe for Trets if you care to join me. That's acceptable. Out of Cruel Space, Part 358. The Dauntless. She's stunned at how much flavor there is in the meal. There are 2 versions, one safe for general galactic consumption and one for humans, and those with redundant blood, purifying and countertoxin organs. So mostly just humans and the more insane species like Canador and such. What is this again? Pizza? Pizza. A basic idea with nearly infinite variations. This one I'm eating actually has that strange lizard thing for the meat on it. Lanrak, a very common domesticated animal the galaxy over. Weird texture, weirder taste. Your plate and cup are filled to the brim with poison and you think the Lanrak is bad? It's not bad, it's just weird. Is this what crocodile tastes like? I was told it tastes like chicken. Crocodile. A crocodile is a reptilian ambush predator that spends enough of its time in the water to be mistaken for amphibious, nasty bite and very sneaky for a beast its size. Barnabas answers as he folds his slice and inhales half of it. I'm almost positive this isn't breakfast-appropriate food. It's lunchtime somewhere. Yes, but that's about 6,000 kilometers that way. She replies, pointing past him, and he shrugs. Food is food. You're hungry. I'm hungry, so we're solving the problem. Yes, but she's on her second slice and he's gone through 6 double-sized slices. I have more internal organs, muscles, denser bones, and a few other things that need the fuel. Not to mention a man my size needs a lot of protein and calories to keep things moving. You're not that tall. I was referring to physical conditioning. He replies somewhat defensively. So what if he's not 6'6"? He's still chiseled out of solid stone. She gives him an odd look and openly tries to decipher the expression on his face. Clearly she's starting to pay much more attention, which is good, because a noisy mixed mess hall, and while the fresh recruits of other species and friends invited in may stand out like flares in the darkness here, the vast majority of the diners are human and therefore invisible to her senses. although he can immediately tell when his fellow man of hue starts using Axiom as she quickly turns to get a good look at them. And then his communicator goes off. He checks it and his eyebrows go almost straight up. "I'll be back. The Admiral wants to speak with me. The head of your order and polity? Yes, it's possible he wants a status update. Have you not filed your paperwork?" Her question is reproving, and he holds out his hands in a placating gesture. "I have, but confirmation is a big thing around here. This shouldn't take too long," he says simply, and she nods. "Sir, am I being pimped?" Specialist Cenk Barnabas asks after a few moments. "I wouldn't put it like that, Soliter. I'm not asking anything of you that I wouldn't do myself." Admiral Cistern replies, "Hell, he did so with me." Ambassador Nikti Tal remarks from in his lap, "How the hell does this situation make sense to me?" Barnabas asks with a groan as he slowly palms his face and rubs the side of his temple to try and get a better grip on the situation. "You are permitted to refuse, soldier," Admiral Cistern says, and Barnabas straightens up. "I'm not refusing, sir. I'm just coming to grips with the fact that my military orders include seduction and possible fornication." "Just possible?" Ambassador Tal asks teasingly even as she pointedly adjusts how she's sitting in the Admiral's lap. "The next bomb could be under my seat." Barnabas says grimly, "Likely not. I highly doubt you will be going anywhere without checking things first. You understand these weapons and will not be making the same mistake twice." "Yes, sir." "Now as to why I want you to accept Miss Arlatov's offer. The psychological profile of this woman means that when she has decided upon a target, there are few things to dissuade her. Furthermore, by accepting it, we retain some control of the Arlatos effort to create the newest and greatest warriors in the galaxy." "I see," Barnabas states. "Once again, soldier, these orders are technically beyond my authority. I am not telling you to do this, I'm asking you. Barnabas begins as he thinks. "I am unwilling to have any child of mine abused and broken for the sake of making some kind of absurd warrior." "I understand." Admiral Cistern states, "If these Takra push, I am pushing back. I understand that I'm going to be stalked by an increasingly manic Wersmilodon if I don't accept." "No, you will not. If you choose not to accept, I will have them kept away from you. I will not have my soldiers stalked or harassed." Admiral Cistern assures him, and he thinks, "Still, a girl that's powerful backup in danger. Is completely DTF and probably kinky to the point I'll need to worry about being eaten, literally. Is this really the human thought process?" Ambassador Tal asks with a slight giggle. Barnabas finally realizes he's been thinking out loud. "Depends on the human," Admiral Cistern notes. "Sir, what's the tactical readout of the situation?" Barnabas asks. "In relation to..." Sir Philip says from behind Barnabas, who outright jumps in shock and has to take a few moments to calm down. "The bombs, we believe there's a planner with either an overeager or incompetent underling to do the actual on-the-ground work. Both uses of bombs were good ideas poorly executed. The attack on the council building was clearly intended to cause damage to a specific part the bomb was clearly not in. Furthermore, since it was relying on the courier, not being as early as her reputation would suggest she would be, it would have been far wiser to simply have the package dropped off at a specific office or doorway rather than into the main center with a timer to have it detonate on the way. Likewise with the car explosive, the bomb was just the right size to destroy the engine, but it was in the wrong place if the intention was to kill either of you. Therefore, we suspect two parties, one with the plans and the executor who's either overeager or overthinking things." The proper old butler continues after Barnabas has control of himself again and his eyes stop scanning the room for more disappearing servicemen. "I had come to similar conclusions. The more we've dug, the more we've learned that we were just a hair's breadth from things being very, very different, and probably far more in the favor of our bomber. So someone's screwing up somewhere. If these were intimidation tactics, then the first was too powerful and the second was timed so badly it was a parody. What would the best time for the second bomb to be intimidation-wise? We're 10 steps from the car and it explodes. That's about as clear of a back-off as you can tell someone with explosives." Barnabas states before thinking, "This is actually making responding to the Takra sound better, though. Someone who can become a massive battle beast at the drop of a hat would be dead useful in an ambush or really any kind of firefight. That kind of ability grabs attention like a screaming child with firecrackers. It would give me all the time I need to get civilians to safety and then pick off targets at my leisure, provided any are left unmauled at that point. So you're thinking of accepting? Well, they're trying to make super soldiers, right? Very long term is also something I need to think about, with the upper limits of my aging ripped right off thanks to healing comas and the like. So getting in when the getting's good would be a very good way to at least try and steer that potential horror show away from being one. And if it is a horror show? Admiral Cistern asks. Insider information to rip it apart. Opposite situation, it's all sunshine and rainbows. I check into detox and figure out what the fuck was put into my system. Sir, Barnabas jokes and there's a grin from his commanding officer. In all seriousness, if it goes well, great. We've got some amazing recruits for the future. If not, then I'm in a position to either yank it on track or rip it apart. It's smart to get in and accept the Woman's offer. It's just still wrapping your head around being the eye and arm candy of the galaxy? Ambassador Tal asks, and Barnabas snorts, still getting a handle on being hoed out by my commanding officer. I have asked you to do this, not ordered you to do this, and even if it was a direct order, you would have the legal right to refuse. Admiral Cistern reminds him. Oh, come on, play along already. Barnabas chides his commanding officer, who smiles. You'll note that my uniform is predominantly white, not purple. I'm not putting on a pimp routine. I don't have the hat for it. Admiral Cistern says, and Cenk snorts in amusement. I will buy you the hat if you're willing to play along. I do not have the hat for it yet. Admiral Cistern amends, and Specialist Cenk, Barnabas finally loses control and dissolves into helpless laughter. Permission to leave, sir? Barnabas asks after getting control of himself. Granted. Expect an update shortly about meeting your soon-to-be bride. Admiral Cistern says, and receives a snappy salute from his soldier, who then walks out of the room. The door closes behind him, and the founder and head of the Undaunted sighs as he sinks somewhat into his chair. You didn't like that. Nikti notes, and his arms wrap around her. It's going to take me years before I'm truly comfortable assigning soldiers romantic partners. It's far more power over their lives than I should have, and I can already order them into no-win suicidal scenarios. Oh, this isn't as bad as anyone thinks? I mean, really, what's wrong with you guys? Many of us are from cultures that place a large stigma on forcing people into relationships. It's considered a fairly large taboo by the majority of the ship. Irregardless, this isn't a bad match. I've done my digging. The Ch.351, as they prefer to call themselves, may appear to be a fairly primitive and crude people at first glance, but it is when one takes a second look and truly understands what they're seeing that the race actually has a great deal of virtue to it. Elaborate. Admiral Cistern orders him. Simply put, while the species is indeed clannish and insular, impressing them leads to rampant adoption. These adoptions are almost always a higher clan taking in the best and brightest of smaller and weaker clans, keeping those clans weak but allowing advancements for the individuals. It looks fairly brutish from the outside, but there's nothing legally or even culturally stopping our Solider from working his way up the Ch.351 way of life until he sits on the Council of Elders to the first and foremost clan of the entire species. So they're not exclusive on an axis of race or species, just competence, which means he's going to be getting even more attention soon. We brought only the best of the best, and that tends to catch a lot of attention. Indeed, sir. The crash course in special operations and military capabilities that our men had to pass places the average Undaunted fairly high on the galactic scale of individual power. Only very exclusive groups from very powerful races can come close. Well, duh. That's because you are yourselves a very exclusive group from a very powerful race. There's just not that many of you right now. Nikti protests and Sir Philip nods. Indeed, madam, we've also attracted the attention of those groups. Zedin and Yaoya hunters, Canador war clans, Apuk battle princesses, now Ch.351 maidens seeking the most powerful daughters imaginable. I can't wait to see how you all react to a primal Nagasha demi-goddess. Nikti notes, haven't we already? Admiral Cistern asks, and Ambassador Tall looks up at him in shock. You have? Our interactions are distant but very cordial. It's very much a situation where she's watching us even as we watch her. Sir Philip admits, I have tea with her next Tuesday. Oh. Whoa. Those girls end up with religions following them around and you're just having tea with one? Yes, she's quite the lovely woman and has fascinating insights to share. Sir Philip replies calmly. But that's enough about my social life. So in summation, humans are an apex species. We are naturally drawn to our own and they to us in turn. So a girl like me's the odd one out? Ambassador Tall asks and Sir Philip chuckles. If it makes you feel more important, madam, then you most certainly are. And if I don't like it, then I must extend my most sincere apologies. Sir Philip returns as smooth as silk. I was wondering why there were penned in times for a Kris Kringle to meet with Mother Hubbard. You still haven't told her your name and position? She knows, as I know many of her secrets as well. But the fun is dancing around them while fishing for more. Freaking spies. You can never do things simply, can you? I do many things simply, I just don't draw attention to them. You do realize that if you keep pushing her, she's liable to kidnap you, rejuvenate you, and marry you off to one of her primal daughters. There's also fun in seeing how close to the edge I can bring her without tipping over. I'm going to be down a butler one way or another in 6 months, aren't I? Unfortunately so, sir. Out of Cruel Space, Part 359. The Dauntless. This really isn't the time for that, is the first thing Linda can say when Barnabas informs her about one of the main thrusts of the meeting he just had. Maybe not. But do you honestly expect my stalker to simply stop because we're busy? Atakra? No, I don't expect that from Atakra at all. Linda sighs and Barnabas shrugs. Then there's not much we can do, he says with a shrug. No. What can be done is that you get the meet and greet out of the way with her and calm the Takra down before we have to get to work. Linda says, and Barnabas gives her an odd look. What? Nothing, he remarks. But first, I think we should get you back to your apartment so you can get into your own clothing and get ready the rest of the day. We still have more investigation to do. That was not a real word. Did you understand it? You deliberately mangled a word. That I did. You still understood me, though. Only because the sentence was in context. Good. Use that skill for those like me and my fellows, and you'll have an easy time with humans. Did you just turn a bad joke into a lesson on your species? That I did. Is there a problem? He asks, and she sighs. Just remember which one of us is the investigator in training and which one has full accreditation, she says, and he chuckles. Oh, don't worry. Now have you had enough to eat? I had enough to eat a half hour ago. I've been studying the madness ever since. She answers him, and he looks over the room. A good chunk of the nerd squad are here, and a fair few of them have their alien girlfriends and are showing off some kind of axiom tricks. So how different is my axiom presence compared to theirs? He asks, and she frowns as she scans the room again. How to say this politely? She trails off. Just say it. He tells her, and she draws herself up. At first I thought you were completely insane compared to the rest, she says, and he mimes, flinching back and away from a blow. Then I looked deeper, and what did you see? There's a divide among you humans. Those with more axiom control touch it lighter and lighter. The ones over there? She points towards the nerd squad members all chatting together, and a few of them are volleying a fireball around. Then they get their meal, interrupted by another soldier suddenly spraying them and the fireball down with an extinguisher, and then sprinting clear out of the mess hall as angry shouts and gales of laughter follow them out. That was playful and friendly, and most of the outrage was tinged with amusement. So what you're saying that it's because I'm not too good with axiom that I look so scary when I pull it in. You pull it in too deep and show everything. Not just the surface things I normally see. She says and frowns, even your brains are built differently, but not unreasonably. Of course you'd have a hard time evolving without axiom to smooth things out. Of course you have problems and issues. Like looking into a cracked mirror with us humans, isn't it? Barnabas teases, and she sighs before nodding. Yay, how would my kind have evolved if every day was a struggle? Scary stuff, she says. Apex threats. Not threats anymore. A silence passes between the two of them, and she sighs. All right, that's my fill of melancholy for the week. Let's get moving. And just like that, she leaves the mess hall and then has to stop and let Barnabas take the lead, as she not only does not know her way around the ship, but also doesn't know where in the ship his car is parked. He leads her down a level and into a large docking bay, where hundreds of vehicles are in parked locations. A sort of second and third story have been slapped together to really give things space, especially as almost all the vehicles are capable of flight and hovering. His is on the third level and a fair way in. Oh, wow. What a piece of junk. Linda notes as he begins a quick bomb check on the engines and undercarriage of the vehicle. What? What's wrong with it? He asks as he slides the hood back into place and then locks it down. Aside from the hideous paint job that looks like it came out of a demolition race, the fact that you've welded massive chunks of metal to this and numerous shield emitters for one, it's an old and ugly old model to begin with. The boxy everything fad was short-lived and didn't die fast enough. Hey, this crate may not be pretty, but you'll need dedicated weapon systems or a starfighter to bring it out of the sky. The only reason this puppy isn't classified as an armored personnel carrier is that it can only sit 5 people and some luggage. Throw Semtex bombs on this baby and you'll at most scratch the paint and chip the windows. So what you're saying is that this monstrosity is a cannon away from being capable of fighting smaller starfighters. It's capable now. Ramming is always an option, he says, opening the front door and swinging in. Oh, that's encouraging. Just what a girl wants to hear when sitting in the passenger seat. She says entering the vehicle itself, and he chuckles as the thing comes to life, and he easily guides it out of the Dauntless, and then merges easily with traffic. Also, I never gave you my address. You didn't. I'm heading to the station, and from there you can tell me where to go. He answers simply, and she nods. Marlentine Spire, 43rd level, the Galvinics building. Land on the 4th pad from the top. She tells him and he nods as he taps the general directions into the navigation unit in the aircar. The ride is smooth and he starts humming around to fill the silence as Linda doesn't bother with small talk. Marlentine Spire has its lights on low to keep things more in an evening to twilight aesthetic. There are also vines creeping up and down the buildings with night-blooming flowers all over them. The dark green and purple of the place is nothing short of beautiful, and Barnabas actually slows down so he has time to look around as he enters the Spire's airspace and taking the scenic route. Thinking of renting? Maybe. I've had my head in either PT or books and haven't had much of a chance to look around and explore. He answers as they approach the Galvinics building and finds the landing pad. It's covered in nocturnal flowers. Who maintains all this? There's an entire community that keeps all this going. Hundreds of women, sometimes thousands, make sure all these wonderful little plants are watered and well tended. She says as they land, and she jumps out almost happily. Seeing him react like that, react so normally, she can almost picture a more normal aura around him. He first puts the car into park and then casually pops out a few small components and pockets them. What did you just do? Electronic keys and bioscanners are nice, but with a few necessary components just gone, there's no stealing this car without picking it up and walking off. Barnabas says with a grin, which is a possibility. Linda counters and he chuckles. True enough, but there's only so much you can do to protect something. Although I have heard rumors about someone trying to make self-shrinking vehicles we can just pick up and pocketing them. Which means you have to watch out for pickpockets instead of carjackers. She chides him and he nods. That is one of the issues brought up. He admits as she now leads the way and then brings him up a floor to her apartment. I'll be finished in a few minutes. She tells him and he nods and she all but dashes into her apartment. He leans against the wall next to the door and scans the hallway. Off-white walls and a matching carpet with a dark purple rug that also has small mats in front of each door. There are slight bumps in several of them to suggest someone's hidden something, likely keys or the like, under the mats. He also notices a series of footsteps that look almost barefoot with distinct little claws at the tips. They move over to him and he makes a point of inhaling as this invisible force passes near him. There's a slightly flower smell, but there's also the scent of warm flesh and clothing, and metal and plastic and cloth. He makes a point of not tracking it with his eyes, looking the other way as he listens hard, and hears the figure suddenly turn around and then almost silently lean up against the wall next to him and out of his vision. Then he spins around and his hands are surrounding the smaller woman and glaring down at her. Meow! You humans are assertive. I like it. Vera Arlitos purrs up at him as she grabs his wrists and starts letting out a literal purr. What the? Linda demands, charging out and then stopping as she sees them. Go away, Tret girl. We need adult time. Vera says, pulling up her legs and hanging off Barnabas' wrists to demonstrate just how light she is. Her legs snap out and wrap around his waist. You are in public, Linda snaps. Things can be fun with an audience. I'm on the job. Until the bomb threat is clear, I'm only having that kind of fun on the Dauntless. Entry is invite only. Barnabas says calmly, as he then breaks her grips around his wrists. She just shifts her grip to his lapel and pulls herself up close. Oh, just a few little bangs won't stop me from getting banged. Vera purrs and Barnabas reaches around to his back and starts to slowly pry open her legs to try and get her off. Oh, so exertion can make you give out that wonderful man musk. Lady, this is not the time. Then when is it? She asks petulantly and angrily as Linda groans in frustration and dips back into her apartment. He forces her off him and then pries off her hands from his lapel before holding her up a little and pressing her against the wall. Look, I'm flattered and I'm on board, but now is not the time. Wait, you're on board? Does that mean you want me? That you think a Takra is a sexy little... He cuts her off with a kiss to the lips, and she moans into it even as her tongue wraps around his to try and pull him in as much as she can. His grip shifts, and he goes from holding her up by the wrists to lifting her up by the bottom. He gives it a squeeze as well before pulling away. I know what you want, what the Arlitos seeks. You want the strongest blood, the greatest warrior. That's fine, but understand that any child of mine has me in their life. Really? She begins panting before leaning into his chest, then leaning back. Wait, you know? How? We have spies, good ones. You want my children? You have to take me as well. Oh no! Don't take the ultimate treasure without the whole museum around it, she teases. No. Don't take just the prime bull of the herd. Take the whole thing. Yes, I am basically threatening you with a good time. He admits as her sarcasm bounces off him. If this is how you humans are going to be dealing with the Takra, we're going to be the best of friends. Great, look. I don't want to be the asshole here, but I am all but officially on the clock. I'm investigating a bomb threat, and well-trained or not, you're still legally a civilian, and I can't bring you with me as I aid in the investigations. Why not? Reckless endangerment of civilians is a pretty harsh offense and is taken dead seriously. Civilian? Do I look like a civilian? You look like a theme porn star. What? She demands. Her grip suddenly turns aggressive as she picks him up to hold well over her head, and Barnabas just grins. Then Linda once again rushes out of her apartment, this time with a strange-looking pistol. Really? A stun pistol? Vera's tone is mocking and dismissive even as Barnabas quickly judges a few distances. Put the human down. Linda orders. She's in her full outfit, which is a brown jacket over a black shirt. The jacket is too small to close and is clearly just an accent with some pockets and a place to hang her badge. Also, she apparently really took a liking to the yoga pants as the pistol holster is on her left thigh. I'm fine, Linda. Just testing the boundaries. Barnabas says unconcerned. He has a plan. She's angry. Hurt you levels of angry. Linda warns him as Vera growls. That makes this even easier. Barnabas notes and then suddenly kicks Vera in the throat. Her grip is gone, and before he's even half done dropping, he's grabbed her and pinned her to the floor. What? You... Vera's protest is cut off by her coughing. Lesson 1, you chased me down because I'm a warrior. That means you can expect a warrior's reaction. Threats? Those are answered to eagerly. He says, grinding her down into the carpet, and her form starts to distort. Violence? He slams the top of his head into the back of hers, with axiom running through him. Her form shifting just stops as she hits the floor and then groans. He stunned her. Learn to take a compliment, even if it's crude, little girl, he says, and there's a slight purring sound from the Takra. Oh, did I ever make the right choice? Out of Cruel Space, Part 360. The Dauntless. What do you mean I can't come? Vera Demand and Barnabas bites down on the obvious and easy joke. We're investigating a bomber, trying to track down a lunatic that has already killed people with traps and have taken a swing at us. I have been cleared to investigate things like this. He is a trained soldier and is getting more training to deal with these things. You, get off your communicator when I'm talking to you. Linda lectures the Takra, who, true to the Tret's words, has pulled out her communicator and is typing fast. In a minute, I'm calling in a favor, she says, and Barnabas raises an eyebrow before walking up behind her and looking over her shoulder. Hey, no peeking. It's a surprise. A surprise? A surprise! In the middle of an investigation, he asks incredulously. Yep, she chirps happily and then receives a message back. Oh, yay, that was easy. She then spins around and plants a kiss on Barnabas before jumping on his back and showing him her communicator. And that's the fee. I'm on the team. This certificate certifies that under the laws of Maripool Spire and its local bylaws, the undersigned Vera Arlitos is certified as a private military contractor capable of earning an agreed-upon fee for her services. This negotiation can be delegated to a commanding officer. Barnabas reads out the file brought up on the communicator before Linda pulls the communicator away and starts examining the digital certification. You have got to be joking, Linda says as she scans it. Family and friends discount. Lover boy gets by on a kiss every hour. Vera cheers. Hang on, this can't be legal. Linda says, taking out her own communicator even as Barnabas goes off. Specialist Barnabas. He answers his communicator. Miss Arlitos just had a mercenary license pushed through. Dispatch wastes no time informing him. I'm aware. She showed it to me. This means that if she receives an acceptable fee from you, she will have legal standing to assist in the investigation as a bodyguard. Lover's discount? I got me a kiss. Vera says, letting Barnabas and the dispatcher at the other end know she's listening to the conversation. Good luck, soldier. Thank you, sir. Barnabas replies before hanging up. Hey, why'd you end the call so quick? I wanted to ask him a question, Vera protests. Is he seeing anyone? He's dispatch, I don't know. When he's on the line, he's not so much a person as the voice of a military. That's odd, Linda notes. It helps keep a level of professionalism, he says with a shrug. I see. So we going or not? Let's go. We got bad girls to catch. We got lives to save. Come, heroes. Let us go. Vera announces and Linda smacks her communicator into her forehead in exasperation. Your expertise are not required or desired. Please do not interfere with this investigation. Linda states stoically, Nope. My contract is to guard this man's body, so I will guard the body. Vera says, cuddling in, Oh, my on. Oh, he smells even better. Does having Vera rub her mommy milkers on you make you want her? There is a groan of utter frustration before Linda straightens up. She outright hurls Vera's communicator at her, but the device is easily snatched out of the air as the Takra gives her a fanged grin. I don't think there's any prying her off at this point, Barnabas notes sadly. Well, maybe if mommy had a big belly full of kittens, Vera states. That takes months. That's what you focus on? The timing of things? Linda demands as Barnabas sighs and starts moving. Does this cat look like the kind of woman who doesn't get what she wants? Barnabas asks before reaching behind himself and prying Vera up and off. He draws in Axiom, and his presence is suddenly exposed for all to sense. To Linda's lack of surprise but still disappointment, lust is a prime component. Apparently Vera's charms are working on him. He holds the grinning Takra upside down and balanced with his hand on a shoulder each. We are going into possibly very dangerous places and dealing with dangerous people. There is a time for fun and a time for work. Now it is time to work. Do you understand? He asks even as she holds up her own cape to keep it from flopping into her face. Oh, but you want to play. Anyone can see that. What I want and what I will do are very different things. If I were to follow every little impulse and desire, my behavior would be nothing short of insane and likely suicidal. What's with that anyways? Why is there so much going on all at once? The way my brain is built? And how bad I am with axiom use means this can all be seen easily. If I get better at axiom tricks, you'll see less and less until you only see what I want. The things he listens to are the things that are bubbling near the top of the mess. Linda says, and Vera nods while still upside down, then kicks so hard she jumps out of his hands and lands perfectly. Really? That's neat. So every little itty urge and thing are there to be seen. Talk about honesty. Vera notes, turning around, and Barnabas frowns. You're unarmed, he notes. Oh, giving me a good look over? Naughty humanman. She teases. We're going into a possible combat situation and you have neither weapon nor armor. I am a Chakra. I am the weapon. I am the armor. Only the fiercest of the fierce can even pray to match me when in my war form. I'm playing nice now, but if I want to, I can break this whole building down. If you can control yourself as a beast. Linda remarks with a bit of a sniff. Are you saying I'm not in control? Vera snaps at her, and Barnabas steps between the two. Linda, there's no getting rid of her at this point. Vera, we're on the job, and getting in the way of that is a good way to get thrown off the side of a spire. Terminal velocity tango, kinky. She replies, and he gives her a glare. Oh, I like that look. It's dangerous. Drama sorted out of the time being all three of them head back up to his car, and Vera just watches in a slightly baffled silence as Barnabas gives it a quick bomb check and only opens the door when it's clear. Then the two women look to each other, and there's an unspoken debate between the two as Barnabas starts the vehicle. Vera takes the front seat, and Linda is in the back behind Barnabas and as far from Vera as she can be. All right, what's our destination? Barnabas asks. More I Spire. Level 14. It's an industrial area that ordered a large quantity of the chemicals. We're going to Building 8 of the Waywin Industries. Linda answers. So what are we looking for? Vera asks. Some jokers are playing with human-style bombs. I'm an expert with those, and she's a skilled investigator. Between us, we're hoping to track the perpetrator down. They made a mistake in that they're just using the compound as written and not understanding it. Because of that, there's a chemical mix in it that's very distinctive and very rarely made. So we can track it through that dot. Oh, is that why your car went bang yesterday? Yep, that was a Semtex blast. Semtex? What does this chemical do? Makes it easier to find. No, really, what does it do? I'm being serious. This chemical is not needed in the production of Semtex, but it's included in all human recipes because it's been used by bombers in the past, and this makes it easier to find. Any Semtex produced by the book can be sniffed out with this stuff. I've got a good nose. I can sniff it down easily. Vera volunteers and Barnabas considers it. Do you know what it smells like? Linda asks reasonably, and Vera pauses. That's a silly requirement. We can get an easy sample. What's the stuff made of? DMDNB, or 2,3-dimethyl 2,3-dinitrobutane. Barnabas answers, and Vera just stares at him. What does dimethyl truth butane smell like? She asks, completely mangling it. I have no idea. Humans use detection dogs and chemical scanning equipment to find it. What I do know is that dogs are so sensitive to it that they can find it even if the air saturation is zero point 0.5 per billion. This stuff stands out. Wait, dogs are those canine strain animals that humans tamed long ago, right? Linda asks, and Barnabas nods even as he melds with traffic another level down. That's right, and our missing courier. Jezebella Sakura, she's eloping. Yes, Barnabas confirms. He knows where they're going with this. So she must have smelt something up with the package. It wasn't airtight. We know this because the chemical scanners caught all this as she passed them by. Linda leads on. Then why didn't she do anything about it? Vera asks the obvious question. Because I have no idea what exactly it smells like, so it could have smelt pleasant to her, it could have smelt foul. My sense of smell isn't that strong. But what I do know is that she had no reason to believe that it was anything more than a package that smelt funny. Likely, it was some kind of scam or prank or any number of harmless things that are probably a good percentage of her business. Centris is lousy with conspiracy and petty plots that things like that are boring. Things like stink bombs and tainted food and nonsense like that have to be so par for the course for a girl like that at this point that she doesn't even notice anymore. So we're going after the stinky part you guys put in bombs to make them easier to find. Vera states, well, it's a bomb. If you're using it to blast a new mine shaft or tear down a building for demolitions, then who cares what it smells like? Right. We've got a ton of machines to come in and cover it up quickly. But if someone's using it to hurt people, the smell gives us a way to find it. Hell, it's doing it now, even though we don't have it in our noses. I guess. Still, it's a strange thing to have in a bomb. Vera notes and Barnabas doesn't bother repeating exactly why the chemicals are in the bomb. He's said it numerous times already. If she doesn't get it, she doesn't get it. Morai Spire is an industrial one. Yes, there's a lot of people living on it, and the upper levels have a lot of gardens and parks like most, but the industrial portions start a lot sooner than many of them. There are a lot of bulk transports going to and from the area, and they have a few lanes all their own. The Waywind Building number 8 is chrome and neon. There's a certain brightness and muddiness to everything that is not something that mammalian eyes like. Piss and races. Good grief. Linda groans as Vera squints so hard her eyes are nearly closed. She leads them into the building, and the sounds of machinery echoing off the wall sweeps over all three. Vera immediately covers her nose at the smells, and Barnabas's face wrinkles in response to "What's the stink is?" "Are you two all right?" she asks. "I smell rotting fish," Barnabas complains. "There's something else, something really nasty under it." "Nastier than rotting fish?" "Yeah, it's like a spike right up my nose." Vera complains, and Barnabas considers the fact that the door to the main factory is still closed and likely sealed. Linda knocks on the door to the office, and it's opened by an Anglo woman, her little light flickering blue for curiosity. Her eyes flicker to Vera and Barnabas, who's clearly armed, and the light flickers green for wariness. "Your investigator's score, right?" "I was told to expect you," she says, and Linda nods. "I'm afraid your friends will have to wait outside." "That's all right, you've got comfy enough looking seats," Barnabas states. Vera lets out a growl. "Wait out here? It stinks. I'll be with the car. I can actually breathe there." With that, the Takra woman stomps out. And after Linda enters the office to get some information, Barnabas sits down on the nearest chair and pulls out his communicator. First, he checks exactly what this company makes and then smirks when he sees it. There is also a small list of complaints about the fish smell, but nothing about a sharp smell under it. So he sends a text to dispatch. "Need some smartening up here. Send someone quiet so we don't kick up a fuss, confirmed." He smirks and closes his eyes to start listening hard. No axiom, but he doesn't need it. The wall between the sitting area and the office is very thin. The Anglo woman is either lying like a rug or genuinely ignorant of the odd addition to the smells of the place. But whichever way it rolls, there will be some answers soon. Although he will need to find a legit excuse to bring Linda to evidence that was spotted by an infiltrator. But that's a later problem that needs context to be solved. Out of Cruel Space, Part 361. The Dauntless. The door to the rank-smelling factory opens, and Barnabas is glad for the fresh air. "Private stream with a delivery, sir." "Private stream, you're a little far from home," Brandon says, returning the salute after standing up. "Sir, I requested permission to increase my range, sir. I have a delivery for you, sir," Private stream announces as the door to the office opens. Linda and the Anglo manager of this factory look out as Private stream walks up to Brandon and holds up a briefcase to him. "What's going on?" Linda asks. "Just the delivery of some additional munitions, just in case, as well as a few things to help with the investigation. If I was better trained, I would have thought of these things sooner. But that's why I've got a few hours of studying after today's investigations." "Actually, sir, it's been requested that you field test these munitions should you find yourself in danger. This is one of our first forays into full axiom-based weaponry," Private stream says, opening up his briefcase and holding it up for everyone to see. Inside is a brass and silver gun with a massive barrel, a large clamshell case, and a double holster for both in fetching leather. The undaunted symbol is on both the case and the holster. "Is that an entirely Kutha-built weapon?" The Angla asks in shock, her head antenna glowing red in fear. "No, it's alloyed with titanium for strength, but Kutha is a major component of its construction," Private stream answers. "Looks like a single-barreled weapon, rear-loaded with numerous locks in place for reinforcement. Barnabas says, pulling it out and adjusting it. He opens the main chamber and very carefully does not react when he spots a small package inside. So it's one of those games. He's not good at those games. He reseals the chamber before drawing any attention to it and makes a point of examining the intricate markings around the gun. Walk me through it. What is its name and function? This is the Mark I Initiator, also known as the single-shot caster gun. A purely tactical weapon, there's no rapid or automatic fire here. Each shot is precious. Private Stream begins as Barnabas tucks the gun under his arm and pulls out the holster. It clips into his belt and also wraps around his thigh to put the device in a quick-draw position, likely because they know he uses shoulder holsters for his regular guns, so those areas are occupied. He holsters his new toy and pulls out the clamshell case. Private Stream closes the briefcase and sets it to the side as Barnabas opens the clamshell. There are 18 shots total separated by color. All right, interesting. Variable tactical ammunition is always a fun toy. What am I looking at? Excuse me, Linda says, tapping him on the shoulder, and he snaps the case shut and takes a big step away from everyone and turning away. She guides him another big step away and throws her arm around his neck to hide what she's about to say. What the hell do you think you're doing? A few things. He answers by reflex. Don't do that now. Just answer the question, she hisses in response. Providing a distraction, unbalancing your interrogation target, and offering intimidation without actually threatening anyone. Distraction for whom? This place is suspicious as hell. We need to understand things, so I'm putting them off balance and drawing all the attention to give you time to look at some things without someone hovering on you at all moments. He says, pointedly not bringing up the fact that as they speak, a silent is straight up casing the place. You watch too many movies. She chides him. You don't need a song and dance during investigations. But you've already started, so may as well finish it. Aw, thanks. He says before giving her a kiss on the cheek, and she takes a hurried step away before wiping it off. None of that. She snaps at him all business, and she all but prowls back to the office. The Angla does not follow as she's staring at either Barnabas or Private Stream in turn. Barnabas grins as he brings out the clamshell case from the internal pocket he had tucked it into. He opens it up, revealing that the side on his left has 3 black shells on the topmost row, pale blue just below and dark blue under that. Opposite the top shells are all white, followed by bright red and then deep brown under that. So you want a guide? Private Stream asks. I do. Barnabas says, and then quirks an eyebrow when Private Stream pulls out a piece of paper and clears his throat. First and foremost, be extremely cautious with the black shells. All shells are color-coded, and black-coded shells are extremely lethal and prone to massive collateral damage. The 3 in this case are the 3 currently available. The markings upon them indicate what their capacities are. Pale blue are similar, but rather than highly lethal, they invoke cryogenic effects. Ice to know. Please don't. Private Stream asks him plaintively. Sorry. What's the dark blue? Dark blue shells are raw energy bursts on the blue spectrum. Each of those 3 shells can easily punch through most buildings. Think of it like a plasma release on a level that you'd normally need a cruiser for. Private Stream says, and Barnabas lets out a high and piercing whistle in appreciation. Can I see that paper? Barnabas asks, and Private Stream hands the guide over. The black shells have a full paragraph of warnings in front of each of them. Each one has abbreviation markings on them in white, EH, FL, and CS, or rather Event Horizon, Flatline, and Cruel Shot. Event Horizon creates a black hole that lasts a single second. Flatline twists the space around it, so that everything is pulled into a place only a millimeter wide before the effect wears off, and everything is suddenly crunched together. Finally, Cruel Shot is just a big blast of null, which if he fired into traffic would end up with hundreds, if not thousands of deaths. All 3 of them hit wide areas and can kill in huge quantities. The light blues are more than just ice. They create massive glaciers where they hit. Glaciers as strong as steel. Lethal if caught in it, but the real prize is battlefield control. He can cut off entire avenues of reinforcement and retreat. Dark blue is what Stream said it was. Basically a blue-hued blast of accelerated plasma and energy. Unless something has some powerful shields, it's going to die when hit with that. It might even overload his brand's ability to resist that nonsense. White launches ball lighting calibrated to be non-lethal. It's a bitch of a long-range taser that will drop everyone and make them wish it was lethal. But isn't. Apparently, a lot of research went into making it so the Axiom construct cannot kill, but also cannot be resisted. A non-lethal takedown in a single shot? Yes, please. Red is a thermal overload. Fire is the side effect, not the intended outcome. It's like hitting a large area with thermite for a few seconds to flash fry a place. If it doesn't kill a person, it's likely to destroy their weapons. Useful stuff, finally brown as a gravity pulse. Makes it so that everything falls away from where the shot hits for 5 seconds. Good way to smoke some people out of cover. He folds up the paper and tucks it into the clamshell before pocketing it all. Is it irrational for me to feel a crawling fear just holding these things close? Sir, considering that one of them is a black hole waiting to happen, I would be more concerned if you were comfortable, sir. A black hole, the Angla demands. What did you bring into my factory? Experimental equipment, ma'am. Our agent here has been attacked multiple times and we've decided he deserves the ability to defend himself. It's not the black hole that's making me uncomfortable, it's the flatliner. That thing is just disturbing the more I think about it. Barnabas says, and Private Stream considers by tapping his chin a few times before nodding in an exaggerated manner. It makes the cruel shot seem almost boring, sir. True, it's more a taste of home for humans. Barnabas notes. Wait, didn't you people come out of cruel space? The Anglo manager asks in a horrified tone. Yes, am I making you uncomfortable, ma'am? Barnabas asks, and she numbly nods. All right, excuse me a moment. He walks to the office and sees Linda settling back down in her chair after doing something she didn't want to be caught doing. She gives him a dirty look for interrupting. It only lasts a moment. I'm going to be waiting outside. Make sure to record the entire interview to help with the investigation, all right? I've been doing so as a matter of protocol. I don't need to be told how to do my job, right? Well, I'm making our host uncomfortable, so I'm going to be by the car. He says with a slight wink, and she nods. Message sent. Walk with me, Private Stream. I can't be the only field tester. Have any other reports come back? Barnabas says as he turns around into the waiting room. Oh, there are some things you should know. Sir, Private Stream begins before suddenly stopping. He offers the manager a salute. Have a good day, ma'am. Yes, sorry for the scare. It wasn't deliberate. Barnabas smoothly lies and she just numbly nods. Good day. The door closes behind them and Barnabas looks down to see the impish grin on the face of Private Stream. Are they all that much fun? Some are even better. But also no, we have no substantial reports of Mark I initiators being used in the field. What are the Marks II and III going to look like? Double-barreled and working out how to make a wheel gun out of these for comparatively rapid fire respectively. The problem with the Mark II is that the effects can run up against each other, and the wheel gun variant gets really clumsy and heavy. The weapon needs to be very sturdy or things start shifting out of place. So it's single shot for now. Private Stream explains as they walk towards his car. Then the younger soldier stretches a bit, and Barnabas follows where his fingers point and notices a window that's ever so slightly ajar compared to the others. Nee? Who's this? I saw him drive up a minute ago. He's a friend of yours, Vera asks. Private Stream reporting for duty, ma'am. He snaps off and Vera outright laughs at the sight. You salute any harder and you'll knock yourself clean over, she gushes between the laughs. Barnabas smiles at how easily the spy is twisting the wild woman around his fingers, even as he brings out his new gun and opens the rear chamber. Now that he has more than a split second to see it, and actually the room to pull it out and look through the plastic, he easily recognizes it. A tiny slab of Semtex, no bigger than his thumbnail in a pill bottle. What's that? Vera asks. Semtex. A tiny sample of it. You mentioned a sharp smell in the factory, right? Something unpleasant? Yeah, under the fish smell. I know this place like processes the oil of that stuff for like cooking and things, but that was nasty. Did it smell like this? Barnabas asks, opening the bottle and holding it out to her. She leans in, then recoils back. Yuck, that's it, that's the stuff. She confirms. And Barnabas nods as he puts the cap back on and then pockets the sample. We know they bought some of the chemical tagant, but surely they would have used it by now? Or at least labeled the area it was being used in. Private Stream muses. Our silent would have reported something by now if he found the stuff. Barnabas states and Private Stream nods. Hopefully this is just a false alarm. As bad as the situation is, I prefer it being a single idiot and not industrial scale stupid. If the Semtex was produced here, then we have the facilities here for industrial scale quantities to be thrown around. We've had 2 bombs so far, and both of them were relatively small. Some idiot with bathtub Semtex is a lot easier to manage than an organization of the assholes. Afraid of being outnumbered? Vera mocks him. Afraid of my target getting away. The more targets, the more chance some asshole slips through my fingers and can become a problem in the future. Barnabas says before his communicator goes off with a text. Oh, shit. He notes as he reads about how a massive bomb was just disarmed. Excuse me. He marches up to the main office and all but rips the door off its hinges, opening it. The manager jumps in shock and then shivers back in terror as he glares at her. Ease up on the death glare, Linda scolds him. What's wrong? Why the fuck do you have kiloton of prime plastic explosives? If all that shit goes off, we're all dead so fast that you'd swear it hit FTL speeds. Barnabas demands and the manager flinches back. What? What do you mean by? She begins and Barnabas pulls out the caster gun. She goes very, very still. Why is there a kiloton of high explosives in a fish oil factory? He demands as he begins drawing on the axiom to let them see exactly how pissed off he is. Out of Cruel Space, Part 362. The Dauntless? Put the weapon away, specialist. Linda orders him, and he barely even looks at her. Why is there enough Semtex to unbalance a spire in the building? Why am I the second most dangerous thing here, despite the black hole I can conjure at will? Who the hell thought it was a good idea to have more Semtex than entire countries use in a single building, armed and ready to blow? Barnabas demands, his voice going lower and more threatening with every sentence. The manager stutters in horror as she takes in the presence of Barnabas as he looms over her. There's little in the way of kindness at this point, as apparently most of his mind is in agreement that her continued existence is a bad thing. His eyes narrow, and the manager outright collapses to his shock. He flinches back a little, and then looks oddly towards Linda, who has been slowly reaching for a shock pistol. What now? You were going to kill her? I was not. I need answers. Why is there enough boom to kill us? Everyone in the surrounding buildings, and possibly even drop this chunk of this level into the one below us. Do you have any idea how many thousands will die if that mess went undetected? How do you know? I have a spy in the building. That distraction earlier was to get them in so we could find the extremely dangerous explosive and do something about it. But there's more than I feared. This woman has the blasting munitions to possibly topple an entire spire, killing billions. She's just a shift manager. If she has the authority or means to have it all put together, I'll eat my pistol. Do you have any idea how many laws you broke getting that information? Linda snaps at him and he gestures towards the main part of the building. There is a kiloton of death in spitting distance. A single spark at the wrong moment and thousands, including us, are dead. Now is not the time for nice. He snaps back. He then picks up the manager by the shoulders and frisks her for a card key. We need in the building, warrant or not, to disable that bomb. The agent in there has shut off its transceiver, but nothing more. They don't have the proficiency to do more, but I do. So what, you're just going to disable the extremely deadly bomb by yourself? Yes, he says, stepping out of the office. He runs the keycard through the reader and then enters the main factory. All right, silent, front and center. Linda's eyes widen when a tiny figure drops down from above and waves for Barnabas to follow before taking off at a sprint. The big man keeps pace and she's left scrambling after them, unable to even protest when Barnabas outright tackles down a door reading, "Danger, keep out, son of a bitch," he bellows at the sight of the bomb. It takes a few moments for Linda to catch up, and her jaw drops at the sight of the gigantic pallet of reddish-brown material. All over one end is a massive bundle of wires and what looks like a transceiver of some kind. The whole thing is on a hover pallet for ease of movement. Whoever set this up was getting ready to use it. No, you didn't mess up silent. You did the right thing trashing the transceiver. Yeah, it makes this a little more complicated for me, but the main threat of someone initiating the detonator has passed. Barnabas says as he closely examines the wires with a tiny flashlight and makes notes of where everything is going and what it does. How bad is it? Linda asks from a distance before walking up. It's very well put together, which is both good and bad. Good in that I should be able to pull this sucker apart without much, if any, risk. Bad in that whoever put this together did it the right way, meaning they're developing skills as a munitions expert. Barnabas says as he traces a few wires up and down a few times and sighs. Although if we find them, I'm going to bitch slap them hard for letting their wires get crossed so many times. Jesus Christ, this nightmare is a rat's nest. Silence suddenly types something out on his communicator, and Barnabas receives it. Yes and no. It's a problem in that it's slowing me down. But it's only really a danger if the wires are exposed and don't have a protective sheath. These ones do. The signals won't get crossed, but following them is a bit of a pain. So, Linda begins. This thing is properly but sloppily put together. Everything is secured properly, and all the components are factory fresh, but the wires are a mess, and here we go. Barnabas cuts off his explanation and suddenly reaches into the bundle. He pulls a wire partway out and then reaches into his jacket to withdraw a pair of wire cutters. All right, just need to do that a few more times, and we're home free, he says, as he begins tracing the next connection down. Silent, get Stream and Vera in here. I need her nose and his expertise. The tiny child in the dark bodysuit nods before leaping upwards into the rafters high above and seemingly vanishing. What kind of agent is that? Linda asks, and Barnabas doesn't look up from his examination of the bomb. He is an infiltration expert. Centris is so jam-packed with conspiracies ranging from petty to deadly that we need to have eyes and ears just about everywhere. Any less is to leave ourselves open to attack. He explains before finding another wire to cut and giving it a snip. All right, 3 more and this should be disarmed. Should? There could be some alien bullshit going on here. This is a human device. But it wasn't made by humans, so there's no telling if there's a surprise or not. Barnabas notes, not mentioning that humans have a tendency to make their traps surprising by nature. Hey, wow, look at that thing. Is it really enough to kill all of us if it goes off? Vera asks, walking in with a panting private stream behind her. It is indeed, although granted it won't be for much longer. Sir, I didn't know you were an expert in bomb disposal. I focused on the munitions training back on Earth. Turned out to be pretty good at it. I nearly missed my calling by being an office drone after high school. He says before narrowing down and snipping another wire. It almost looks like something out of a movie, sir. I mean, it's a lot smaller in the movies, but you don't need that many wires for a bomb, do you? No, you don't. Good catch. I was too worried about the bomb being armed to worry about it being more like something out of a cartoon. Barnabas notes, frowning. What about the wires? Are they color-coded? Are the red ones the dangerous ones? Stream asks. So far, no. I think our bomber was trying to be clever. The red wires appear to be traps, but at the same time, no. There is no wire pattern, as this red wire is the next one that has to be cut. He says before there's a snip and nothing so much as fizzles. So, I think we have someone trying so hard to be clever that they've turned around and gotten in their own way. Barnabas notes. Unfortunately, someone who's watched human entertainment does not in any way narrow the suspect list. In fact, it only widens it, maybe. But it might be proof that we're after someone immature enough to mistake entertainment for reality. Private Stream offers. So we're looking for an idiot with a lot of money? Hee hee! That really doesn't narrow it down here on Centris. Vera jokes happily. Barnabas says before making a final cut. And that's that? So it's done? It's safe to pull it apart? Vera asks, walking up behind him. Yes, he says, and she immediately grabs the mess of wires and rips it away. Everyone freezes even as the wires hit the wall. Barnabas lets out a sigh of relief. Next time, please tell me when you're going to do something like that. Barnabas says as he forcibly takes a more relaxed stance. Yay, no kidding, sir. I mean, private stream begins and Barnabas turns around to regard him hard. I think we've had our fill of the unassuming private. We need operative Jameson. Barnabas says, and private stream stands up, looks at him hard for a moment, and then nods. The shift is as mundane as it is magical. As much to do with the boy's posture and the fact his coat has two sides. The hat is tucked away, the coat goes inside out to reveal a small arsenal of equipment and weapons, and his demeanor changes entirely. All right, then. I'm calling in retrieval to take control of this substance for safe disposal and dispersal. There's ways to destroy Semtex without setting it off, and we're going to need to pump out industrial quantities of it. I've done my own digging specialist, Barnabas. I believe the owner of this factory, a Mallory Mixus, is responsible for this. Private Stream says uncoupling a data chip from a device near his left breast and tossing it to Barnabas. Was all this just a test? Barnabas asks in a deadly serious tone. No, we weren't certain of a lot of things. But the moment we had confirmation, we began researching things. We also needed to get you to the bomb itself, as you are one of our best explosive experts and the most qualified person to do bomb disposal in 1,000 kilometers, because if we were playing with civilian lives, I would have to rethink my oaths and allegiances. Barnabas says lowly. Good to know, Operative Jameson says. What you should know, however, is that Mallory Mixus is aware of the danger coming at her and has hired bodyguards in the form of local Crimson Hewers, a Canador mercenary clan that specializes in power-armored combat. I see they also have mono-serrated weapons. A mono weapon can go through steel like butter. Mono-serrated makes it hurt. Operative Jameson continues, as if a Takra fears pain, Vera boasts. How many guards are we talking about? 2. That's it? All right. Linda, think we have enough to arrest the woman and get her into interrogation? If the bomb wasn't here, then I would be arresting you. But yes, the bomb being here, it doesn't matter what else it's tied to. This level of explosive held in a cooking oil factory, it's beyond absurd. I'm requesting a warrant for her arrest and some backup. If she's hired Canador mercenaries, it means she's not going anywhere without a fight. Linda answers as she taps furiously on her communicator before sending a call through. Things are getting risky at this point. Mercenary or not, Takra or not, I can't in good consciousness let you come if you don't understand the risks. You could very well be killed if you keep following at this point. Pa! You can't scare off a Takra warrior. We're the greatest race the galaxy has ever been blessed with. Those Canador would be lucky to so much as scratch me. She boasts, and Barnabas raises an eyebrow. Hey, don't think I don't know what that means, humanman. I'm tougher than anyone you've ever met. The eyebrow goes up a little further. I'm serious. Name anyone, anywhere at any time, and I'll knock their block off. I don't even need my war form. The eyebrow is already at its physically highest possible state, but it would be higher if it could be. It is so hard to not simply name himself and jump on her, or see if one of the battle princesses of the AUTHORIZE could use some entertainment. He would love to see how a Takra stacks up. All right, okay. Yes, I'll let him know. What? The Takra mercenary? Why? Oh, yes, ma'am. Linda says into her communicator before suddenly being quiet. Do you really think it might come to that? Yes, miss. I understand. I understand, she says and hangs up looking somewhat terrified. What's wrong? Barnabas asks. Conduct. This is an arrest, not a military action. You can be there for me. For my protection, I am going to have backup nearby. But I have to approach without my weapon out and attempt to make the arrest lawfully and peacefully. Even though she has mercenaries nearby and is clearly happy to have obscene amounts of explosives around. Barnabas asks and she nods. Well, big guy here rips them apart pretty easily, and I can rip apart those oversized fuzzballs easily enough. What's the problem? Vera asks, and Barnabas grins in response even as Linda looks towards the Takra in shock. Sounds like we have a plan. We make the arrest, but be ready for action. Not alone, you're not. There's going to be several silent nearby to keep you safe. Operative Jameson says. Out of Cruel Space, Part 363. The Dauntless. There was a pause as all of them leave the elevator. The two gigantic women in power armor are nearly scraping against the ceiling and bristling with weapons. The cultural pattern of the armor being a base color but repainted to match the blood splatters of their victims lets him know that the one on the left has literally waded through blood and probably killed more than a few people with her hands. The other has an almost mist-like effect over her own and a huge splash over the chest. She's kept her hands clean, but is just as blood-soaked as the other. I have here a warrant for the arrest of Mallory Mixus. Stand aside. Linda orders, and there's outright scoffing from the two power-armored women. Linda audibly swallows in fear before squaring herself and marching forward. Hold on, I have a cunning plan. Operative Jameson says, stepping around them and walking up to the two massive women carrying weapons bigger than he is and towering over him like titans. Hello, ladies. I'm going to make you two move. And how do you intend to do that, Tiny? I could fit my cannon's muzzle over your head. The Crimson Hewer on the right states, and Jameson chuckles. A good squeeze around the shoulders, and we could stuff his whole body in it. The one on the left notes as she cracks her knuckles through the armor. Do you know what day and time it is? He asks, and both pause. I'm not asking about the galactic date. I'm asking about the human calendar. Clearly, neither woman expected anything like this. Why would we know something like that? Big T Tuesday. Barnabas asks, and Jameson turns to point at him. A speciality night on the Dauntless with themed foods. Tequila, tacos, tlacoyos, and just about anything that you can eat wrapped in a tortilla. Jameson explains, and both mercenaries are now off guard and confused. If ever there was a time to attack, it's now. Why are you talking about this? Well, you see, I know your names and faces, Miss Shah Bitesum and Miss Barry Clawgore. I have told your names and given your faces to the guards on the Dauntless. You have 2 hours to get to the ship, and if you arrive in that time, both of you and 2 of your friends, each, will be allowed in and not required to pay for anything in the cafeteria. Meaning you will enjoy a bottomless tab in the middle of Manland, in the middle of a party where the men will grow more and more uninhibited and daring as the hours pass. But if you want to get there in time, you have to go now. This is a trick. The one on the right says, I'm married, says the Crimson Hewer on the left. It's a trick called a bribe. So yes, Jameson replies to the Crimson Hewer on the right before turning to his left. You may be married, Madam Clawgore, but your daughters are not. Who better to help them catch a man each than their mother, making sure they not only don't make mistakes, but making sure she has many pictures for future blackmail. Pardon, memories. Yes, memories. How do we know this is real? That this offer actually exists? Madam, there are few things stupider than offering bribes you can't pay. Word quickly gets around that your word is worthless, and you forever lose the ability to bribe people, even if you have the bribe on hand. Only an imbecile introduces treachery where it's not needed. No, there's no need for me to sour or salt the pot. I've offered a prize sweet enough that if I opened a fight pit for the pleasure, I would have a stack of dead bodies and a pair of winners within the day. But if you two would rather fight than fuck, who am I to deny you? All right, smart boy. We've called in our replacements. They'll be here shortly. Shah Beatsom says with a smug tone. But if you two don't start running now, you might not make it in time. You don't have the time to wait for your relief. You need to abandon your post. Jameson replies, and both Crimson Hewers glance at each other. You are a devious little bastard. It's said so lowly that either woman could have muttered it, but the whole room catches the odd insult regardless. I'll pass your compliments on to my teacher. Jameson replies, and both mercenary women look to each other, clearly speaking through their in-armor comms and debating. Then they step to the side, and the group is allowed to pass even as the Crimson Hewers rush for the stairs down. Clearly they think the elevators are too slow. God damn, man, they really called it. You are a devious little bastard. Barnabas says with a chuckle, and Jameson offers him a grin. Spend as much time and intelligence as I do, and you'll become just as big a pain in the ass. Jameson jokes even as Officer Linda Score opens the doors to the office of Mallory Mixus. There's a pause as the Anglo-woman stares at them, her glowing antenna, first the red of fear before glowing stark white in rage. And where the hell are my guards? Who are you people, and what makes you lunatics think you can just march into my office? Mallory Mixus demands them, and Linda holds up her badge. Mallory Mixus, you're under arrest. What for? She says, looking to each and every one of them. Her eyes flicker back to Silent, as to make sure he's actually there. Possession of a kiloton of high-powered chemical-based explosives within a civilian area without proper security. Having an armed bomb primed and ready in a civilian area without proper warning or indications of danger recognizable by galactic citizens. For the misuse of a centrist spire to produce incredibly dangerous weapons for the express purpose of causing untold and unwarranted damages to... That's enough. A voice suddenly echoes from every device in the room that isn't in the possession of someone. A silver-skinned fishwoman shouldn't be able to go pale in fear, but damn if she doesn't. Her natural sheen takes on a sickly pallor as she shakes, and her antenna starts glowing red for fear rather than white for wrath. Lady Knight, I swear this is just a minor setback. No, it is not. You have failed, Mallory. You have failed completely and totally. We are done with you, the voice states. No, you bitch. Do you have any idea what you've cost me? Mallory screams, standing upright, her antenna now glowing a white so bright that they're forced to squint at the sheer light of it. I'll kill you myself. The antenna lets out an ungodly flash, blinding everyone looking at her. There's a thump as Barnabas hits the floor and drags down everyone to dodge what's no doubt the first attack of many. The sizzling tang of plasma fills the air, and there's a growling roar and the crunching of metal. The room shifts beneath them as their eyes clear, and the floor suddenly vanishes to dump them into an area brimming with axiom. They're in an expanded space where a small cavity has been grown into a large cavern. Most land badly, including Barnabas, as his ankle twists so hard that for a moment he would swear it's broken. He stands regardless and helps up the injured Linda. That is a mobile artillery barrage-class combat walker. It was rumored she might have one, but there was nothing confirmed. Jameson says as he pulls out a device, there's an enormous roar, and Vera, no longer even remotely humanoid anymore, slams into the side of the walker and sinks her 3-foot-long teeth into the left arm. Her enormous fangs shear through the metal and plastic without resistance, and the enormous plasma cannon erupts in fire, which causes her to jump back and away with a pained and furious roar. Then the gigantic beast, easily big enough to ride on, dodges a blast of plasma from the unmangled gun, even as the damaged gun arm starts to glow and pull itself together. The mech walker is repairing itself. Then there's a burst of light as Jameson reveals that his device is a flashbang that he cooked so that it would go off right in front of the walker's sensors. That won't work too many times. Jameson notes as he unveils a shotgun from the recesses of his coat. We need to change the game, Barnabas says, loading a brown shell into the caster gun. Everyone brace! The gun erupts in visible energy patterns before unleashing a deep brown shot that then slams into the floor between them and the walker. Gravity alters its orientation, and they begin skidding down the floor, which has become a wall, and land fairly well on the wall of the chamber, which is now a floor. The walker slams into the wall and struggles to right itself, something it cannot do before Vera is on it again and savaging its armor with claw and fang. Silent, Barnabas, and Jameson all rush towards the walker along different routes. Silence and Barnabas start rushing along the walls, making use of the adjusted gravity to keep moving. Jameson simply goes up the floor-turned wall with nearly expert axiom control and slams several shotgun slugs into delicate sensor equipment. Equipment that starts to pull itself back together, but entangles the physical slugs and keeps the walker, if not blind, then at least somewhat disoriented. Silence rushes along the wall, gathering a smoke grenade and priming the charge before letting it fly to further baffle the sensors of the walker and give Vera more time to maul the mechanized monster. As the Takra tears chunks out of Walker while screaming and yowling in rage, Barnabas, cursing under his breath as he runs on a twisted ankle, loads a light blue shell into his caster. As Mallory gets her walker back on its feet and wards away Vera with a spray of fire from her now repaired plasma cannon, Barnabas fires the shot and the area is suddenly covered in steel-hard ice. This only buys some breathing room as ignited plasma is the same stuff of stars, and when it comes between the ice of a comet vs the fire of a star, the star always wins. It does buy them several seconds as the walker is forced to overload its plasma cannons to melt its way out, and the steam completely baffles its sensors. At this point, Vera, in her feral state, comes up with her own personal cunning plan, or lust-filled fantasy, and rushes around towards Barnabas. With a gentle lick that damn near rips off his face, she nuzzles him until he gets the picture and climbs onto her back. Rider in place, Vera charges directly at the walker as Barnabas channels Axiom to two purposes. First is a trick he had been taught about the brand on his shoulder. It begins to glow brightly, visible even through his clothing, and then the glow spreads over not only him and his clothing, but over Vera as well. The second is so that he stays on her back without being thrown off by the sheer movement. His timing is good as a blast of plasma slams into Vera's face, but with a triumphant roar, she charges clean through the heat of a star, even as Barnabas starts to load his next caster shot. Dark blue enters the chamber, and as Vera leaps for the walker, he takes aim and unleashes the plasma bombardment right down the barrel of one of the plasma cannons. While a plasma cannon is designed to resist plasma, that resistance is highest before the gun goes off and only accounts for plasma going one way. His shot causes it to straight up detonate and throws the walker completely off balance just in time for Vera to slam into it and begin savaging its legs. As this is happening, Silence and Jameson land on top of the walker. Silence goes to blind the self-repairing machine and keep it blind as Jameson starts to pry it open to get at the meaty bits inside. There is a scream of utter terror as he finally succeeds and yanks the struggling Mallory out by the back of her dress. She lands hard and looks up to find herself staring down the barrel of a shock pistol. "You are under arrest." Linda growls out and Mallory lets her head hit the ground in defeat. "Officer Score, are you all right?" A voice asks from the entrance to the pit. "What took you so long?" Linda calls up. "It's been less than 2 minutes." "Oh, a lot happened in those 2 minutes. I can see that. Do you need reinforcements?" "No, but some vehicles to not only get US out of here, but her as well would be appreciated," Linda replies. "Excuse me, what's the current policy on looting? This walker is incredible. The thing has damn near completely repaired itself already." "Hey, it's still mine!" Mallory protests before shrinking back under the glare of Linda's shock pistol. The criminal is right. The walker, while about to be confiscated, is still her legal possession, and we can't just let you run off with it. So hopefully at the next police auction, we'll be able to walk away with this beast," Jameson says with a huge smile. "Speaking of beast, you did great, big girl. Can you change back now? I don't think I'll survive another lick." Barnabas notes as he stands beside the still transformed Vera, who's cuddling into him and purring like big rig motor, that her head is the size of his chest and her gigantic fangs are the length of his arms is nothing short of fucking terrifying, to say nothing of the snow-white pelt with pale brown stripes. This cat comes from cold climes and will kill you dead in them. "Having trouble?" Jameson asks with a grin. "Not really," he says as he rubs her behind the ears. "I know it feels good, but how can I kiss you if you don't have proper lips?" The moment he asks his question, the enormous cat starts to shift, and in moments, he has Vera's tanned arms wrapped around the back of his neck as she locks her lips with his and purrs in pleasure. "You know how to sweet-talk a girl now, don't you, big man?" she asks after finishing the kiss. Out of Cruel Space, Part 364. The Dauntless. That's anticlimactic, Jameson notes as he examines his communicator. They were just exiting the building after the huge fight, and thankfully, didn't have to deal with the logistics of somehow getting out that mechanized walker from an office building. To make it worse, Mixus's office wasn't at the top, but it was high up. People were going to have to employ shrinking technology to get it out. "What's wrong?" Barnabas asks. At this point, Vera was on his back and Linda next to him. She was fussing over him on and off for a short while now that the excitement was over as he had a touch of a limp, and when he had channeled the axiom, it had revealed that he was in pain. "Oh, you're about to find out. For the love of God, though, it's downright disappointing." Jameson complains even as Silence examines his own. The stealth agent's entire frame seems to slump, and he points to the screen before getting a pat on the shoulder from Jameson. I know. I wanted more fun too. What are you two even talking about? Vera demands just as both Barnabas and Linda's communicators go off. He pulls his out first and examines the message. No, she didn't. He moans after reading the message, and Linda pulls out her own to read. Oh, that's good news. Less work. Linda notes as she reads the message stating that Mariella Digital Knight, or rather Lady Knight, had turned herself in and was offering her complete and total cooperation. Less fun, back to studying and guard duty for me. Barnabas notes. Fun? Sure. I got to go outside the Dauntless with purpose, and both meet interesting people, have a good brawl, saw interesting places, and was part of something. He notes. Your first contact for your species. You're already part of something. Yes, but I'm not one of the diplomats or negotiators. So my job is to sit on my hands and make sure no one interrupts our VIPs from hammering things out as best they can. Grunt work is still grunt work, no matter the circumstances. You're still marching around with a weapon bored out of your gourd. Oh, don't you worry about that, big man. You're going to have me around to keep things interesting. And soon enough, there's going to be more. I'm told that fatherhood really helps men find some purpose in their life. Vera says, cuddling into Barnabas' back. She's still very much riding piggyback despite his twisted ankle, and he's a soldier. Not exactly prone to complaining about little things like pain. Will you get off him? His leg is hurt. Linda suddenly snaps and tries to straight up pull Vera off his back. This just gets the Takra to dig her claws in and refuse to be moved as a matter of instinct. Just a twisted ankle, nothing to get excited about. Barnabas says is a slightly strained tone as the claws dig in painfully. He's had worse, he's had far worse, but he has yet to develop any masochistic traits, in spite of the jokes that go around claiming all soldiers ended up as some kind of masochistic or sadistic. So that crazy voice lady surrendered? Why? Vera asks after a bit, and Barnabas shrugs, which bounces the Takra a bit. No idea. We'll get the after-action report, I'm sure. Times. Very good. State your full name and occupation for the record, please. The police interrogator asks. She's a Platon woman with sandy blonde hair and is in a business suit, unlike most other Platon who tend to serve more as boots-on-the-ground officers than paperwork pushers. The problem is that those that succeed too well on the street tend to get promoted right out of their field of expertise. This interrogator, however, had adapted and managed to make things work. I am Mariella D. Knight. The D stands for digital. I have had that name since my ascension from flesh and blood to chrome and code. The chrome, neon, and synthetic woman states as she adjusts herself for comfort. Her enormous horns and even larger frame has her as an Agella, a race that would be terrifying in a fight if it wasn't so naturally calm. The non-Apex Canador most considered them. A bit unfair, but the Agella as a whole tend to consider it more amusing than rude. I am the owner and founder of numerous businesses, some small, others large, and the vast majority quite profitable. Those that aren't, well, I have some more work to do with those. Of course. Could we have a comprehensive list, or? The moment the interrogator asks the question, Mariella starts softly laughing. I'll assume that means you have such a number of them that the list grows into the impractical range when it comes to naming them in casual conversation. Oh my, yes. However, the businesses I own are a matter of public record. I have nothing hidden. I see then, why are you claiming involvement with the recent unpleasantness surrounding the council? Simply put, I cannot help but think I am partially at fault. Could I please have some elaboration? Certainly, I am part of a group whose interest is on the maximization of profit. We're not really involved with each other's business ventures, but we talk to each other to avoid stepping on one another's toes and generally see if we can't stay out of each other's way or help each other in low-cost ways. A gentlewoman's club for successful business owners, if you will, insider trading? No. A helpful social group that takes care to avoid conflicts of interest and a bit of a mentorship for the young up-and-comers. It's quite the step to go from a planetary corporation to a system-scale corporation and a considerably larger one to get a multi-system corporation running properly. So closer to an informal training academy. In a sense. Nothing is official, of course. On the books, we just have a surprisingly well-matched social life when it comes to relaxation and tend to utilize the same venues. Very good. Now, how did you and this group end up involved with the attack on the council? Simply put, an aspiring member of our circle proved to be short-sighted and stupid to a truly astonishing degree. An aspiring member? Are you implying she was trying to impress you and yours? I won't imply a thing. I'll outright tell you she was looking in all the wrong places to impress us. Mariella says and waits a few moments for the interrogator to stop typing. May I continue? Yes, please. Good. Now to understand the situation more fully, we have an initiation task. For many it sounds absurd, but those who truly understand business can accomplish it fairly easily. You must grow a 50 million credit investment into 1 billion credits. Or if you do not casually have 50 million, you can get by with any profit margin equal or greater to 2,000% return on your initial investment. That's quite the requirement. Not as much as it may seem at first. You will notice I mention nothing about a time limit, for there is none. So long as you can show us all the paperwork required, we will take in anyone who can make a 2,000% return and tutor them to not only make the process more consistent, but swifter as well. My own entry into our little group took me 2 decades to fully accomplish. Time well spent, as I learned an enormous amount before I even joined. And does this group have a name? It does not, I see. And where do you personally become involved in this series of events? As an observer only, as that is what I was doing. Miss Mixes had stated that she had the perfect way of getting the full 1 billion credits with only 25 million inside a month. An extremely bold claim, so we were taking great interest. I was closest to the unpleasantness, and when her plans became clear, I tried, and failed, to persuade her to stop. What was her plan ultimately? A massive insurance scam and a false injury claim in the legal system. She was essentially trying to gamble her way into our group. Now, to be fair, we do have several professional gamblers in our little group, but they're the exception, not the norm. Not to mention they've progressed to proper business owners at this point. I see, and how do you know this? She gave me administrative access to her records even as she worked on this absurdity. And before I truly understood what was going on, she had blown up the council building. And as I was trying to talk some sense into her, she had the car of the investigators detonated. She kept claiming she could fix things and was about to make an enormous profit, but things just completely fell out of her control. And by the time the officers arrived, I was relieved to be done with the murderous idiot. I have never misjudged someone so poorly before. I'll be taking a vacation when this is done to sort through my thoughts and hopefully find out which signs of madness I missed to not see this coming. I see. Is there anything else you know about the situation? Yes. There's only going to be 1 or 2 more people involved. She has a very bad habit of only giving out partial information and not trusting her employees to do a job properly. Therefore, not even her secretary was aware she was involved in this nonsense. In fact, I can further confirm that the mercenaries she hired as bodyguards were not told why she needed them. Not truly. Any names you can give me that were aware of this involvement would be a blessing. I'm afraid I can only give you one beyond Miss Mixes with any certainty. There's a large amount of plausible deniability with almost everyone else. After all, expecting someone to casually know the chemical compound, appearance, or smell of an exotic explosive is just unreasonable. Very good. Who do you know is guilty? Haley Furrows. A Gobe runner, delivery girl, and all-around servant and assistant to Miss Mixes. I am uncertain if she knew she was planting a bomb, but she knew she was interfering with another citizen's private vehicle under someone else's orders. So tampering and vandalism, but not deliberate ordnance delivery. Yes. Is this Miss Furrows? The interrogator asks, and she turns around her portable computer to show an image of a young Gobe with black streaks dyed into her green hair. It is. I see. Now, why didn't you come to us earlier? Why did it take you so long? I was trying to talk that idiot into doing the right thing herself. She kept insisting that she was about to make everything better, but I was simply out of patience when the police arrived and just left the fool to her well-deserved state. I'm here to make sure the record is straight and no details are missing. Excellent. We're done here for the moment, but please be sure to remain available for the next few days as we wrap this up. We shouldn't need to, but thoroughness is important. The interrogator says, and Mariella stands up and nods. She's then escorted through the building, in a friendly but hurried manner. There's always a lot to do on Centris for the police, and today is no exception, even if she did make it slightly easier. However, she pauses as she leaves the building itself and looks down at the older human in front of her. "Good afternoon, madam. If you could spare a few minutes, Admiral Cistern would like to speak with you." "Oh, really? What does the young man want?" "I haven't the foggiest, madam. I am simply the butler." Sir Philip replies, walking beside her and opening the door to her own limousine for her. "I have a modified communicator with me so that you may have a proper heart-to-heart with him. On the way to your next appointment, you may do what you will with the device when you're finished speaking with him. It's merely for this one conversation." "Of course. Please set it up. I anticipated you acquiescing this request and took the liberty of already placing it within the vehicle. Enjoy the conversation, madam, and good day," he says before closing the door. As he walks away, a small device in a small dip in the cushions of the rear of the limousine activates. A holographic projection of a handsome but seasoned human in a formal uniforms takes life next to her, and he nods before tipping his hat ever so slightly. "Ma'am, excuse me," Mariella says with her hand up before turning to the driver. "Abi, home please. Also, when did that butler put the device in the vehicle?" "He only touched this thing when he opened the door for you." Abi protests. "I see. How did your butler do such a thing, Admiral?" Mariella asks, and there is a sigh from the hologram. "I do not know. The man was an experienced veteran of numerous conflicts when I was born, and has only grown more skilled since. But this conversation is not about him. This is about the assets and capacities of your aspiring member." "Aspiring no longer. To use your own terms, we wash our hands of her entirely?" "Excellent. That's all I needed to speak to you about. You're going to be taking control of her businesses and assets, aren't you?" "Oh my, yes. Almost any situation can be turned to enormous profit." "I see. Tell me, Admiral Cistern, what kind of social schedule do you have?" Out of Cruel Space, Part 365. The Dauntless. He takes a whiskey drink. He takes a lager drink. He sings the songs that remind him of the good times. He sings the songs that remind him of the better times. The mess hall is a massive party with the three of them on the edge. Linda had been outright ordered to relax and unwind, and Barnabas' invite, as well as the touch of curiosity at how well the Canador mercenaries were doing, had brought her to Big T Tuesday. Answer. Living it up. All six of them were taking part of, and even at points leading the drinking songs, even as they downed tacos and other Mexican dishes two at a time. One of the Canador is watching the other five and chatting with a soldier as she occasionally shouts advice and the occasional joke. "So how was your first party with the Undaunted?" Barnabas asks Linda as he returns with drinks that won't kill a Takra or Tret. "It's funny. You guys know how to have fun," Vera says even as she watches one man chase another down to steal his pants back. "It's a kaleidoscope of crazy." "But," Linda begins, and Barnabas gives her an odd look to probe her on. "How many Trets do you have?" "A lot of the men here look like all the others, but they have normal auras." He follows her sweeping gesture and finds a large group of guys trading stories and pictures. He outright snorts at the sight of them. "Hey, Johnny boy! Linda here thinks you're a Tret!" His shout is answered with a round of tequila raised and then thrown back. "No Trets there, unless you spot one of them getting their stomach pumped in the next 2 minutes." "Then how? Why are their auras so normal looking?" "They've got control. Really good control. I can use a bit of Axiom, but if you want the really impressive stuff, I need that caster gun. They can just do those things. They're adepts. They're also obsessed with the stuff. So that means you can hide your presence by just concentrating. Why didn't you learn how to do that?" Linda asks in a combination of dread and annoyance. She'd been nervous around him almost every time he showed that maelstrom of boiling emotions, and he could have covered it up the whole time? That's just rude. "I have been. But we've only known each other for a couple of days, and we've been on the case the whole time. Not to mention I still have to study. There's guard duty and any incident that I get deployed for. I've been a ground pounder for a few rapid responses already. Nerd Squad over there's been getting extra time off, so long as they use it to keep pushing the axiom bullshit they're figuring out. So they're where the rumors of human adepts have been coming from. They also helped build that caster gun with all its weird effects. Ice shot, gravity shot, and plasma barrage. You have other effects, and some of them feel very, very dangerous. I do. I still can't believe you gave them up. That gun was cool. I just field tested it. A quick report and the footage of me using it is enough. I never owned it, although I will be requesting one be issued to me on a more permanent basis. That thing is a powerful force multiplier that gives a lot of lateral options in a fight. Oh, boring. Why do you have to talk about a good fight like it's some big strategy game? Train hard, bring better toys and fight harder than the other guy, and you've got victory in your claws. Well, I don't have claws, so I have to be clever about things. Barnabas answers. Invitation had been last minute, but otherwise well-timed. With the council building in operation and everyone still in the process of setting up a temporary council chamber, there was a rather glaring hole in everyone's schedules. So here he was, walking in with both Lady Tickenped and Ambassador Tall to either side. He's dressed once more in appropriately formal attire. The white frilly suit with tribal jewelry and massively feathered hat, coupled with the sword and pistol that are gilded so they look more ornamental than practical, but are in fact still very practical. The music is somewhat akin to a harpsichord, but played with crystals rather than keys. The chiming is a delicate and refined sound even as all three of them are led into a reserved room. I suppose it makes sense. Welcome, Admiral Cistern, a strong voice says as a Lopan man greets them. He seems to be wearing only a vest with frills, silken pants, and a fancy hat tufted with distinctly dark red fur. It's nice to have another man in the group. We have a total of 4 now. You're Archibald Padpaw, aren't you? Ambassador Tall asks. Indeed I am. We've had some business dealings in the past. Archibald admits, and she nods. I was able to open a fairly well-regarded series of lounges and Cristalla bars with a few drinks mixed from the fruits I've been importing from Bruel. They sell extremely well and allowed me more than just a leg up on the competition. A pleasure to meet you. I assume that I'm being offered some form of membership or a way to prove myself. Admiral Cistern says, offering his hand for Archibald to shake. Something of the sort. We don't often deal with people in military positions. The closest we have is Miss Lydie Rhett, who's a major stockholder and public representative of Candid Solutions. Lady Tickenped says, showing that she's very much on top of things. Oh? She's here? She donated Anric 4 to Human Interest last I saw her. Admiral Cistern notes kindly, just a tax loophole, darling. I made a great deal of money off of that generosity. The Canador businesswoman says, emerging from the back and offering a knowing smile. Although I must say it has been a delight to see how well you've connected with little Ambassador Tall. It went from adorable to fairly impressive. Oh? So there's no hard feelings that I grabbed on before you could get your daughters over to him? Nickty teases and Lydie simply smiles. I was teasing at the time, dear. Our little group allows us to bring our nearest 4 husbands and wives to these groups. So please, come in for good company, good food, and better advice. She says even as Archibald casually lopes into the back room past her. Easy there, big man. Don't tempt me here. At that, Archibald goes from quadruped to bipedal and stands up taller than normal to look down at her. What's the matter? Don't tell me that you want to fly solo instead of in our power couple act. Archibald says, nuzzling into her, and she nuzzles back. Split names? Lady Tickenped asks with a smile behind her fan. We both have our own business interests. Our portfolios are separate, but not our bedroom. Archibald notes before giving Lydie a nip on the neck. She gasps and gives him a gentle shove. Later, my love, later. We're with friends. I'm half tempted to let them watch. Archibald notes with a distinct growl. It is roughly, that time. Is that how we look from the outside? Nickty asks curiously. Don't be absurd. Our husband has far greater control of himself. Lady Tickenped chides her, only from practice of always being on. Nickty notes with a big smile. Oh, we must continue this inside. Lydie says after successfully warding her husband off for the moment. In. We're all friends here, each of us seeking to maximize our worth and work. Oh, you make it sound like it's all business. We do need to unwind as well. And we're the ones who steer industry, with or without political power. Another voice interrupts as all three of them are waved through the door. The bar is self-serve and has several sections depending on the type of liqueur you were going for. The previous speaker was Greater Plains Nagasha, clad in a dress that brings to mind ballroom gowns, parade floats, and Chinese dragon puppets. The shimmering weave of the materiel suggests that part of it are from Kutha, worked into wires so fine they're woven like cloth, and across the impossibly ostentatious gown gemstones of all kinds shine like stars. Harissa Repia. Oh my goodness. It's been too long. Lady Tickenped identifies her immediately as the owner of an entire line of fashion companies that can be found in almost any part of the galaxy. Just last week, she had held a fashion show for the best and brightest young designers to prove their vision and artistry for the whole of prosperous space to see. It hadn't entirely been to Admiral Cistern's taste, but the sheer variety of species and an even grander selection of clothing had been fascinating. Granted, the one that really made him sit up and wonder was when a slob model showed off her outfit as a series of bangles and other such things floating within her transparent semi-liquid body. Jacqueline, my dear customer, I see the gown I designed serves you still. Finally found a man to strut it in front of? Well, I was rather busy. Lady Tickamp brushes it aside somewhat. Oh, I know. You've done very well for your age. It's quite hard to find that perfect balance between life, work, and self-care. I should know. It took me centuries. Just remember to take breaks. Your job is important, but without you in it, how will anything get done? Yes. Yes, you're completely correct. Now, are there any eggs on the way, little lady? You wouldn't be the first to start nice and young. We're waiting until I can confirm my sons are safe and well provided, and by galactic standards, I can't do that for them while they're in cruel space. So I need to get the train of humanity leaving cruel space reliable enough to trust my own children with it. Admiral Cistern saves his second wife from that line of inquiry and gets a grateful smile from the no longer as mortified Lady Tickamp, even as Nikti suppresses some laughter. Oh my, that's adorable. So selfless and giving, or perhaps a convenient excuse to avoid an uncomfortable task as you sort things out all the more. Either way, a wonderful dodge. I toast your excellent strategy, Harissa says, lifting her delicate-looking flute of expensive alcohol. Although we do talk a great deal of business here. Mariella notes walking up, revealing that her synthetic skin actually adjusts to local environments. Before she was simply an impossibly flawless Agella, now it looks like someone dyed her night sky blue, complete with stars, and decided the constellations would look better in a circuit pattern. The fact that there are comets and asteroids of what appear to be valuable metals zooming around her as part of the pattern damn near hypnotizes the man. Hey now, no muscling in. If you want, Nikti begins, and Mariella kneels down to her level to look her in the eye. Still from above, but the intention is clear, that's later. Right now, it's money I'm concerned about. I own numerous raw goods and metal production plants. I need to speak with Admiral Cistern and Lady Rhett about their weapon production and where to get the most money from. They also need to talk to each other about not trampling one another's business prospects, or if possible, joint ventures are in the future. Strictly business, pleasure is for after. I'm holding you to that, and I will take you apart one rivet at a time if you double-cross me. Please, we're all friends here. There's no need for hostility. Times. I'm just saying, Tret girl, your whole Roz is good and fragile, and now that there's a better Tret, you don't try to bring it in? Do you girls just like being soft and scared? Vera has had a few rounds of simulated tequila. There was a near constant effort to reproduce human food in ways that wouldn't kill the galactic community, and the Takra had taken a liking to the booze. What? That's not. I mean, really, it's not like that at all. Linda protests even as she throws back her own drink before gesturing towards Barnabas, who's more than a little surprised that even with the watered-down stuff, both girls are proving to be lightweights. I mean, look at them. Look! Where do you start? I believe I've become the third wheel in this conversation. He notes calmly as he drinks his full-strength tequila. He made a point to always have it in his hand so that neither would accidentally grab his drink and kill themselves with it. A habit that every man was being encouraged to develop. He drains the good stuff and feels the pleasant warmth spread through him. Oh yeah? Prove it. You don't know where to start? Start wherever and work your way through the whole thing. Prove you're not just a scaredy claw. I'm no I'm no scaredy cunt. Linda protests and Barnabas sighs. I've had 3 glasses and I'm about to become the designated driver. He notes wryly to himself, but between Linda and Vera's impromptu spat, he's just background noise. He takes a bite of his final taco and quickly downs it before chasing it with the last of his tequila. Then he glances back and catches Linda's lips on his before her tongue finds its way into his mouth. And after a few surprising seconds of a makeout, she passes out in beings to snore. Panicking slightly, Barnabas reaches for a chemical scanner primed to both Tret and Takra body chemistry. But before he can do so, Vera has decided that she wants a taste too and pulls him into a heavy kiss where she sucks hard and then passes out as well. Stancher comes up for safe levels of alcohol, but only just. Linda has half a lethal dose and Vera has a third of one. With both his drinking and dinner partners out of commission, Barnabas resigns himself to getting them both to medical just to be safe. Out of Cruel Space, Part 366. The Dauntless. Her head pounded as the sound of a snort wakes her up. She groans in pain, but that only brings more pain as she rises up, more pain, and holds her head in her hands. She does not open her eyes and just tries to stop the pounding. What had she done last night? Hey. The voice is low and very soft. She cracks her eyes and sees Barnabas holding a glass of something that has a clear pill that's rapidly dissolving and fizzling in the water. This will help. But, she starts to say and winces at the sound. The wince causes a little more pain. His voice is even softer now, barely a whisper. It's been tested. It's fine for your consumption. She grabs the glass and starts drinking it down, uncaring as to what it actually is if it won't kill her. Her skull feels swollen and like it's pressing down on her brain. The effects are almost immediate, as whatever that fizzing tablet was, it causes the water to hit her system even faster than normal, and a deep sense of relief flows through her. Before she suddenly becomes painfully aware of her bladder about to burst, the empty glass is taken from her, and he points to the rear of the room. Bathroom's there. That's all she needs to hear to rush off the thin bed and into the room. It takes an embarrassingly long time to finish. She can't remember drinking so much. She opens the door with an inadvertent slam, and there's a moan of pain from the room. She finally gets a good look at everything and sighs. It's a small medical chamber, not an advanced one. More of a shared recovery room for minor injuries, really. And it's Barnabas, because of course it is. Sitting upright with a bit of a grin, and she can make out Vera in another bed, mostly due to the arm sticking out of the wrapped-up bundle under the sheets. She hasn't woken up yet, so it's best to let her sleep. I'm awake. I just don't want to move while I die of poisoning. You're hungover. Take a drink with Alka-Seltzer and have a piss. Most of it goes away. He answers as he drops a tablet into the glass of water on the table next to Vera and picks it up. Drink this. It will help. Nee. What's it do? It's a combination anti-acid and pain-relieving anti-inflammatory. These ones are very weak compared to the ones I might take. This is a half dose of a child variety. It will counteract what alcohol is left in you and force your body to calm down while also rehydrating you due to the water. Don't you have anything else? Raw egg, Tabasco sauce, pear juice, and a tumbler of whiskey? He asks. Of course the whiskey is just more booze to make you not care about the rest and will kill you. The Tabasco sauce might kill you, and raw egg is just nasty if you're not starving for protein and carbohydrates. Give me the foaming water. Vera orders him, and as he brings it close, she basically unfolds from inside the bed and reaches for the drink. She pounds it down before suddenly seeming to notice something. He points to the bathroom past Linda, and Vera runs, on all fours no less, into the bathroom. So, was that your first bender, or is this old hat? Barnabas asks in a slightly louder tone now that both of them have had some medicine. Stop laughing, she scolds him, still bleary. I haven't so much as chuckled. He notes calmly. How are you this active? You had more than us and in lethal concentrations. She asked, walking back to the bed she had been in and sitting down. I'm this active by comparison because someone's gave me a hard kiss shortly after I had the last bit of my personal limit. Getting a taste of the uncut stuff and a good and high percentile of a lethal dose for their respective species. I had an easily manageable amount. Those kisses gave you unmanageable amounts, he says, and she just stares at him in horror. What? I did what? Kissed me. I assume it was the alcohol talking. He answers, and her mind, previously blank, suddenly goes into overdrive. What does he mean I kissed him? Alcohol talking? Alcohol doesn't talk, it represses inhibitions. So without my inhibitions, I wanted to kiss him? Wait, if we kissed, why aren't I weak in the knees for him? Humans have insane pheromones, especially in the spit. Why would he presume alcohol talks? Is it a holdover from evolution with those insane brains of theirs? You're muttering out loud. He states, and she goes completely still, utterly mortified at that mess up. As for the pheromones, I don't know. Maybe the alcohol or spices left over in my mouth counteracted them? I don't know. I'm not a biologist. Mian? That feels so much better. Vera says, sauntering out of the bathroom. Wash your hands. Barnabas states, and she pauses. I could hear what was going on in there. Wash your hands. Vera sulks back into the bathroom and noisily washes her hands before rushing out and then racing out to pounce on him, knocking him clean off his seat and onto the floor. Gotcha, Vera says in a teasing tone. Only because I can't dig a tiger pit through deck plating, he counters. So was I hearing things right? Our cold tret is warming up to you? Vera asks. I was calming her down, Barnabas notes. Why should she need that? This is a good thing. She gets to partay. Some girls go their whole lives without so much as touching a man, and she's got good odds on grabbing you. What's to complain about? You're not a lesbian, are you? What? Why would you assume that? Linda demands as Barnabas just lets his head rest on the floor. Maybe if he doesn't draw attention to himself, they'll just go at each other. It's not that weird after all. Everyone needs someone to de-stress with and hold on to. If you like the kitty cat, then I hope you don't mind that I'm going to be a two-for deal with the big man here. Oh, my God, Barnabas mutters. Linda says nothing as her eyes narrow and Vera grins impudently at her. She then takes 2 steps, lifts up Vera in one hand and then Barnabas in the other. She then kisses Barnabas so deeply that he nearly gags even as she sucks hard and clearly swallows a small mouthful of spit. She pulls away and lets them both down, and Vera just chuckles. All right, I give up, Barnabas says, surprising them both. He puts his hands up and turns around to start walking out of the room. I do not understand women, and I never will understand women. The entire female side of things is insane. Hey, we're not crazy, Vera protests. Get back here. Linda orders him as they both rush out after him only to skid to a stop as he's just leaning against the wall next to the door. Wow, he notes casually. Hey, wait, you're playing with us. Vera suddenly notes, and Linda sighs as she puts it together herself. She walks back into the small room and looks around. Sure enough, just like the last time she woke up in the Dauntless, there's a bundle of clothing ready for her and one for Vera as well. She leaves the room, grabs the Takra by the collar and pulls her in. Come on, girl, we need to get into fresh clothes. But I didn't bring anything. The humans brought us some. Linda says, and Vera spots the clothing and all but pounces on them. The Takra all but flies into the bathroom and emerges a little bit later with a very familiar t-shirt stretched out over her breasts, so that it refuses to cover her stomach. A little tight, but I know whose this is, Vera says, outright purring. What the? Barnabas asks, leaning in. I need to pencil in a 2 o'clock murder, it seems. Don't tell me that they went with t-shirts for both of you. In response, Linda pulls out the piece of cloth in question, and Vera laughs. I approve. Now get in those clean clothes so we can get them dirty, second wife. Second? Wait, I have work to get to, paperwork to fill out. No, you don't, I called Officer Larise and explained the situation. A mix-up in the mess hall with some human foods, and you need a day to recover. She wants you to know that your pay is not being docked and to take it easy. But I need to submit a report. I did that while waiting for you to wake up. Really? She asks in surprise. Yes, I went into pedantic detail. He says, digging out his communicator and tossing it at her. IT starts buzzing in midair and everyone's eyes widen. It's a text message. Oh my God, it actually worked. There are some actually good people mixed in with the pedophiles. Linda reads out loud. What? Barnabas asks in shock as he walks over in just 3 massive steps and grabs it. He quickly types a request for context and then blinks when he gets it. Some of the boys who've been youthened have been willingly getting into windowless vehicles in the seedier parts of Centris. 19 out of 20 times it's a pedophile and an ass-kicking ensues, but every now and then it's actually a very socially awkward woman who's enraptured by the cute little boy. We've gotten about 50 pounds of candy and dozens of old but well-cared-for game systems out of this. Vera hits the floor laughing. Linda gapes at an equally astonished Barnabas, and their little standoff breaks off when Barnabas groans and smacks the communicator into his forehead as Linda asks the all-important question. What the fuck? These fucking guys. Barnabas groans. Right when I thought intelligence was taking things seriously, although I shouldn't be surprised. It's bound to be a clusterfuck when they take their notes from a living superspy and a Spetsnaz interrogator. His groan turns into a chuckle and he eventually just holds his head back and laughs. It's not funny. Little kids are going into windowless vans and running into pedophiles. Reread it. Not little children, full-grown spies and assassins that are currently de-aged into children to look harmless. Those kids carry enough hardware to empty most any room they enter. It's still immoral. You weren't complaining when one of the silent was helping out with that combat walker? That was a child? It looked like a shorter race. No, it was a human reduced physically to a child. But the youngest one is in their mid-20s. Barnabas says, and Linda tries to figure out the morality or immorality of things. They're physically children, but mentally adults, and have the training of assassins and infiltrators. Assassins are bad, but they're letting pedophiles target them and, She motions back and forth a few times in an exaggerated movement as if debating with herself. Then she throws up her hands as if in disgust and just grabs the bundle of clothing and walks into the back room. I think you broke her. Vera notes in amusement. Already? I didn't even do anything myself. Barnabas notes, and a few moments later, Linda emerges from the bathroom, looking both annoyed and somewhat resigned, and then marches straight up to him, wearing one of his t-shirts that's just as stretched out as Vera's, a bomber-style jacket and a pleated skirt with stockings. She grabs him by the lapel and drags him down into a kiss before pulling back. No more drama, no more stupidity, no dancing around things like a bunch of children. You can see it. I can see it, the cat can see it, and so can your coworkers. We've got the day off, so let's make it official and be done with it. We'll figure out the rest later. You've got work, I've got work. Let's get to work. You just said that we have the day off. Let's sort it out now and figure it out now. He replies, and she goes quiet at that. Here's how it is, Vera says, rushing up and grabbing them both. I want a baby, so I'm going first, and then if you've got the guts to follow, then you can. But first, to the bedroom, Vera announces, squeezing them to her chest and walking out. Then she looks around to try and get her bearings. Where's your room? 3 levels down and half a ship away. He answers calmly, and she groans in frustration. Come on, I'll show you the way. And with that, he wiggles out of her grip and takes a step away as Vera sulks a touch. But I wanted to carry you. Once we're in the right hallway, I'll tell you which door. Then you can throw me over your shoulder, caveman style, and throw me onto the bed. I must be out of my mind to be agreeing to this. Linda notes. Don't worry. We'll be working that stick out of you soon enough. Stick? Out of Cruel Space, Part 367. The Dauntless. True to her word, Vera carried both him and Linda the whole way to his personal room aboard the ship, then stopped dead in the doorway. It's tiny. It's a spaceship. Space is at a premium. I had to earn a room this size, believe it or not. May, I can practically touch both walls. Vera set Barnabas down while Linda looked around. The room was well ventilated, but it was clear Barnabas had been living in it for a long while. The small, lived-in clutter of someone who called this cramped little box home. You want the first round? Vera asked, flexing dramatically, and set Barnabas on the edge of the bed. First round of what? Arm wrestling, of course. I can be generous in victory, and today I am victorious, Vera declared. Time to show the little monkey man what a Ch.351 can really do. Energy began bleeding off her like mist, and she grew a full foot taller, muscle rippling along her arms as she shifted partway into war form. It takes a lot of skill to go partway war form, you know. Most can't manage it at all. How do you even do that? Linda asked, wide-eyed. A lot of warriors hide behind armor, and once they start lacing it with axiom, it's a real pain to get through. But strength like this, that you can't fake. She planted an elbow on the little fold-out desk and grinned. Come on, monkey man. 1 round. Barnabas matched her grip and they strained against each other, the desk creaking, neither budging for a long moment before Vera slowly, gleefully, pinned his hand flat. Victory. I thought humans were supposed to be the strong ones, Linda noted. Lost a bet a while back. Took a plasma bath as a result. Burned off half my conditioning along with most of my body hair. Barnabas admitted, rubbing his shoulder. You actively toyed with your defenses against a plasma attack while under plasma attack? Linda demanded. Nee! Vera cackled. Oh, this one's going to be bold. I like him already. Barnabas just laughed and shook out his hand. Couldn't breathe under all that pressure. You don't pull your strength, do you? Of course not, Vera huffed, shrinking back down to her usual size with a contented sigh. I'll only ever go all out for someone worth it. You're going to be a handful and a half? A handful? You'll need a power loader to heft me, Vera teased. With that war form, I believe it, he said, and she preened. She flopped back onto the bed, thoroughly pleased with herself. And Barnabas turned to find Linda watching the two of them with an expression that cycled through about a dozen emotions before settling into something strangely soft. She reached out and, almost without thinking, brushed her fingers along the side of his face. You're allowed to say no, you know, he said gently. To any of this, whatever you decide. Linda was quiet for a moment. Then she let a thread of axiom flow between them, a light touch. Just enough to glimpse the surface of his thoughts, his presence. What she found there was everything she'd quietly hoped for when she'd let herself dream of having someone, someday. She'd never really let herself explore that part of who she was. She had focused so hard on being one thing or another, training with her weapons, memorizing procedure, the endless laws of the many spires. Whenever the restlessness and uncertainty rose up in her, she'd buried it in work until it subsided. But this was different. This was warm and steady and unafraid. I understand now, she said softly. I had nothing to be afraid of, ever. And she simply hugged him, holding on tight, her face pressed into his chest. Oh ho, so easily won over? Vera sing-songed from the bed. I've got good company and a quiet room for once, Linda said, muffled. That's not an easy thing to come by back home. Come by as if you have to work for it. On my homeworld? Yes, Barnabas said, and Linda made a small content sound as his arms settled around her. The rest of the evening they kept to themselves, and the ship, as ships do, hummed on around them through the dark. Some while later, the three of them were piled together on the too-small bed. Linda still cuddled in tight against Barnabas's side, and Vera sprawled luxuriously across the foot of it. Mrow. That was a good night, Vera announced, stretching. Hey, does this mean we'll both be able to do oath dances at the same time? Oath dances? Barnabas asked. Old tradition. Nobody remembers which race started it, but enough did something like it that it became the thing you do when you're serious. Formal, she explained, half muttering. Usually done on anniversaries. You humans haven't been out here long enough for those yet. The really formal types do them as a proposal. Huh. Haven't heard much about them. The other guys are either keeping quiet or haven't gotten there. Vera patted her own stomach thoughtfully. Speaking of serious, I want a big family someday, a whole litter of little ones. You just want to raise a pack of warriors, Linda accused, half teasing. Now, we're friends here. Family, by galactic standards. Barnabas reminded them. Families fight, Vera said cheerfully. But really, what's wrong with wanting the best for your kids? A lot of peoples don't much like having warriors around when things are peaceful and quiet, but they sure love them when it gets noisy and dangerous. It's an industry that never runs dry. My little ones will be the best I can make them, in work they'll love and be paid well for. Nothing but wins. That's just being a good mother. Takra, Linda muttered. Trets, Vera volleyed back with a grin. And a human, Barnabas added, and both of them gave him an odd look. What? Didn't want to be left out. Linda chuckled into his chest as he held her. She wasn't entirely sure what she was feeling now, but it wasn't a bad feeling. Not at all. Oh, for the love of... Vera huffed, hauling both of them flat onto the mattress so the three of them lay tangled in a heap. There. Easier now. You've calmed right down, Barnabas noted. I won the arm wrestling and I got a good evening with friends, Vera reminded him. I'm a happy cat, fair point, though I keep expecting drama. Shouldn't you two be squabbling over something? Not human, not competing, sharing, Linda said. There's enough good company to go around without anyone getting pushy about it. And honestly, half the dumbest kid shows out there are all about how being possessive is greedy and selfish and blah, blah, blah. Boring. Give me some space, monkey man. Your elbow's in my ear. Vera complained, rearranging the pile. That may be your own tail, Barnabas pointed out. Details. Vera yawned hugely, ears twitching and settled in. Linda looked up at him. I still don't entirely understand all of this. Any of it, really. Neither do I, half the time. Barnabas admitted and pulled the blanket up over the three of them. We'll figure it out. We'll make it work, Linda answered and closed her eyes. Out of Cruel Space, Part 368. A scion of many worlds. The time has come, I do declare, to speak of other things, to shift the focus of this talk away from silk, weaving, and strings. The Earthani Trill speech language is an extremely formal, inflexible tongue with an absurd number of rules, and deliberately defying any of them is a level of informality that can be construed as hostile intent or a warning of danger, meaning a cause to panic and scatter. And a panic is something that Jasper has nearly caused, regardless, when he went from Earthani Tribal Village to Earthani Tribal Village, so tall that most of the women need to stretch up their antenna to touch his chin. So powerfully built muscle-wise that his silhouette is completely distorted and unrecognizable. Furthermore, his wingspan is of a size that he had been mistaken for a young grand glider looking for prey, something that these women occasionally have to contend with, something else to make an already naturally jittery race even more jumpy. I do declare that I do agree it is time to speak of other things. You have mentioned once, and now we may speak of what the future brings. The elder replies. To most people, it sounds like they're just chiming at each other, but each chime is a contextual syllable with its tone, volume, and placement having meaning. If you're proficient in trill speech, you can get an entire lecture out in just a minute or two. But it takes years of practice, and in Jasper's case, it had taken several years with an advanced teaching algorithm, while he had been a manual to master the language. I do declare, to you and all who listen as we speak, that I come with good tidings for what the future brings. Lost knowledge and riches to be returned shall soon be occurring. Jasper states, and the elder nods. Could you two speak normally? The secret language is hard to listen to. One of the tribe complains, and Jasper offers a smile without teeth to the elder. Very well. Pardon me for wanting to feel educated and wanting to have a conversation. The elder states as she claps her claws together with a wooden knocking sound. Don't feel too bad about this, elder. I've visited the 4 other tribes at this point, and so far, none of the average tribeswoman holds any appreciation for the old tongue. Jasper says with a chuckle as he reaches into his pouch and pulls out a pair of the semi-bitter melons he's found himself very fond of from Aridus Valley. He holds one out to the elder, who takes the treat with a smile and quickly impales it with her proboscis. Now, as I introduced myself earlier before we spoke of safe subjects such as trade and weaving, I am Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue. I am the Martial Master of the Star Seeker Order. I am the Conqueror of Miru, an ally of the Goldlands and the Savior of Greenstone. I am here to speak to you of changes that shall be coming upon all of Lochran soon. It is my hope that with an appropriate warning and knowledge of what to expect, that there will be a minimum of fuss and a lack of panic. I heard of you from Elder Granzi. She helped name you. The elder says after holding up her hand to stop him from continuing and then withdrawing her proboscis. She did, which is why she was the first I went to speak with when I needed to speak to the tribes. It was her that suggested I use the old tongue to greet the rest of the tribes, which has worked very well so far. How is she? It has been a few days since I saw her, but at her age, I've taken steps to help with that, Jasper says, and the elder stares at him. You need some tools in order to ensure things work perfectly, but it's entirely possible to heal even the ravages of time. You what? It's one of the things my people, the undaunted, are bringing to this world. Healing comas. You go for a deep and true sleep and all your wounds wash away. In fact, the healing is so complete that there are certain tools needed to stop from healing too much. Healing too much? I've provided Elder Granzi with a memory-retaining headband. It will allow her to fully regain herself when she awakens. So you've done something to heal Elder Granzi, the oldest and wisest of all Earthani. I have. She grows younger as we sleep. It will take a week, perhaps two, but she will awaken in the prime of her youth with the fullness of her wisdom and experience, Jasper says, and she stares at him. It had been easy to get a data chit compatible with his communicator sent from Horus. It had all the blueprints needed to put together a lot of medical tools and other such things. He had also shown the star seekers and midwives how to use the communicator, and both had been feverishly copying notes in order to not need to fight over the damn thing. Which is why his first major project for both of the groups is to make a communicator each. That way, he can be certain of not only their abilities and understanding, but the mystique of the communicator would be well and truly shattered. There are few better ways to completely demystify something than to understand it from the inside out. I don't understand. How is such a thing possible? The elder asks, and Jasper smiles. I'm glad you asked. I've got this lecture down pat now, so, Elder, a stranger is coming. One of the tribeswomen calls out, and Jasper pauses. Were you expecting guests? I was not, she says, and he frowns. Perhaps someone from Bright Dawn seeking vengeance? A true Empire servant might have also tracked him. The eternal queen of the Serpent Empire from the Trine continent might also be seeking him. Also, the last empire whose name he doesn't casually know is heavy in the slave trade, so a literal one-of-a-kind specimen might be too tempting a target. If someone is able to get him in chains, they'd be able to all but name their price and get it. He shakes his head to push aside the distraction and tucks away his still untouched melon. Oh no, there's no need for you to rise. I am the elder here. It is my duty to judge newcomers. I have a great many foes, honored elder. If one of them followed me here, then it is my duty to deal with them. Jasper notes as he withdraws his swords and belt from a hidden pouch in his cloak. The axiom expanded sack had concealed both with ease, and he straps them on. He feels a little naked without his armor, but he was already pushing boundaries with his swords hidden on him. So with only his cloak, a pair of long leather shorts that go down to his upper calf with numerous pouches in their side, and a black vest, in addition to his belted swords, he follows the elder out to see what may or may not be threatening these people, or possibly hunting him. You think there will be violence. The elder states she does not question it. I hope not, but I'm a soldier. My duty is to be prepared for it. Jasper states firmly, and she nods. He follows her out of the tent, and she flutters to the edge of the massive tree branch to look down. The stranger is beyond the range of casual antenna use and a fair distance away. Female, of course. There's a fairly large pack on her back that has several things poking out. Could be weapons, could be things like maps or scrolls, perhaps a thin bedroll. Should we go down and say hello? Jasper asks, and the elder nods. Yes, she's unfamiliar, and we're very far away from normal trade routes. The elder says, and she flutters down towards the stranger. Jasper follows, and he flies with his arms crossed, but quick to snap towards his swords if he needs them, or snap out if his claws are more appropriate, a foza, so his guard is up. He doesn't want to be racist, but the last one he met damn near killed him. He needs to prepare himself to move in case she lets out a blast of sound. But normal movement will just get him killed. He needs to teleport. Welcome. You're a long way from home, young lady. I am Elder Elise. May I inquire as to why you're here? Elder Elise asks, and Jasper gets ready to move if things go badly, especially as he can outright see the panic shifting through the foe's bioelectric systems. She recognizes him in some way, and that means he has to be very careful. Is, is that Earthani of your tribe? No. I was born elsewhere, to a great spider. Jasper says and the Fosa blinks. Wait, what Elder Granzi told me was true. Centuries while in slumber as a spider wept for you. My mother. It's complicated. The full story borders on the absurd, to be honest. Jasper admits. So these aren't your people? The Fosa asks and Jasper grins. I will defend them, but the only one I know is Elder Eliz, and we met just this day. He says, and there's a flush of anger. Rein your temper, girl. I've already bested one of you. Must I make a habit of it? That brings her up short, and she frowns. What did you do with her weapons? I allowed another to take them. And the librarium? Pardon, the what? Don't be foolish. She had the librarium on her as much as the soul lancers, the Fosa accuses. I'm not trying to be foolish. I believe we use different words to describe the same things. Jasper says. He's ready for her. If she attacks, he'll end her quickly. But she hasn't attacked yet, so he can't completely justify an attack. Furthermore, she's only looking for information, not threatening anyone. I see. If you're asking about the exotic tools Operative Scythe had on her, then the weapons were confiscated by a warrior with me at the time, and I have taken the data repository for myself. It's in a safe place. Data repository? She asks. It's generally called a communicator. But you people use them more like massive books to keep information in or things of the sort. I've added to the ones I've gotten, filled them with further knowledge, and also connected them more fully into the satellite network over the planet so they can be used as normal. Once we get a pylon set up and system, we should be able to use them to speak with most anyone in the galaxy so long as they're in range. You know how to use them? I do, but no one knows how to use them. Not without years of trial and teaching. She protests and Jasper shrugs. Tell you what, I'm not going to be among this tribe much longer. Let me bring you to Aridus Valley, and there I will show you what I've been putting together. If I could have the empires calm down on their own and stop all the violence for a time, I'll consider it quite the victory. Will the librarium be there? She asks. Not only is it there, but another I've recovered as well, and I have 2 separate teams creating new ones. What? But that's not possible. The knowledge spirits within them cannot be made. Only preserved and fed more information. She protests. Are you telling me that you have a large number of inactive communicators lying around? Yes? I think we can help each other, madam. I know enough about programming to copy the OS and applications on a communicator and place it in a blank one. You can breathe life into the stillborn librariums? The Fosa demands, and Jasper nods. Easily. I do not believe you. She hisses and Jasper rolls his eyes. Then accompany me to Aridus Valley regardless, so you may search for the missing one. And if I kill you now, and seek it that way, assuming you can kill me. Furthermore, violence is a very hard thing to walk back. It is an option that turns aside many other options. Jasper warns her, and her eyes narrow. Who was Operative Scythe to you? My cousin. She hisses, and he nods sadly. I'm sorry. If it's any comfort, she nearly won that encounter. He says, reaching down to lift up his vest and show her the black spot where he took the laser through the gut. Blazing light through the stomach is no fun. The Fosa stares at the closed wound for a few moments, before suddenly taking in a deep breath that gets cut off by a half-suppressed sob. She goes stone-faced afterwards and turns away to walk beyond a nearby tree, shaking a little as she tries to keep things contained. The sound of choked down and suppressed sobs is just as uncomfortable as someone openly bawling. Why couldn't she just be a monster I could kill? The Fosa weeps to herself nearly silently. This appears to be my business, Elder. I will deal with her. But our conversation is incomplete. In summation, my people are coming. When you see great ships of steel flying in the sky and beings bearing this symbol. He gives her a piece of cloth with the symbol of the Undaunted stitched into it. Then know that they're friendly and will be willing to give knowledge freely as well as aid you in many other ways. Furthermore, if you need protection, then they will come if you call. But they must be here first. Is this the symbol of your tribe? For the sake of simplicity, yes. We are the Undaunted. I am merely the first here, and when the others come, there will be great healing in this world. I promise. Out of Cruel Space, Part 369. A scion of many worlds. She agreed to meet him at Aridus Valley. She needed time to sort through her head and did not trust him to bring her there, which is fair as he did not trust her, not to stab him, should he try. Elder Elise had questioned him about the wisdom of speaking to or with such a person. He had brought her personal pain and sorrow. She worked, clearly, for a group that was, if not opposed to him, then they were doing things he was opposed to and would likely come to blows. It's the problem with trying to take the moral high ground. It leaves you open to attack from all sides. He had answered. His swords were not in any way put away. He's not stupid. The Foza girl might decide her revenge is more important than any answer and come for him. With her likely sonic attacks, he needs to be ready to move faster than sound, and the time it would take to fish out his weapons and strap them back on would be an unacceptable delay. Then why take it? She challenges him and he grins. Because the moral high ground may be exposed terrain, but it is also stable terrain. You can't plant your feet in vice, hypocrisy, and cruelty and expect to hold your ground. You can, however, stand on principle and refuse to move. You'll be attacked more, but from that stable position you can also better defend, he says, and she raises an eyebrow to challenge him. How does any of that stop her from killing you out of revenge? Who's to say she will? He asks, and she openly scoffs. All right. She probably will. I fully believe there will at least be one attempt on my life by her. Not only does she have the capacity and cause to do so, but this world encourages that kind of thing. But what if she doesn't? She will, probably, but not definitely. You need to give people chances to prove themselves above their baser nature. Otherwise, how can they ever be better? You're naive and foolish, perhaps. But how can things like justice, mercy, or duty ever exist if we don't work to create them? If we don't give them a chance to be born? He asks, and she looks at him oddly before snorting. You're quoting something. More someone. Many conversations I've been having with my own people go off into tangents about morality, cause and effect and such. You're studying philosophy? Elder Elise asks, even as she wonders exactly what kind of army teaches its soldiers these things. Why would a soldier need to know these things at all? I'm using philosophy to sort through the sheer number of things I've won. I've killed people with my claws alone. I've upended nations and shattered lives in my wake. Whether it was for a good reason or not, it's still something to sift through. You are a confusing person, Mr. Man. I'm the only man on the planet, and I'm from another one an impossible distance away. I'm shocked that I'm getting along so well with the locals. You've participated in numerous wars and you think things have gone well? There is a deep amusement in her tone. She's mocking him. She has cause to. I'm able to have peaceful conversation with many people and try to understand things from their angle. While I claim to merely be a soldier, I have been receiving training for statecraft and diplomacy as well. Although the Trine empires of the other continent are very foreign and possibly hostile towards me, I am able to easily walk among 3 major nations on this continent and be welcomed there. Which means more than half the world hates you, as there are several major states beyond Maru, the Goldlands and Greenstone on this continent. I know, Bright Dawn technically counts and they don't like me much. Furthermore, the scattered city-states on the opposite end, I have no clue, to be honest. My only contact is that some of their citizens are also members of the Starseekers. And the Jorgwa on the archipelago that leads to the continent of the Trine? She asks, and he shrugs. I've met some Jorgwa. If you want to just live peacefully, then you've done enough. But that's not what you want, is it? You're not looking for peace. You're looking for problems. Yes, it's a little something my uncle taught me. Man was a neat freak, and he wasn't satisfied until his looking for dirt came up blank. What? Maybe I could have phrased that better? My uncle, an uncle is a male sibling of one of your parents, was a neat freak, meaning that he greatly enjoyed being in clean environs and hated being near things he thought were dirty. Okay. He taught me that if you truly want to clean something properly, you don't look at what you've already cleaned, you look for more dirt and clean that. Then you keep looking and cleaning until you can't find any. Oh, so you're intending to do that with the problems of this world? Yes, but I'm focusing on the big ones. Jasper admits. The city-states, while having a contrarian policy for not really being unified despite being unified in all but name, are annoying, but they're not hurting anyone or making anything worse, so they can be ignored to a certain extent. There are problems, but they're so very minor, compared to the mess that was Miru and its surrounding nations. And now Bright Dawn is on fire. It was on fire when I got there, and you can't prove otherwise. He jokes, but she gives him an alarmed look. It was a joke. What's happening there is a tragedy, and humor is a good way of dealing with such things. I've only heard rumors of the mounting tensions there. Your arrival is the first confirmation I've received that it's caught fire and grown worse. Well, as I explained before I was called in to aid the Grand Midwives in evacuating their people, I discovered an eternal empire plot to steal a powerful relic from those lands and got my claws on it first before turning it over to the midwives. As for the actual war itself, it appears to be a coup that spiraled completely out of control. How do you know? Because most of the actual damage was concentrated around the levers of power. If it was just a riot, the docks and ships would have been burnt far worse, perhaps the poorer districts. Instead, they went straight for the temple, and I'm told they also went for the manors of the city elites. If it helps, think of the mess as the biggest, noisiest assassination possible. It's days like this that I thank every goddess and spirit that my people are a gentle, quiet folk. What about me? Jasper teases her. Not you, you're a freak, and proud of it. He announces, and Elder Elise just starts laughing in response. Anyways, things are going to be fine. You're not needed for anything, but there is help coming. Just keep going as you are now, and everything should be all right. I'll judge that for myself. You're going to visit Elder Granzy, aren't you? Yes, she says, and he nods. All right, it will be a bit before she awakens, though, but she should have a great deal of progress done by this time. He answers, and she nods, but still gives him a suspicious look. She's open and willing to listen, but it's clear she's going to for knowledge anyways. That's good. Hopefully all the elders have done so. Even a few hours would be enough to take a great deal of the weight of ages off the elder. Right, that's that then. I'll be heading to Aridus Valley. It won't do to have my guests show up before I do. It might give a bad impression. He says as his wings slowly unfold. Safe flying, strange one, safe flying, elder. He replies and then brings down his wings to launch into the sky. His one flap, coupled with axiom to pull at the air, brings him through the canopy and up into the sky beyond. In the distance, he can make out some of the megafauna of the world, but they're too far away to be a threat, and they're not near any community he's aware of. So he turns his back on the grand gliders and rockets away towards Aridus Valley. He allows the wind to whistle through his antenna and fells the air pushing against him. Even when he joins a slipstream, heading the same way, he's still so fast that it only cuts the noise ever so slightly. There are entire continents worth of problems, and he needs to pick his fights strategically. Bright Dawn may be an issue if they start up with the piracy again after their civil war is over. It will be both easier and hard to deal with them if they're belligerent after the coup. Yes, their manpower will be down and they'll still be injured, but they'll also be excited, drunk on victory, and likely a little bloodthirsty. The city-states both need to be dealt with and don't. They need to be told what's coming, but at the same time, they mostly keep to themselves. They're worried about trade and personal stability. Yes, refusing to unify is annoying, but he'll take annoying over outright belligerent or hostile every day of the week and ask for seconds with a smile. The biggest problem will be tackling the Trine, a single continent with 3 major empires on it, one which has a reputation for slaving, another which has already proven to be acting against other nations of the world, and stirring up chaos, and the last one is stuck between the two as they feed off it. The empress of that one is the last living survivor of the colony's ship. She's undergone so much in the intervening time that Jasper is honestly shocked she hasn't produced another primal Nagasha through sheer stress, as the other method of a complete lack of it is all but impossible. At least he was shocked until he asked questions. The answer he got was as sad as it was sensible. The girl was too responsible. She refused to have any child unless she could care for it properly, and she refused to let her responsibilities fall to others. The combination of having things mostly figured out and the stress of managing an empire guaranteed she never hit that perfect stress or perfect relaxation needed to actually have a primal Nagasha daughter. Something she was never taught because she was maybe 5 years old when her world shattered and she became the only surviving Nagasha on the entire planet. The fact that the Nagasha are a common people now speaks volumes about her personal strength and sheer will to survive. Of course, the struggle of dealing with the empires, one blatantly a breakaway state from the Empress and the other a parasite off them both, isn't the end of it with that continent. Oh no, there's a roving horde of invaders, basically sky Mongols. Yeah, that one's going to be fun. He's not entirely sure if that mental statement is sarcastic or serious. He's developed a taste for battle, something he considers as he swoops downward, having crossed much of the continent in a short amount of time. He had taken his pushing himself to Bright Dawn as a lesson to learn from and was now seeking to get even faster. He could reach supersonic speeds, but his next goal was to get hypersonic in atmosphere. He swoops down and smiles at what he sees. Guard posts along major roads, training exercises in the empty terrain, and a lot of soldiers are building their strength by helping with the planting and sowing of the next season's crops. He lands just outside one of the main buildings and pauses as he hears music. Not just any music, Earth-based music. Someone was listening to Kenny Rogers. He can't help but smile as he offers a salute to the women on guard and walking in. As the gambler starts playing, he starts humming along to it and opening the door to the room where the music is pouring out from. Zavia is there, engrossed in her studies and bobbing to the music. It's amazing how little of a fuss you give when I'm not here to hassle, he says out loud, and she thrashes out of her chair and rises up, pink dusting her cheeks, and then looks away with her arms crossed. He chuckles in response. When did you get back? She demands before noticing and warily eyeing his swords, which reminds him to unclasp the weapon belt and tuck everything away. Just now, I heard the music and came looking, he says as the song ends. He stops things before it moves on to the next song. If you want, I can translate the lyrics for you. No, just get out, 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 she insists, and he holds up his claws in surrender. All right, I'm going. I just wanted to check. Get out. She insists, shoving him out of the room and slamming the door. He suppresses the urge to laugh at that bit of silly drama. Ah, teenagers. Out of Cruel Space, Part 370. A Scion of Many Worlds. I was wondering how long it would take you to arrive. Tell me, how goes communication with your masters? I'm certain they're not happy you let me go. The Foza had announced herself to one of the guard posts just outside the valley. Jasper had gone out to meet her in person. If she's hostile, then they're well away from non-combatants, and while she will cut loose, so will he. I'm not here for them. I'm here for me. The Foza woman answers, and Jasper's eyebrows go up slightly. Really? You were that close to your cousin? He asks, and she glares at him. No answer comes. Fine then. You want knowledge, right? She doesn't answer. She just glares at him. You want to know how to properly make a communicator, right? Still nothing. I may be capable of plucking the thoughts from your head, but that doesn't mean I like doing it. He bluffs, and she takes a slight step back. Look, I'm not trying to be the bad guy here, but with so many forces trying to impose their will on this world and clashing with my own goals and intentions, I have to be careful. Do you or do you not want to learn? I do, she says, and he mentally cheers. He has an in. Now he just needs to keep pushing at it without driving her off. Then follow me, he says, and he turns to lead her into the valley, still perfectly aware of her positioning and even facial expression. Her hand twitches to a hidden knife, but she doesn't draw it. She knows that he may be unarmed, but she's also aware of the quotes around that train of thought. She says nothing as she follows him further in, looking around and taking in the many changes, a frown developing and deepening as she regards the warriors and troops. Pardon. Did I forget to introduce myself as the Martial Master of the Star Seekers? Because that's my official title among them. Are they of your Undaunted? Potentially. They have the basic understanding and are pushing themselves as required. But among them, not all of them will want to continue the path. Being undaunted is as much a combat philosophy as a life philosophy, as well as a political statement. What are the undaunted? She states rather than asks, but he smiles. She's taking the bait. An army, small by the standards of the galaxy, but vast and powerful by the standards of Lachran. So a small army is coming here. A small army is coming to save this place. Jasper corrects. Of course, it's only small by the comparison that there are countless trillions of souls across the galaxy. We don't need saving. The Fossa says in a sulky tone. How old are you? He asks, and then clams up. She still wants to keep information from him? Fine. Well, regardless, I doubt you're older than a century. Only that idiot snake and the most withered crones reach a century. Be nice about that poor girl. She saw everything she knew and loved destroyed as a small child and was forced to build from nothing. Jasper chides her before grinning. Now, the undaunted are to the last very young by comparison, but there are medical techniques, which we are bringing, to allow anyone to live as long as the Empress. I myself have slept for hundreds of years. I was centuries old in body when I first came to Lachran. Granted, most of that was in a deep sleep, one during which my mother was awake for. So what? You're some ancient thing here to save us all? Some grand chosen being of prophesy and portent? Wow, there is a lot of bitterness in her tone. Don't be ridiculous. My coming here was a series of accidents and odd choices. There was no prophecy pulled into this, no higher hand in these affairs, unless you count that of my mother or my own. He chides, and she looks a little surprised. She looks away to watch some of the troops in the midst of drill exercise and frowns again. So why are they doing those things? They're building muscle. Growing stronger bit by bit and practicing. I refuse to believe you don't know what practicing is and what it's important for. Why not just use the axiom? The axiom can enhance things and make them stronger. It's a powerful multiplier. But that's just it right there. Right where? It's a multiplier. If you start off with something stronger, then you get a better result with the same amount of effort. I may have built up my body with axiom, but I've also pushed it and pushed it and pushed it, fully understanding what I can do as I keep searching for my limit and then pushing past it. Jasper explains, and her frown is much more pronounced now. Perhaps the previous ones were subconscious, and this is the first deliberate one? Please explain. She states once more, not asking, but commanding. He has to resist snorting. He has her curious, and he has her not even twitching towards the knife, despite how tempting his back must be. Also, she can probably hear the armor he has on under the cloak. It's hard as hell to make plat email for an Earthani. The wings get in the way and the fur gets into everything. But with Axiom, it was easy enough. Granted, it was more like banded mail with it hanging off the inside of his shirt. If you're only capable of lifting 25 pounds with one arm, and you use a mode of axiom to make yourself 10 times as mighty and lift 250, then the same amount of axiom with a stronger arm will allow you to lift more and more. I think I understand. It's about using axiom as an aid and not the central part. She says, and he nods. Come on, walk beside me, not behind me. It's easier to speak that way. He invites her, and he can see her frown through his antenna, and she wrestles with it. Then she walks up beside him. He starts to walk back into the valley again. What are your plans? She asks straight up. I am preparing this world as best as I can for when rescue finally arrives. Thousands of years ago, your ancestors were lost in this place. You should have been rescued then, but it's only coming now. I apologize for the delay, but I was only made aware of the problem some weeks ago. What? That got her. Her ears outright twitch. I apologize for the delay, but I was only made aware of the problem some weeks ago. He repeats, and her ears twitch again, trying to find some hint of deception in him. Here's the fun part of a righteous manipulation. Another benefit to standing on moral high ground he hadn't mentioned to Elder Elise. You can draw others in with a foundation that's stable. You believe that, she states in a shocked tone. Yes, when your ancestors came to this world, a great disaster laid you all low. It should have been corrected within months at most. But it wasn't, and that was simply wrong. A failure of the galaxy's people. Unfortunately, the ancestors of the Undaunted were in much the same position you find yourselves in now, if not worse off for a lack of axiom or ancient secrets to aid them. Were they? It took 1,000 years to advance such. It's been 1,000 years and you've only descended? He volleys back before he can stop himself. No, that was the wrong thing to do. He should not have said that. He needs to lure her in, not push her away. He needs an in on her empire, and she's perfect for it. Descended? We've risen up after that idiot serpent kept failing to... She begins before stopping. Was that a blurt? Apparently, as she seemed furious with herself. She was a child when everything was lost. She was never trained to pick things apart. She kept promising help anytime now, and it never came. Now you promise the same thing and these idiots believe you. Ah, you feel abandoned. He says, and she looks away from him. If that wasn't hitting the nail on the head, then he doesn't know what the saying means. You're not forsaken, not by me and not by my people. I don't believe you. She states, and he nods. Fair enough. You've been lost for 1,000 years. I don't expect that to just go away on my word alone. You've got all these women tricked. She almost spat that bit out. Is this personal for her, or is it a cultural thing to take their circumstances personally? Feeling enlightened by looking down on others spitefully is a rather cruel way to organize a society. It's also a fast way to make your society the enemies of others fairly consistently. Tricked nothing, I shared my memories with them and taught them how to fight. I brought physical proof to these people and taught them secrets lost so long that they could not be found anywhere upon Lochran. They've seen my proof, so they believe. Would you like to see it? No. I want the information on how you breathe life into stillborn librarians. Nothing more or less. Ah, so you can stab me in a clear conscience. I understand, Jasper replies. What? Him directly bringing up and dismissing her vengeful urges was clearly not on the schedule for things she was ready to deal with. Don't think I'm unaware that you want to kill me for the sake of your cousin. You'll probably aim for it to be poetic in some way, matching the mark she made on me, but with a deadly result to prove that she should have won when she went after me. He states, and she's openly staring at him now. But you're still bringing me in? Letting me close? If not for the armor, I would have stabbed you already. You would have tried. Whether it would have worked or not is a matter of debate, but what isn't up for debate is that you haven't actually done anything yet. You haven't attacked me. You have not hurt me, so I give you a chance instead. I don't understand. I didn't expect you to. He states. She's off balance. She's reconsidering things and generally has everything but stab him and ignore his words going through her head. She's paying attention, but not to find a place to shank him now, which means she's set up. Jasper hopes that the lessons both Sir Philip and Madame Stepanova have been imparting to him pay off. He leads her to the lab, where numerous women are poring over their notes to put together communicators, using Axiom to blend raw ingredients into proper parts and then putting them together according to the blueprints. These, the FOSA says as she heads up to one of the completed communicators and activates it. It goes through its startup sequence in moments and then is fully online. Where was this one recovered? Hey, that wasn't recovered. I made that. Sister Bellwether protests and the FOSA stares at her, then starts fiddling with the communicator. Should I have put a password on that? Probably. Jasper answers before the FOSA sucks in a shocked breath. Her brain has an absurd amount of activity going on as the woman is clearly thinking hard and fast. How? The FOSA asks and Jasper grins. How about your name first? Jasper asks, and she just glares at him for a moment. I am Yennis Damaris. She was Agris Damaris. Yennis introduces herself before all but spitting her cousin's name at Jasper. If you'd like, there will be lessons on how to make communicators from scratch soon enough. A new group will be taught tomorrow, and the full lesson is to be able to not only copy all the blueprints and use them to make several, but then to program them all. Or breathe life, as you call it. I don't need to know how to put them together. I need to know how to breathe life into the librariums. Yennis states and Jasper chuckles. There are two main ways of doing so. First is to build it from scratch. This is difficult, time-consuming, and very, very prone to failure, and you will fail many times before you even start to get things right. But learning that method will teach you how to make root-level changes to a system to let you alter them from the deepest recesses out. Really? Yes. Think of it less like a living thing and more an immensely complicated tapestry. Each thread must be spun, dyed, properly placed and woven into the whole. If you do not catch your mistakes until much later, then you must unweave a great deal of the tapestry to remove or alter the mistake you have made. And the other way? There are ways to copy the systems into a blank device. Do you have printing presses in your homelands? Some. I do not know much about them. That will do, though. Are you aware that printing presses allow you to make many copies of a book in a short time? Yes. The second method is more akin to using a printing press to copy a book than copying it all out by hand. Except that you also have to personally make the ink that you're copying and hunt down a new bird each and every time you find yourself in need of a new quill. You're exaggerating. Somewhat, but that's to impress the tediousness and time consumption needed to breathe life. He reaches up and draws the air quotes. Into a librarian without copying. Like any skill, those who are learned at it can do things much more swiftly and easily. But it really helps to have the knowledge of others to assist. I see. Show me how. There will be lessons tomorrow. Free to any and all. This is nearing the end of their teaching, and they're just getting more and more comfortable creating these devices. Electronic repair, maintenance, and construction are extremely useful skills. More so when we get back in contact with the rest of the galaxy. All right, that is enough. Yinus outright states with a growl that he feels in his bones. He just crossed a line somewhere. How so, he asks, priming his axiom. This is a very bad place for a fight. If she lets out a sonic scream, then it will reverberate off the walls and hit the people here. Even if he hardens himself, there are others to look out for, and fighting here is deadly. Do you think she begins to roar with axiom power? His arm snaps out and he wraps his claws around her throat before ripping at the axiom to force a huge teleport straight up. Did you think that I was some helpless child? That you could suddenly start to attack and not have to face the consequences? He asks in a low tone to the now struggling Foza. It can barely be heard over the wind. He went up, there are clouds under them, and Auritus Valley is a tiny dot below. The curvature of the world can be seen from this height, and the thin air will lower the power of any attack she cares to try. She can feel the brutal edges of his claws digging in, and most importantly, she can feel that only his own axiom expression is keeping her alive. If she attacks him now, she falls a very long way. Even if she doesn't fall, his own focus will waver and her throat gets sliced into. She grabs onto his wrist while whimpering, going from demanding and furious to terrified and helpless in a blink. Stop squirming. You don't want to slip and cut yourself. Out of Cruel Space, Part 371. A scion of many worlds. I've tried playing nice, but that didn't work, so it's time to play mean. This is the lower stratosphere. I'm doing more than blunting my claws to avoid slicing your foolish head off. I'm also keeping enough air around us to breathe. I'm upset with you, so you are going to stop struggling and listen, rather than just ignore what I say. Your every breath is due to my patience and grace. Your life continues at my whim, and fighting back, even successfully, gets you a severe case of dead. Understand? Yes? Yinus asks in horror as she tries to hold herself up and off the edge of the claws by pulling up on his wrist. Good. Now the reason I'm so pissed isn't that you attacked me. A lot of people I like right now first tried to attack me. Hell, a woman I've come to care for greatly tried to outright kill me. Understand? It's not you. Not unless you put some serious effort on your side at any rate. But what you need to know is that I do not tolerate collateral damage, especially if it's in a non-combatant, and even more so if it's a child that's the collateral. Do you understand me? So, you're not mad I attacked you. You're mad I attacked you there? I'm mad you attacked me around people whose entire lives have revolved around learning, teaching, and healing. That's not right. If you want to fight me, I'm willing to do so anywhere and at any time so long as there are no innocents in the area. Do you understand me? Yes, she says, staring up at him. Still afraid, but it dawns on her that her life might not actually end in the next few heartbeats. Good. Now, we are going to go back to the ground. There we will continue to talk and we will speak on civil terms. Do you understand me? Yes. I am Sergeant Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue. Any of those names or titles can be used to respectfully address me. I will refer to you as Yinis or Damaris as you chose. Is this agreed? Yes. Excellent, he says, and they begin to descend. Then he stops and looks at her again before glancing up. In the far distance, there is a slight trail of light. Actually, how about I show you some proof now? Something that would wash away many doubts? No, no, I want to go down. I want on the ground. She protests and he nods. He'll make visits to the satellites, a way to prove things to other people then. There are enough of them that no matter where he is on the planet, that he'll be able to get to one quickly enough. Now as we descend, we're going to hash something out. The details surrounding your cousin. She was a good woman. Operative Scythe incited and armed a rebellion in a foreign nation in order to steal its artifacts. She also opened fire on me with laser pistols the moment she first saw me, and attempted to flat-out execute both me and a knight in good standing of the Grand Midwives. That is not a good woman. What? I still have the paper in a box. Closest thing I have to filing cabinets for the sheer clusterfuck that is this planet. In a box. The tone is amazingly dry, or perhaps not so amazingly, there's not a lot of water at this sheer height, so the air is very dry. Turned on its side with bright dawn carved in the side of it, I sort out my thoughts and write down everything I know, as well as put whatever physical evidence I have in the box, and when the rest of the Undaunted show up, they can sort through it all and help me make sense of it. It's only half full so far as it's both still in progress and fairly open and shut from the angle I've interacted with it. Not like Miru. Greenstone and the Goldlands, they each filled the first box, and Miru needed a full-on second one that's nearly full. Do you always go off on tangents? I can sense things in ways you can scarcely imagine. You might be able to hear every slight pulse of my heart, but I can outright see both the electrical and axiom currents running through your body. I may be explaining myself, but I'm also studying you. Can all Earthani do that? To be fair, most are too timid to. He reaches up with his other hand and runs his claws down one of his antennae. The sensation is astounding now that he can properly process it. These are sensory organs, akin to eyes or ears, perhaps the nose or tongue. But whichever you compare it to, it senses things that none of the others can casually detect. You need to be a truly exotic species to match them. The closest comparison is a Nagasha or Jorgwa's ability to sense heat. Again, why are you explaining so much? She asks him. To be fair, going into lectures at the drop of a hat isn't something most people do, and she is trying to get the measure of him. I like teaching. I get it from my mother. She's dedicated her life to teaching others and learning more so she can teach more. That I'm also a warrior is something unexpected. He summarizes and simultaneously completely fails to summarize. She doesn't need the life story. Can you warp us down or carry me by something other than my neck? Yinis complains. Possibly your ankle, and no. We don't have the level of trust required for me to have both hands occupied while near you, or to hold you close enough to grab onto anything that contains a vital organ. I'm not sure if that's a sign of respect or disdain. Both, actually. I've run into both weapons powerful enough to kill me with ease and skill levels that make me very, very cautious. I'm not giving a chance to someone who might have both. I sense no pistol on you. But that doesn't mean you don't have a trick I haven't seen yet. It takes another few minutes to touch down, and he then lets her go. He says nothing as she rubs at her neck, and she can't help but run her fingers along the now shaved bits of fur that show just how loose she was to losing her head entirely. Come along, he says after she seems to get stuck on the fact that she's directly feeling her skin under her fingers rather than the thin and fine fur she normally has all over. He leads her, though part of Aridus Valley, to his room office. Mostly just a place to lay down his body and lay down his arms, crammed in with shelves worth of books and notes upon notes. He simply picks up the box for Bright Dawn and hands it to her. Incidentally, what is your empire officially called? I've heard the Empire, the True Empire, the Immortal Empire, and so on and so forth. He asks, picking up a box with a blank side and looking to her for an answer. She's just staring at him. The Breakaway Empire, she says after a time, and he nods before carving it into the side, in both Galactic Trade and below it in English. Thank you, that was bothering me for a while. Incidentally, as a native to that continent, you would have the proper names for the other two empires and the horde of raiders, right? The immortal queen rules, the serpent empire, and the grand empire throws all those it deems unworthy in chains. She says and watches as he holds up a claw to ask for a moment and quickly carves them out. The hordes are the fierce feather tribes, good grief. You think it sounds stupid? I think it sounds stupid, yes, Jasper replies. Operative Scythe. You are to aid in the growing dissension in Bright Dawn. Grant them the supplied weapons for their use and the illusion of support from the true empire. If they think they have our wholehearted assistance, they shall be heartened for the attack. While the rebellion occurs, you are to seek out and extract all information from the mainframes of the hidden technological repository. If it is a shuttle as expected, then you are to defend and study the device until you can safely fly it back to base. The Empress protects. Yinnis reads out loud, already knowing the cipher and code. Put it down first. Jasper says as her arms tense and the rage nearly visibly builds around her. What? The paper. Put it down first. You can rage, you can scream and rampage if you want. But don't destroy these things. Why? Why do they matter to you? She demands him. I am going to need to understand what's hurting this world and its people if I'm going to help them. Getting the rest of the Undaunted here is just the first step of many to healing Lochran and its people, he says, and she scoffs. 3 weeks at most, barring any unexpected delays. What? And at most 3 weeks, most likely 2 or even just 1.5, they will be here. I'm not sure how many times the Serpent Empress may have promised things to you, but I highly doubt she ever gave a clear and concise timeline. Concise? It means to say much with few words. Summarization in all its variations is a synonym to it. Why now? The Starseeker Order helped me get into contact with my own people, and they used a technique to teleport a beacon to me over a massive distance. With it in place, they were able to figure out which world this was and send rescue. I don't know why rescue didn't come before. Perhaps the world was reported as completely lost? Perhaps some records were lost. It honestly could have been anything. You don't know? I don't know. I'm just trying to keep this place from setting itself on fire and setting up the people I have control over to be ready to assist the Undaunted in saving this world. So you are building an army. Many hands make light work. Even if all you're doing is giving food to others, you still need many people to arrive and hand it out. He says, and she glares at him. Is there something else you need? She stops herself and visibly considers as she glares away. There's an enormous amount of hatred and bitterness in her expression. I need to see more if you're going to convince me that this nebulous help is on the way. All right, let's get to it. Put the paper back in the box and follow me. This time, he leads her to one of the lecture halls. Several women are gathered around the radio and listening to a university recording as they take furious and fastidious notes. Jasper pulls Yinnis to the side and stands close. Keep your voice down. What's happening is that the first device sent to me, the beacon, which can also serve as a radio, is being used to broadcast a lecture on subjects they've struggled with. What is radiation? A way in which energy exists, how it moves and such. All things give off radiation to some degree, and to radiate is to move out in all directions. If it helps, you can think of heat as thermal radiation, he says, and she slowly turns to stare at him. There are several more devices. This one, while in use, won't prove much, but it will let you know where we started. I'll show you some more, if you like. Please, she says as she watches some of the sisters start to draw out what look like arcane designs out of wavy lines with little notations along the lengths of them to denote what they mean, and it starts to look extremely complicated. A pity. They're coming up to the good part about light amplification, by stimulated emission of radiation. He says, and she just looks at him helplessly. No, really, it's the good part. It's describing how the weapons of light work. What makes them work and live? What? How does that work into this? She demands, pulling a weapon the fuck out of nowhere and pausing. I knew it, he says, and she blinks. Why didn't you use that earlier? When you had a hand around my neck. Fair point. I would have just taken your head off, he replies, and she nods. Yeah, I figured that. How did you hide that from me? I can sense metal, axiom, and more. Those things are really obvious at close range. He states, and she outright grins at him. Now, it's not polite to pry. Ordinarily, he would enjoy the fact she's letting her guard down and becoming more receptive. Unfortunately, the topic is too dangerous to ignore. I'm afraid I have to insist, he says, and her eyes narrow. I want to offer the open hand rather than the clenched fist. But letting people walk around with those kinds of weapons without my knowing at this time is a step too far. How did you hide it? She stares at him for a little before suddenly pulling down her arm and pressing the gun against her thigh. It vanishes. Something in your fur under. I am thoroughly willing to pick you up and forcibly shave your leg if I have to. Do I have to? He asks and she sighs. 2 tattoos, one surrounding the other. The inner tattoo is concealed by the outer, and the inner one hides a weapon. Smart! He notes as he resists the urge to pick her up and turn her upside down to examine the markings. Now that he knows what he's looking for, he can sort of see it. More in his antenna than the axiom. The tattoos use an ink with some iron in them, and they disrupt the electrical flow around the body ever so slightly, which is more hint than the axiom gives out, because the outer marking is downright artistic. It works so well. You can see it, can't you? Yes. The outer marking is a snake eating its own tail. An insult to the serpent empress? She's best gagged after all her lies. Although the skull within it is a cute touch. He adds, and she seems to slump. You can see it. It wasn't just a lucky guess. I'm afraid so. Still, it's very well done. Can I have the name of the artist who made that? Talent on that level is something to be preserved, he notes. It's a mixed surprise. An artist with a practical skill is a valuable find, one that will be of great use to the undaunted. But she's on the side of the people actively inciting chaos and likely to undergo a massive civil war the moment the undaunted show up. So where's this other bit of proof? She asks, pulling him out of his thoughts. Oh, sorry. This way, please. Hurry, they're talking about something called thermal bloom and the resistance of gases. She protests and he snorts in amusement. Oh, that's easy. Some parts of air burn better than others. This can mess up the laser. But air is air. She protests, much weaker this time. Air is many different things. Every smell in existence is a different kind of air. And the only reason you don't smell the normal air is because you're so used to it. He tells her and she blinks at that explanation. Part of teaching is also being able to summarize, to give a general idea before going into details. Did you just define summarize after using it? I did. This way, please. This next bit I think you'll really like. Even if you think it's not proof, it's pretty neat. Oh, so arcane sciences that look more like black magic isn't enough, she asks, and he chuckles before leading her into the lecture hall opposite. She stops and stares at what she sees. A galactic map, currently zoomed in at the nearby area as several nearby sisters try to debate how much or how little the gravity of other worlds in the Lockrun system might influence the world they're on. This is a map of the system we're in. What do you think? He asks, and Yinnis slowly walks up before reaching out and all but caressing the holographic image of Larkin itself. She stares up at it, her face distorting as she compares it to every map she's ever seen, her jaw hanging open more and more. Out of Cruel Space, Part 372. A Scion of Many Worlds. You're not convinced. Jasper remarks as Yinnis leaves the temporary astrology hall. Look, you have some impressive toys and some very interesting anatomy, but tell me which one sounds more likely. That after 1,000 years of inexplicable delays, we've been spontaneously rescued by some forward scout of a military organization we've never heard of before. Or some cache of old technology that included something to keep everything fresh and alive cracked open, and there was a person inside? Yinnis asks him. The really sad part is that the actual story is even more absurd than the assumptions I've led you to believe. And you openly admit that much of my knowledge is assumption. Why would I believe you? To be honest, in your position, I wouldn't, he confesses, and she just stares at him. Okay, what the hell is going on? She demands, and he sighs. Look, let's work at this from the angle that I'm crazy and will be proven wrong. I've already been proven very hard to kill, and with a lot of resources and power at my disposal. How do I minimize damage? My goal is to prepare the world so that when the others show up there isn't a riot. How do I get everything calm? Is that something even possible with the breakaway empire? How do I simultaneously prepare your people for the best-case scenario without also potentially disappointing them? Jasper asks, and she stares for a moment before blinking. Are you asking me how best to help my nation? Yes, I'm going to interact with it from the angle that help is on the way. I won't stop this. But understanding that from your point of view, this is absurd, how do I do my best to help out and make things better for you and your people? How do I get enough authority and public say in the breakaway empire to calm them down and have them at least content for a period of 2 to 3 weeks? And we only have a week to do it. Jasper asks her and she gapes for a moment before thinking. Just a week to pull it off? Just a week. And you will only try to calm things and help things right? She presses at him. To the best of my ability. I don't control what other people do, though, so I can't guarantee anything. But the information and knowledge I give here to the Starseekers are available to all who are willing to come and learn in peace. This includes local astrological knowledge as well as programming so as to breathe life into your librariums. There is more, advanced canon crafting and use, training methodologies, medicines, and medical techniques. All who wish to learn may. That alone is of enormous benefit to all empires capable of bringing people here, which yours has proven itself capable of. A golden age of prosperity and progress is just around the corner, whether or not the undaunted come for me. I see, she says, and she does see as he can almost read the mental script she's going through. She wants credit. Now that he's overwhelmed and outmaneuvered her desire for revenge, she wants prestige and wealth instead. He's dealing with a mercenary. That's fine. Mercenaries can be bought. So, we need a way for you to get the big, combat-ready Earthani talking to your people, while the gifts of knowledge and skills needed to bring about a golden age flow in. How do we do that? He rephrases things and he can almost hear the sound of a till going off. Well, she begins and he knows he has her. Perhaps you'd like to see the medicines? What I'm most proud of is the Illyrian powder. It dissolves in water and it dulls pain while pushing down swelling. It's also easily made and preserves for a long time. Does it? Oh yes. Although to be honest, I can claim little credit for it. I'm responsible for spreading knowledge of Illyrian powder, not discovering it. It's actually something the mountain clans make heavy use of. Jasper explains, and Yennis looks thoughtful. If you want the eye of the entirety of the breakaway empire, there is one place to get it. Yennis offers and Jasper resists cheering. He's not only got her, but she's actively conspiring with him now. And that place is the Great Arena. Not only does every woman of import watch, but so do foreign dignitaries. There are no scheduled contests, but a foreign noble can call for a contest, and one where they participate themselves. That will bring all their attention. I see. So what you're saying is that I can literally get everyone of the breakaway empire of import in one place easily, if you're willing to put your life at risk.
Yes.
She says, and he considers. Before I go through with something like that, I want to know exactly how it works out. What are these arena battles like? There are several versions, she says and smiles at remembrance of something. The first is a culling. All criminals of the kingdom are set against a champion. They're permitted to arm themselves to the best of their ability and face off against the champion. They either earn their freedom or the empire earns freedom from their depravity. There is not a hint on her face to suggest she's even slightly aware of how barbaric that sounds to him, something he's very, very careful to keep to himself. I see. What of the other contests? A few more, the tests of beasts. Many witches in the kingdom seek to create the ultimate guard or protective beast, but there are many, many failures for each success. The beasts are pit against powerful warriors and champions in battle to both cull their numbers and give proper experience to our warriors. This is one of the most common tournaments, and it's the one most likely to have a foreigner fight in, as the mountain clans are eager to test themselves against even the most horrific monster. I take it there's a traditional dueling type in there as well. Champion-on-champion violence. Jasper asks, hoping for something where he can properly grandstand, show mercy and not straight up murder people just for the chance to talk to the breakaway empire. He already has to readjust his pitch for them to hold on until help arrives. That'll just piss them off. There is. Finally, there are two more. The games involves teams of soldiers facing off against each other as the arena, while the arena shifts to reveal traps or leashed monsters. It's one of the least blood tournaments, but it's still a crowd pleaser. Finally, there is All Things, where all of it happens at once. Prisoners, traps, monsters on one side and the other is an army of warriors with champions. Those are the most dangerous and bloody, but it turns warriors into champions and allows champions to refine their skills to unheard of levels. And winning one of these would get me an audience with the upper class and nobility of the breakaway empire. It would be the audience with the breakaway empire. Whether you speak at the moment or after the fight, they will at least entertain you, provided you win. She states, and he can see her facial muscles twitch under the very fine fur. She's trying not to grin. It is clever of her. She's trying to get him killed to avenge her sister, reap the benefits for her people, and come out the other side, favored by both the Star Seekers and the breakaway empire. Clever, and perfect for his own use. She wants to use him, fine. He'll use her right back. He'd rather deal with things from the ideological level, but he's unafraid of getting dirty. Pristine fur aside, the thing that really has him impressed is how she's keeping all this out of her axiom aura. A perfect trick for an infiltrator with so much of the galaxy using it to sense emotions. Of course, knowing someone feels something or believes something is different from believing or feeling it yourself. Otherwise, he would have easily convinced her that help is on the way. All right, what's the best way to get me into one of those tournaments then? What areas do I have to go through? He asks, deliberately stepping into her trap. It's not even a bad idea in the short or long run, but it is a plan that will fail. It will fail because he is undaunted. He is an unending fire, consuming all. A vast ocean capable of bearing the greatest burdens and hiding incredible secrets. A flawless gem that only grows stronger with pressure and time. A great tree who reaches ever upwards and whose roots can hold continents together. A mighty mountain, unyielding and reaching so high that to even approach his peak is to choke on the thin air of that dizzying height. She would see him dead in a tournament? He will rise instead on the ocean of blood, and cease only when they have nothing left to face him with. Their swords will shatter, their beasts will be slain, their traps will be smashed, and they will know he is undaunted, and he cannot be beaten. Pushed back? Yes. Hurt? Undoubtedly. Outsmarted? At times. Beaten? No, he starts walking her around the valley. Her little plan is cute and something he wants to actively encourage now. She's enraptured by the cannons, and once he starts going into the advantages of kinetic weaponry over lasers and the lost technology of plasma use, then he shows her his plans for how to make plasma weapons. He then helps her learn how to take pictures with a communicator, and after that, she's utterly enraptured and becomes the least subtle spy to ever try. With a thoroughly distracted Yinnis wandering off every which way to take a picture of everything she possibly can. During this, Jasper tracks down wherever Magrica is and finds her helping no less than 10 girls train at once. By beating the snot out of the armed and armored women while unarmed and unarmored herself, Jasper watches the hilarity for a few minutes until the girls all take a knee to signify surrender. Magrica lets out a little mew of disappointment and then catapults herself into Jasper's chest and cuddles into him despite the armor he's still wearing. It says a lot about a woman that she still finds me cuddly even when I'm covered in metal bands. Jasper jokes and gets a swat in the back of the head by a morphing wing. What can I say? You're somehow more appealing by the day. Is it that human thing you're doing? Yes, I'm quickly getting to the point where a rainy day is just a turn-on and not a requirement. I hope you're not disappointed. Oh dear, I get a great big loving from my great big moth whenever I need it. How will I ever survive? You've been getting sarcastic, little lady. Jasper notes with a smile, I've had a good teacher. Still, you look like you've got your business face on, not the fun face. What's the business? I think this is both. I'm going to seek an audience with the breakaway empire's upper class and nobility by challenging their arena. It forces them to pay attention to me, and when I win, I'll have their attention undivided and be able to direct them, either directly or indirectly, into doing what I want. Okay, so you're going to do something fun and entertaining to get back to the boring and annoying stuff. I understand. So you want to know all you can about the tournament, right? Right? It shouldn't be too bad. You fought champions, and Clarity and Terry are good examples of them. The monsters you hunted with us are a lot bigger and meaner than most things in the arena, and the rest are, well, not as good. The traps are something to be careful of, though. But the biggest threats are the champions, or if there's something really unexpected out of their monster-making pits. Magrika explains, and he nods. All right, so what you're saying is that I need to polish up on my skills just in case. That would be the smart thing to do. She says, almost vibrating in anticipation to what's about to happen next. She's like a chihuahua if it could back up its bark up to and including against tanks. All right, I'm probably going to get sucker punched eventually, so the opening move is yours. He says, and there's a squeal of excitement and joy from the tiny metak, and then he's slammed in the face so hard he's sent tumbling into the sky. Before he can shake off the stun, his ankle is grabbed and he's sent tumbling across the ground. The bands of his armor go flying, as the shirt is already thoroughly shredded and the metal that was tied to it does as unsecured objects do under sudden motion. They scatter. His claws dig furrows into the ground, and he rights himself just in time to split through a boulder sent hurtling his way and then dodge a wing that appears more like a pitch-black chainsaw than an organic appendage. Clearly, introducing the girl to the more crazy sci-fi settings had been a bit of a mistake. Mistake or not, he dodges the extremely deadly swings and takes a few lightning-fast slashes at her with his claws to probe her defenses when her wings are buzzsaws, chainsaws, and other bladed bits of rotating hell. It's a no-go, so he needs to go around things rather than through. A jump back to dodge a lunge, and he stomps backwards to try and use something he observed from Terry, and a pillar of stone erupts under her. It's dodged with ease, so that bit was a waste of time. His answer is to suddenly stop his retreat, reinforce his claws, and start deflecting while both gripping the ground to stabilize himself, and then slam his wings forward to set up a blast of wind to throw her off balance, and she staggers just enough for him to hit between the rotating parts of the blades and slap things away. He gets a window of opportunity and takes a stab, but she retreats, leaving him to embed his claw into the stone. He switches it into a grab for a large stone that he then hurls at her for a visual block before charging hard. They're just barely getting started. Out of Cruel Space, Part 373. A scion of many worlds. She brings down her wings as a flurry of knives, and he simply floats back in response. Magrika, however, is not one to back off as she rushes him and spins to bring her wings around, akin to a continuous rain of axe blows. She steps into it and brings her wings back enough to give her momentum and scythe forwards. He simply pulls himself out of reach, even as he starts jabbing at her with his claws. There is a series of brutal wind blades that she has to dodge before he lands and hurls himself at her with a spinning kick. She probes at him with numerous spearing tendrils from her wings, each one serrated to grab at his fur or flesh depending on whether she hooks in. She can't help but laugh at the absurdity and exhilaration of the situation, especially as he coats his claws in liquid flame and slashes at her, leaving burning gashes in the air as he moves. Something funny? He asks, calm despite the fight, somehow at home in combat. She hurls a pair of boulders to block his sight for a moment, before thrusting her wings forward and then unfolding them to slam down. He lets the stones shatter against himself, catches the first thrust, and then weaves away to dodge the secondary slam. Just how much you've changed. We've met a little more than a month ago at most. I found you a scared little thing clinging to the side of a hastily erected barricade and in a borderline panic. Exactly what I thought an Earthani would do. Then you grabbed me around the neck, and everything just got more and more entertaining since. And I knew I was dealing with something special when you nearly chopped my wrist off as a way to get me to let go. Well, I had to do it just so. Earthani hands clench in rigor mortis, and I still wanted answers out of you. Magrika answers, and Jasper chuckles in response even as he slams down his wings to throw her off balance again. It doesn't work this time, but it does put her in the wrong stance to deal with the huge lungful of fire. So she jumps back and starts to take her own lessons from the Araminta and blasts some wind back at him to push against the big lug. But the lug is big, so her first wave of air barely ruffles his fur and antenna, and he comes down at her like an avalanche, and she dodges back from the strike. But it appears he wasn't aiming for her but the ground, and it detonates with tiny pieces slashing everywhere. She's slightly off balance as she finds herself rushed, and she has to dodge a rising attack that crosses over itself like an X. Jump left, rush right, and then spin to parry a thrusting claw, and then stab backwards with the other, even as she starts to move away. Jasper's response is to fling himself backwards and spin around with his foot claws spinning like the front of a drill. She doesn't even bother looking back as she hears his wings snap out and he rises up. So she dives to the side to dodge the slam he brings down and then spins before parrying a double thrust downwards. It becomes a contest of strength of her incredible wings against his enhanced claws. The fact that it actually takes her more than a heartbeat to outmuscle someone with her wings is almost mind-boggling. She has uppercut and snapped the neck of creatures so enormous that even the oversized Jasper could simply walk down its open mouth and into its throat. She trained them by resisting avalanches until it required no effort. She pushes him back but is forced to suddenly retreat as he has not forgotten his feet to avoid getting sliced into. However, he pulls on her wings and slams her down before she rises to catch the middle of his foot to her face, and she is sent tumbling back. She slams her wings together and actually catches his attempted stomp around the ankle as she snaps out her arms and holds onto his leg tight to slam him into the ground before standing up with her hands out, palms outstretched. Jasper stops his next attack and takes in the pose. I think that's enough. We're at the point we'll have to really try hurt each other to do much more. You're on top of a good game, so am I. We stop now before we kill each other, okay? She asks and he nods. Right. You're right. Not to mention I have to make sure Terry and Clarity are ready as well. What about Feathers? Magrica asks and Jasper considers. She's a good fighter, but better with a group. She is a good commander and soldier, just not so much a champion. Jasper replies. We are talking about Lady Allure, right? Yes, she's a good leader, but I haven't seen her fight at champion level. Jasper says and Magrica pauses before thinking. Where do you think you are as a champion? She asks him. Moderate? Acceptable levels? Barely. Jasper says and Magrica slaps her hands over her mouth to try to keep in the laughter. What's so funny? You're a very skilled champion. Terry is a very skilled champion, and Clarity is a moderately skilled champion. Lady Allure is on the lower scale, but she is a champion. Oh, hun. I'm going to ignore that and pretend that I'm still in a lot of danger. It's worked very well for me so far. But I'll be speaking with Allure if she's on board with coming along. Along for what? You said you wanted to practice for the arena. Which one? There are a lot of places with arenas and add a lot of different kind of arena fights. War games? Jasper asks himself and Magrica sighs in frustration. Oh, sorry, the Breakaway Empire's arena. Hopefully a larger fight with an army. I'm not comfortable just slaughtering their supposed criminals en masse. But I suppose putting the monsters they've made out of their misery isn't too bad either. Such a bleeding heart. Magrica semi-scolds him as she walks up, and then climbs up his legs and then back until she pulls herself up and then sits on his shoulder. Maybe you should have a spar with everyone? Make sure you know what everyone can do and what you can do too. That's a good idea. I wonder what the others will think, Jasper asks. Som-shaped mace. Som. As the enormous ball-shaped mace slams into his hastily arms, Jasper notes that the girls here were downright eager to test themselves against him. Apparently, between the human upbringing of Horace and Emmanuel's almost sterile upbringing, he had the wrong impression of these people. They liked to fight. The august Lady Clarity was swinging around that gigantic ball mace like a cheerleader's baton, and it was currently bright, on a level between blinding and bleaching your bones. Needless to say, he was getting his practice in for resisting laser and light-based effects. Ring him again! Magrica cheers from the sidelines. Apparently, he needs to be heckled too. Lovely. Still, his eyes may not be usable, but his ears work, and his antenna give him a clear and easy 3D image of the surrounding area, including not only Clarity, but Magrica on the sidelines outright cheering at the combat as he's forced to duck, weave, dodge and dive to keep ahead of the gigantic mace. It's only getting faster and he's on the back foot without her relying on tricks. Also, he hasn't brought out his swords. That was a mistake, but he's going at this with the claws. He starts swatting at the enormous mace, not against its momentum, as that would just give her a chance to crack his bones and shred his skin. No, he's slamming it with its own momentum to throw her off balance and take that weapon out of her control. She's still speeding up. If he had his eyes open in this horrific blare of light, he'd see that thing casting after images at the least. He steps back and to the side somewhat. There's a resounding clang as his claw swats it along its path. She's starting to stagger a little, but she brings it around harder. He dodges, and she continues to spin it too fast to attack, but he still gives it another swat on its way as he keeps backing up, forcing her to keep her momentum going, even as it brings her further and further off balance. Step, dodge, swat, clang, faster and faster the dance goes until she brings down the mace with concussive force. The clods of dirt impact against him hard enough that there may be bruising later, but he still powers through the downright explosion of physical force to swipe at her. She pulls back and tries to bring the mace back too, but he grabs it around the top of the shaft and holds tight. Then a tug-of-war almost begins, but he knees her right in the stomach and she backs away. Oh shit, she says as suddenly her own mace is swinging for her, and although she dodges, it also stops on a dime. I'll give if back if you give me time to correct being an idiot and grab my own swords. Jasper offers, and there's laughter and jeers from Magrica, who's joined by the stoic Terry, just watching to the side and sipping a waterskin of something. Lady Ayler is there as well, and a crowd is growing to watch the entertainment. Sounds good. Give me the mace back. She offers, and he sets it down at her feet. He then holds up a claw and quickly darts off before heading back to his room and then coming back with his sword strapped on. You know it's fairly careless of you to walk around unarmed. My fingers are giant jagged spears. Even naked, I'm still as unarmed as a metak. Even less unarmed, actually, if you'll pardon my playing around with negatives like that. I have a set of jagged blades on the end of each limb. For all the wings of a metak are scary weapons, they only have two. Numbers-wise, I have that beat. But you didn't beat me, Magrica calls out. That's because we didn't want to kill each other. Jasper calls back, and Magrica laughs before stealing Terry's wineskin, taking a single sip and then handing it back with a disgusted look on her face. Terry's smile is the peak of smug as she takes back the wineskin. All right, enough chatting. Let's get back to fighting, Clarity announces, holding up her gigantic mace high, and there's a loud cheer from the gathering crowd. Remember, this is a spar, no killing. Jasper dictates even as he unclips his still-sheathed swords from his belt. It's why it took him a touch longer than usual. These sheaths held no axiom construct and were fully long enough to contain the brutal edges of the swords. They'll still break bones with their size and the speed he can move them at. But he won't be casually bleeding her out or lopping off limbs. He will have to avoid the neck and head, though. Those are still kill shots if bones are being broken. She opens the offense with a pummel strike that he sidesteps only to find himself backstepping well away, as it was just a setup to position him into a massive slam by that weapon. She twists it to conserve momentum and all but hurls herself and her mace forward as she brings it around again. She's forced to pull back hard on the brutal attack in order to dodge a strike from Jasper, who then starts to press her. The oversized ball head of the mace gets repurposed as a shield she steps with and around, even as Jasper tries to lever it away, and he finds the side of his knee kicked with savage force. He moves with the blow and pivots to bring his swords down, forcing her behind her mace again, and then forcing it to the ground before he brings his swords forwards for a stab that she rolls back from before reefing on the mace to bring it out and block his swords for a moment. She then steps forward and swings so hard with the mace that Jasper doesn't even try to deflect, and he instead jumps over it. The wake of the attack ruffles his fur and antenna hard, but he's much more capable in the air than most opponents that would try this. She expects the swords. She barely dodges his foot claws as he slashes down at her. He's then forced to zip up a bit, to get out of range of her next swing, and then he slams down hard. He locks a foot around the handle of the weapon and brings down his swords, stopping them just as he'd be in position to either literally disarm her or force her to give up her mace. Disarmed either way. I have more training to do. Clarity notes with a slight huff. You did well. You did very, very well. He compliments her as he flutters away and gives her some space. Not well enough. I need to get faster. Your speed and strength aren't the issue. Your problem is that you're not anchoring yourself when you swing that thing. It's heavy enough to crush any and all resistance, but it also takes you for a ride, meaning that every strike you make is a commitment. You can't faint and have a monster of time redirecting things. If you can figure out how to anchor and unanchor yourself at will, you'll get a lot more control over that weapon and even fake other people out to lure them into brutal traps. All right, clear away, Miss Clarity. It's my turn now. Terry says, passing her wineskin to a disgusted Magrica and stepping out onto the battlefield. Jasper cracks his neck in anticipation, even as Lady Clarity shoulders her weapon and starts to walk off. Try not to kill each other, you two. I'll try. Both Terry and Jasper state in a bland tone. She then gives him a bit of a stink eye, and he just grins at her. He's already got her angry. That's both good and bad. Out of Cruel Space, Part 374. A Scion of Many Worlds. It starts off normal enough with a boulder being thrown at an appreciable percentage of the speed of sound. Then things get completely out of control. Unlike Magrica, who uses her wings, and Clarity, who uses weapons, Terry is an elemental warrior. The stone and earth are her tools. Also, Terry is either holding a grudge or the girl doesn't know the meaning of the word spar, because she follows up with the ground under him, erupting in jagged crystal spires that then detonate into shrapnel. He blurs upwards and to the side. Terry is no fool, though, as most of the shrapnel was directed upward. There is a cry of slight panic as the pieces rain down on the surrounding crowds. Control your attacks, Terry. Friendly fire is never acceptable. Jasper scolds her even as she launches herself into the air after him like a bullet. Distraction, she says, slamming a fist covered in jagged crystal at him. He slams his own into it and shatters the construct. She brings her other hand around and a blade of crystal is formed around it. He catches it and throws her upwards, only for a boulder of crystal to manifest in front of her, and she shatters it to launch off it and dive at him. He dodges to the side with ease, much more comfortable in the air than her. Then the shards of the shattered boulder scream down at him as a fletchet rain of blades and death that chime and sing as they cut through the air. He outright teleports away from that one, reappearing above the swarm only to see them swoop after him and the vicious smile on Terry's face as she is not directing them. He dodges the swarm of death a few times, shooting Terry a look to see her smile wider than before. You do not take losing well. No one should take losing well. You lost. Terry protests, and she raises her hands to direct the crystal swarm, causing it to go from a singing, chiming flock of crystal blades into a screeching dirge of edged doom. Clearly, she's learned from him taking the fight to the sky. He needs to up his game. He needs two things, information and a plan. The first leads into the second, so he strikes the crystals with his sword, not parrying them, but listening to them. He can still dodge. The chime tells him about density and structural components. It also lets him know at what level they reverberate at. It's not easy to remember scientific formulae in the middle of a fight, but he pulls out the information and puts the plan together as he physically keeps dodging and then sheathes his sword. He warps and then jets to the ground, sends out a disrupting wave of energy and charges hard. The ground out of control for a heartbeat. Terry does the expected and brings down the crystal swarm to intercept him. Then Jasper lets out a powerful trill that is at just the right frequency. The crystals shake and then shatter into sand. He closes his eyes and puts on a blast of speed, crashing through the wall of falling sand and slamming a fist into Terry's stomach, breaking the stone armor there and transferring enough kinetic force through the sheer blow to send her reeling back. Then there is pain as she keeps her head and takes control of the crystal sand he just created. He warps behind her, leaving behind everything of her power and thus all the sand. She intercepts his blow with a cushion of sand, only a small amount as the rest comes rushing up and the ground begins to quake. He spits out a huge lungful of fire, and she backs away, her concentration broken for a moment as he melts the sand and entwines his own controlled axiom to disrupt hers. The rest of the crystal sand rushes in, and he counters with even more flame before controlling the melted glass and spraying it at Terry. She jumps over it, but that's what he hoped for, as he covers a wide area with it and rips out the heat, forcing it to instantly cool. His axiom reinforces the otherwise brittle sheet of glass and has the added benefit of cutting off Terry from reaching the ground with her axiom when she lands. You play mean. Terry chides him as Jasper steps onto the glass. Coming from the woman that tried to flay me alive in a spar? You can take it, she replies. And you can't take this? I can. But you need to know that you keep making me push more than most. That's some mean fighting there. I like it. Terry remarks as she reaches to her head, and Jasper can clearly see one of the tiny crystals naturally growing in her hair, double in size then split. She then has it grow in her hand into a hafted weapon with a brutal spike on the end. He then rushes at him, and he brings his swords out to catch the head of the Ch.351, and then grins as he pulls away one of his swords to slowly bring it about, to lay it on her shoulders and end the match. Or he would have, if she didn't abandon the blade lock to kick the side of his leg. He isn't moved and brings her down to the glass, pinning her. Her weapon falls to the side, and he feels her channel energy through it. So he abandons the pin and nearly throws his sword at it before going back to pinning her. The weapon is deflected from piercing the glass barrier and re-establishing her connection to the ground, and his claw is around her throat. She struggles with the Ch.351 for a bit before seemingly giving up. Her armor then detonates upwards like a goddamn claymore mine, and he's sent staggering back. This gives her enough breathing room for her natural crystals to all double in size and break off. As the shards hit her skin, they rapidly grow and expand to cover her in a suit of armor. He catches sight of an ecstatic smile on her face before it's covered completely with gleaming crystal. He nearly snorts. She's making a classic blunder, no air supply. She rushes him with a massive spike growing out of one fist, and he dodges by reflex, and she goes for the glass instead. He's out of contact with it, and his eyes widen just in time for her to pierce clean through the barrier, and the whole world erupts like an artillery shell hit. He lets out a roar of frustration even as he shields himself with axiom and finds himself hurtled into the sky, covered in dirt and the occasional shard of glass. This girl goes down as hard as a meteor. He then gets control of his tumble upwards and takes a look down. He'd swear the woman had been playing video games if he didn't know. For a fact, there weren't any on the planet. 6 massive spiked tendrils surround her as she has turned her suit of armor into a massive bunker that is also transparent enough to see clean through. He considers just blasting it with a light-based attack at this range. He's endured enough of them to know how to copy them fairly well. But at this range, with the shifting air, diffusion and thermal bloom will be a bitch and a half. If there was a vacuum between them, it would be different and she would already be bombarded. But he'll need to get closer. He angles his wings and blasts down. There's a bang as he leaves sound behind. Terry still has the presence to take a swing at him and nearly catches him between 2 massive spiked tendrils of earth. He slams into the crystal bunker and cracks it. No matter, it's still clear enough, and he brings in light. The sudden attack from every side due to refraction catches Terry completely off guard, and she screams in pain and surprise. He lets out a screaming trill to answer on the same frequency as the crystal and shatters it to rush her before she can recover, and grabs her around the neck before bringing his sword against her stomach. The stone tendrils, shattered crystal bunker, and everything else falls away, leaving Jasper in a ruined field and holding Terry by the neck, off the ground, and with a sword across her gut and ready to cut. You win, she says, and he sighs before gently putting her down. You are an insane opponent to have. He chides her and gets a smirk in response. And to think, I'm the one who lost that fight. Spar. That was a spar. A practice fight. Whatever you want to call it, we were fighting and I lost to you. But I'm the insane opponent. Her grin is downright disrespectful as she fiddles with the shredded remains of her shirt. Everything below her breasts has been reduced to tatters due to her detonating armor trick. I pray to the ancestors that you're going to repair the fields when you're done training. A nearby voice states, and Jasper smiles before turning to the concerned sister. Don't worry, I've got this. And he's cut off as Terry pulls down and levels out the field, also pulling out one of Jasper's swords and holding it out to him. Oh, thank you. The sister chuckles somewhat and Jasper just shrugs. Just because I'm willing to do it myself doesn't mean someone more competent at such things won't do it better or first. So you admit I'm better? Terry asks. When it comes to earth and stone control, you have me beaten up, down, left, and right. I find no shame in admitting that. Jasper replies, and she looks at him oddly for a bit before shrugging and heading back to the others. So, does anyone else want to go? I need anyone willing to come for the arena tournament to be at the top of their game. Jasper asks the crowd, and there's a pause before Lady Ayler steps out. I'm not some absurd elemental user, Metak beast hunter, or anything of the sort, but I need to increase my own skill, and it's clear that you're willing to help with that. I formally request the next spar. Lady Ayler states with a bow. Jasper matches it, and she nods. To the sky, she declares, and rockets upwards. He follows and is forced to deflect an arrow that slashes towards him. He could sense an enormous number of weapons in the pouches around her belt. She's packing an entire armory. He charges at her, and she outright dances away, much more comfortable in the air than him. He's a good soldier and has an entire lifetime as an Earthani to fall back on. But that was a lifetime as a scholar, and not an athlete, dancer, or warrior. His flight is extremely technical. He can go damn near hypersonic, but that's not good for precision. He scoots to the side to avoid another bevy of arrows. Those extra eyes of hers give her a lot of precision, and she starts trying to predict his movements and dodges. The arrows are a little annoying, though, so he's not very... He catches one, and then finds that there's a rune on the head that suddenly unleashes a kinetic pulse. He tumbles through the air and teleports above her before stabilizing himself. He still has to dodge arrows, and he refuses to make the mistake of trying to deflect or catch again. She wants to use a bag of toys? Fine. Let's see how deep it is. He darts in close, weaving around the closer and closer arrows until he suddenly teleports to be right on top of her. His swords are out, and thanks to the sheath, he merely slaps the bow away and sends it tumbling below. She masks to dive after it, but his foot claw wraps around her lower leg armor, and he stops her advance. She turns and instead grips his leg with her talons and suddenly pumps her wings hard. There is no elemental enhancement to it, but a sudden tug-of-war game in the sky is something he has a distinct disadvantage at against her stronger and more streamlined wings. But he has axiom, so the fact that a moth can't fly, as well as a hawk, can go to the corner and cry. He slams down his wings and rips at the air with axiom to suddenly drag her up and outwards at speeds going faster and faster. She then decides that he's got a wonderful thing going and starts using the same trick, directed sideways instead, to send them into an insane corkscrew flight that's dizzying to look at, let alone be a part of. Despite the spin, Jasper is still forced to defend himself further as Ayler brings out a spear from one of her pouches and starts trying to impale him on it. He deflects it a few times, and it starts trailing a deep chill that leaves fog spinning through the sky. He locks it on the guards of his sword and slowly starts to pull her closer with his legs. Hell of a workout as he brings her closer and closer. I forgot to tell you, she exclaims as she comes into losing distance. What? He asks, wondering how she's going to try and win. I'm pregnant, she says, and his grip slackens ever so. She's suddenly gone in a teleport, and Jasper can sense her directly in the path of where the suddenly contorted and shifted equilibrium is hurtling him towards. He twists in the air, sees her ready with a massive club studded with spikes and dripping with liquid fire. He gets control and teleports to hit her from the back, her arm with the club under his control and his other one around her waist to keep her from drawing another. Really? He asks her, and she struggles for a bit, her wings slapping against him and her talons thrashing and slashing as she kicks all over to try and break his powerful grip. Then she gives up and slumps, then smiles. Yes, it's very early, but much easier to tell than when I first sensed Magrika's children. Lady Aelur says before he lets her go. She flutters away a bit, her left hand coming to rest on her stomach. In a few months, I will be showing the Saramali growing here. But with the techniques of the grand midwives, they can be sensed. Does this mean you want to stay out of the arena battle coming up? No. If anything, I want to be part of it even more, so that I can make sure you're going to stay alive and be there to help me with these children. I've looked into the old archives. Having a father around, even a little, is very good for children. Good, because you couldn't keep me out of their lives if you tried. Out of Cruel Space, Part 375. A scion of many worlds. With Magrika on one side and Lady Aelur on the other, he watches as the army goes through the drill. Hundreds of women moving in formation with weighted training weapons, going to hard points and defending, moving as a unit, moving in formation, resisting Clarity and Terry as they try to take the hard points. Of course, that point was focused on survival, so organized retreat and defense was the order of the day. Step 1 was learning how to hold out until backup arrived. After that was finding ways to deal with enemy champions if you didn't have one of your own. To that end, the entire army was learning not only shield work, but how to empower the shields with Axiom to make them diffuse almost any kind of impact. At this point, you could hurl boulders at these people, and the biggest issue would be if they deflected onto their feet by accident or tried to physically lift them. I don't get it, Magrika says after a bit. Don't get what? Jasper asks the obvious question. Why don't they get angry and do something about it? Magrika asks, and Jasper sighs when she doesn't continue. Do I have to keep asking obvious questions? He asks. I thought you could read minds. Magrika teases. That is an interrogation method and a scare tactic. Also, brains aren't books. Even if I could, I'd need to translate it anyways. He says, and she snorts in amusement. Very well then, I'll ask. What is it that they should be getting angry about? Lady Aelur asks, and Magrika giggles a little. They're so weak. They have Axiom, too. They can reach out and do things. They're being terrorized by members of their own race. It's Erementa on Eremanta over there. The soldier girl should be figuring this out and answering in kind. Why aren't there firestorms, tornadoes, and floods to meet the solar flares and earthquakes? Magrika demands in an incredulous tone. I don't know. Maybe because they feel safer together? They know they can rely on each other, so they don't push in the way that separates champions from other warriors. Things like the Titan programs were just whispers in the Dauntless when Horus's memories were stolen and then implanted into my body. So it's not just natural for you to be so big and strong? Lady Aelur asks. I was going through some pretty intense body dysmorphia, a sensation where you're in the wrong body, which at the time was accurate. So I made the body my own. All the shenanigans and weirdness that followed just made me more and more comfortable as myself as I grew into my own being and not just a copy of someone else. Jasper explains, and there's a nod from the more proper knight as Magrika snorts. Well, whatever happened with you, big guy, it didn't happen with them. Look at them. They're so nervous in front of Terry and Clarity. To be fair, the idea of facing both of them at once is a hell of an order for even me. Jasper remarks wryly. Yay, but they're playing nice. I just don't think any of them really want it. Magrika says in a slightly disappointed tone. They were drafted. Most of them are sticking around out of a sense of obligation and not full desire. They want out of the war as soon as it's proper to do so. This isn't a way of life. As it is for us three, it's an occupation. So of course there's no passion in their movements or learning. It's all a slow, unnatural process for them, Lady Aelur muses. But if their backs are against the wall, Jasper considers as he rubs his chin and takes care to not accidentally shave himself with his claws. An Urthani with a bald spot would just look silly. Hey, there we go. Magrika says as a geyser of water erupts to counter a rain of rocks and offer some shade to a force of Erementa that has the attention of both Lady Clarity and Terry. Unfortunately, this just draws more attention from the two. But that just gets results. Apparently, some of the girls are done being pushed around, and the water starts flying above them and below them, as twin maelstroms of protection and defense. Then it's broken by a massive pillar of stone rising up. But the fact that Terry had to go that far for common soldiers in this army meant that something had clicked, something that let them push up to her level, or at least start moving in that general direction. If we can trigger that in the rest of the army, then we've gone from skilled troops to elite in just a few simple steps. Jasper notes. Provided that it's something that can be copied. Wasn't there a small group of girls that you tutored first? It was probably them, Lady Ayler asks, and Jasper nods. Lena, Jane, Erica, Millie, Aqua, and Ariel. All of them are water or menta, and had a bit more initiative and sheer guts than the rest of the girls I recruited. They were part of a foraging, hunting, and extortion party to try and get supplies for the rest. Jasper says before smirking and pointing down to where there are numerous separate squadrons of soldiers moving around as they complete their objectives for the exercise. However, I made them commanders. They're in separate groups and leading them. Unless things have gone completely tits up, then we have one water Aramenta resisting two Aramenta champions, or more likely one Aramenta leading many to resist champion-level assault. Either way, we have a very powerful asset, which means we can take and keep strategic points from enemy assault even if they bring a champion in if it's the latter. Lady Ayler notes and Magrica snorts. We can do that too if we have more champions. The second is nice, but more champions is always better. Not necessarily. The champion system is very much something that encourages over-reliance on one or two assets on a battlefield, and I don't like that. If the difference between winning and losing is that one idiot has indigestion or a previously unknown allergy, then you're putting your hopes on some pretty shaky ground. Coming from the main champion of the army and the one thing everything else relies on? Magrica asks, and Jasper sighs. Yeah, that's the real problem. I'm the linchpin to all this, and there's damn sweet fuck all I can do about that. You are and you aren't. I doubt your people will stop coming here if you drop dead on the spot. Not to mention, from what I've been hearing about your mother, my life is a cascade of drama both militarily and emotionally. Jasper notes in a bitter tone and Magrica bursts into laughter. We have company. Lady Ayler says softly and Magrica stops laughing and climbs up Jasper's chest to look over his shoulder. Yay, okay, it's the Foza girl. Yenas? Magrica is completely dismissive. Yenis. Jasper remarks, fully aware of not only her approach but of a mild difference in the axiom and some mild currents under her fur. She just activated another tattoo to store something discreetly. Likely a series of communicators. How can I help you? He asks as she comes close. You're really taking this seriously, aren't you? Yenis asks as she walks up to stand beside them. To Jasper's mild amusement, his antenna reach the same level as her eyes even though he's sitting on the ground. Of course. I need to speak to an entire nation. Incompetence and ill preparation does nothing to help my cause or my people. So we train to see things through. You know they might request you do a different contest, right? They might demand you stand alone. There's a reason I sparred with each champion in my army, one after another. I must have missed that, Yenis admits. Doing what? It was awesome, Magrica protests. Things Yenis hedges and Lady Ayler is giving her an unimpressed look. She was trying to be a spy for her people and is using the things I taught her about communicators or librarians to record as much as she can. I also think she swiped a few of them so she can vanish at will and call things a win. Jasper says easily. Yenis tenses up, clearly preparing to attack when Magrica speaks. But you give that stuff out for free. Yes, it's much like someone stealing from a charity to distribute it to those it was going to begin with. The sheer dismissal in Jasper's voice speaks volumes. That there's a tinge of amusement says almost as much. So you're saying I'm free to take the librariums and the knowledge within them? Yenis asks, and Jasper reaches into his own pouch, pulls out a newly made one, and tosses it at her. He had been expecting this conversation for some time and needed the appropriate props. Yes, here's another while we're at it, he says dismissively, and she quickly grabs it out of the air and begins checking through it, pausing when it lets her in and has a huge amount of information. I don't understand. Those who come to the Star Seekers are free to learn anything for free, so long as they follow our rules. Long story short, you've been trying to steal what we freely give. Jasper explains, and he can almost hear her worldview cracking a little more thoroughly. So if I wanted to copy the books in the library, or the ones that are said to be summoned from beyond, by all means, just leave us the original in good shape and try not to rip them out of people's hands in your eagerness to study. Good manners may not be required, but they make things much easier for everyone. Jasper says lightly and then smiles as one of Terry's new assaults on a force is met with a huge cresting wave that rises up to block. Looks like it's happening more and more. What are you doing? Champions are one thing. Having soldiers that can resist champions, that's another, but also very important. Jasper says as he looks down to see the wave wash up and along the air to grab at the boulders screaming down at the soldiers and washes them away. Do you do everything like this? Yinnis asks in an uncertain tone. No. In fact, I've run off half-cocked and without a plan far too many times as is. The night of the riots is one such scenario. Just kept rushing off to grab people and get out as quickly as possible. Jasper explains and sighs. By the way, has Bright Dawn stopped burning yet? Magrica asks. No, but the Grand Midwives quickly got everyone that wasn't rioting out with the shuttle and have converted their temple into a combination military base and hospital to try and minimize the loss of life. Unfortunately, their own rules states they can't get into the fighting to do anything but protect their own people and rescue those that ask for their help. Jasper answers. Like all systems, the Grand Midwife neutrality has its ups and downs. Lady Ayler notes in a pained tone. We can protect our own people, places and secrets, and we freely offer our services. Even asking for peace in return isn't too big of an ask. It even makes a great deal of sense. We put a lot of work and energy into making sure that a person is born. Just throwing it away is selfishness. But people resent being told what they can't do on a good day. On the bad ones? On the bad ones, they're outright spiteful about it. Jasper finishes before smiling as a third group seems to have things clip and a tendril of water tries to swat at Clarity and then wraps around her to blunt her incredibly bright light. Things are going as well as they can at the moment. Interfering further in Bright Dawn is going too far and stretching too thin at this point for only moderate gain at best. They have an internal matter and will need to sort themselves out before we move forward. We don't know if they're going to come out of this as a republic, an oligarchy, a complete democracy, or a kingdom. It all depends on where power ends up consolidated at the end. Jasper notes, if it doesn't end up as rubble. The city-states to the west of the east attempted to consolidate many times in the past, and the oligarchic system that was set up dissolved into infighting, and the entire short-lived nation breaking apart into independent communities. Lady Ayler says, and Jasper slowly turns to look at her. It was the most interesting part of my history lessons, she protests defensively. There were so many backstabs and betrayals in that time that the average noble had 4 metaphorical daggers in their back, despite everyone only betraying each other once or twice. It's just that there was so much overlap that some of the betrayals counted for numerous people. The worst was when Madame Mimizi brought only a very specific type of food to a gathering of arms. And while her soldiers were already used to and immune to the effects of the stuff, the rest of the army was badly devastated despite winning, causing her to pick up a payday from the opposing army while still winning with the sabotaged army she was on, betraying 9 people at once. Oh, my God, what was in the water at that time? That level of treachery, Jasper says in an awed tone. Saw her slowly strangled to death over 3 days for that stunt. She became an example. Lady Ayler notes. I should hope so, Jasper exclaims. Are you starting to see why I find that time period fascinating? Morbidly so, but yes. He finishes with a sigh. This frigging world. Well, if you don't like it, leave. Magrica jokes and Yinnis snorts in amusement. It might catch fire if I do, Jasper says in a strained tone.